time to walk in slow motion.
It's the only time to walk in slow motion.
One of these people uses the new Colgate Total Active Prevention System. It's 15 times more effective at fighting the root cause of many oral health problems. As for the other guy,
Sarah, good luck.
be dentist ready with Colgate Total.
Whenever you think you're not good enough or I'm not an expert enough, it's hindering you from pushing past a boundary that you've never explored. And it's scary, but it's so worth it for yourself, not for the person on the other side, which of course you'll give value and your love for whatever it is you have, but it's for you mostly.
If you clicked on this video, there's a high likelihood that you have not been posting videos. Don't worry, I'm not going to shame you. Today, we are going to go all in when we talk about the beliefs that we have when it comes to why we're not posting videos. And we're going to be sitting down with Jordan Perez from the Think Media team, who just started her channel and is now at 1,000 subscribers. It wasn't easy, but we're going to dive into the belief systems, self-doubt, and imposter syndrome on today's episode of the Think Media podcast. If you're brand new to this podcast, my name is Heather Torres, and every single Tuesday we post a brand new podcast episode for you. So if you like content like this, make sure you subscribe wherever you consume this type of content. Now, today's interview is probably one of my favorites, not because we're just talking about one of my favorite subjects, which is overcoming self-doubt, starting messy, and pressing record, but because we're sitting down with my friend Jordan Perez. She's part of our Think Media team here. She's also a working full-time homeschool mom of 3 kids, and she is crushing her YouTube channel. She just got to 1,000 subscribers and she is being monetized now, and I cannot wait to talk about the limiting beliefs that she had and that I had when we got started. So grab your journal, grab your cup of coffee, and let's jump into today's episode. Well, I'm excited about today's interview because I'm sitting down with Jordan Perez. She's one of my good friends and a Think Media team member. Jordan, welcome to the Think Media podcast.
Thank you. It's really exciting to be here.
I am excited because you have been creating on YouTube for about a year now, and you started your channel. You're over 1,000 subscribers. Congratulations. And I wanted to talk about some of the self-doubts, some of the myths that come around starting a YouTube channel. It's not easy to do that. And you and I actually just got done doing some focus groups with our Video Ranking Academy members, and we were asking them questions about how they got started, what were some of the fears that were holding them back. So I thought maybe you and I could unpack that today. So why don't you tell everyone how you got started on your own YouTube channel?
So the way I got started on this YouTube journey was, of course, I work on a team where everybody does YouTube. So it was encouraging, but also extremely scary to get started. And so with the encouragement of my team, my husband, and just a passion that I had, I decided to take the plunge and get my channel started.
Yeah, and here at Think Media, we're actually a team of 13 full-time people, and some of us are front-facing, like myself and Sean and Omar and Nolan, and some of us are behind the scenes. So getting started and putting yourself out on camera probably wasn't the first choice or the first thing that you wanted to do.
No, that is my place behind the camera is exactly where I want to be. So doing this was a huge challenge for me.
Now, we didn't force you to start a YouTube channel, Jordan, but we were definitely encouraging you because you have a lot of skills and a lot of talents. Tell everyone kind of how you chose what you chose. You have an amazing YouTube channel all about charcuterie boards. Why did you choose that?
I chose charcuterie boards because it was a list of ideas and passions that I had, but what I really wanted to do was not have anything forced, because I know that if it was forced, I wouldn't be all in on it. And so it was just being more self-aware every day of what I was doing, what I was enjoying, what sparked joy in my heart. And that, crazy enough, is meat and cheese and serving it to friends, family, eating it by myself in my kitchen in between meetings. That is what I did. So I knew that, hey, I can do this. And when you have that spark of I can do this, that's when I knew, just go for it. Just try.
Yeah, and I would say that your cheese boards and your meat boards are to die for. They're so good. Now, I have told people here on the podcast before, I waited 3 years before I got started on YouTube. I had a lot of beliefs about myself and really lack of self-confidence, and I'm not really the Heather I am today that I was back then when I got started. But I've been doing this a while. I've pumped out hundreds of videos now, so this is more natural for me. But for you and for the Video Ranking Academy members that we were interviewing, there were a lot of self-doubt and beliefs that we had about ourselves when it came to getting started on videos. And one of those was, I don't really know how to do this, right? Like, we didn't grow up, you and I weren't the techie people in school. Like, understanding how smartphones and cameras and audio and video and all of that wasn't where my passion was. And so getting started on YouTube, I really had that, like, I don't know how to do this feeling.
And I think it's funny you say iPhones, because the reality is we get an iPhone, we don't open up the instruction manual. We just literally open it up, start it up, and just start playing around. And really, that's exactly what I felt like I was doing with YouTube, is that sure, I had the instructions, sure, I had Heather and Sean to guide me, but at the same time, I knew I needed to just go in, do it for myself, try, test, whatever it looked like, and just be okay with going for it.
Yeah, and I think one of those beliefs about, like, well, I don't know how. Man, we have an entire online university at Think Media to help people learn how to do it. And I think for me specifically, Omar and I have had lots of conversations about what iOS means and what aperture means. And there just always seems to be this block of, well, I just don't know what that is. And honestly, it really is just the idea that I haven't prioritized learning how to do those things and learning those things because it didn't feel important enough to me.
Right, absolutely. And I think that's what I loved about getting started, making that first video and realizing, oh, okay, wait a minute, I actually do have to learn exactly how to tag and title and descriptions and all of those things. And so it's not having this huge weight of pressure, but knowing where to find your education from and then pursuing it one step at a time, applying it each time, which is what Sean always says, to just apply what you've learned and just keep going.
Yeah, when I look at even your videos, you're over 20 videos in, probably over 30 by the time this podcast comes out, and every video it's just getting 1% better, learning one new thing. Oh, if I angle the camera this way, oh, if I change the lighting this way, that it looks different. And I think one of the things that people struggle with is that idea of being able to just practice in public and just being okay with it not being okay.
Right. It's very difficult to practice in public, not only with just out in the world of YouTube, but around your peers, around your family. It's very challenging to step foot into those unknowns of what they might think or say to you, but it's so worth it. It's so worth taking that step.
Yeah, and really, when we were talking to our members, another one that came up was, who am I to be doing this? I'm not an expert in anything. And mind you, I did not go to school for teaching. I did not go to school for learning how to do YouTube. I didn't go to school even to become a homeschool mom, for my homeschool channel. But, and did you go to culinary school, Jordan? Okay, just making sure.
Yes.
But this idea of, who am I to be doing this? This idea that we really talk ourselves down for who we are and the gifts and talents that we have been gifted. Gifts and talents that we have been gifted.
Yeah, it's very much that imposter syndrome, and it's so real because I think the same thing. Who am I to tell you what cheese goes with what meat? It's just my taste, and they're not that elegant. And unfortunately, that can hold us back from actually just sharing who we are. So really, I try to think of when I'm sharing these videos, it's from my perspective, not from an expert's perspective. It's just, hey, I love it. You might like this. Try it out. And so it's understanding that it's okay to test the waters, and you can do this. It's okay to not be an expert at it.
Yeah, when I teach on stage about imposter syndrome, for me, I really teach people that, we think that we only know 10% and that someone's going to find out that we don't know everything. And let me just tell you, you probably don't know everything, but neither does anyone else. And so the idea that if you are deep into meats and cheeses like Jordan, if you are really into running or you're really into gaming, you are probably already an expert in some capacity. Let me tell you, when I go to the grocery store, which I don't even like to do, Jordan, so there's number one where I can't even connect in that. But number two, I wouldn't know if this cheddar goes with this meat, but you're so deep in researching it and knowing it that you're not an imposter. You're just a friend on the journey. You're a leader in this space. You're just a guide 1 or 2 steps ahead. And so the idea of like, who am I to be doing this feels like a shrinking. And I want people to kind of like step out and say, no, I'm here. I want to be a part of this community. I want to contribute in my own way. And I think that's something that you've done so well, is that you're not like anyone else. You're really just doing it Jordan's way.
Right. And it's all that mindset and belief system. And it's so true, that feeling of shrinking in. It's literally that feeling that you just can't express with words. And so whenever you think you're not good enough or I'm not an expert enough, it's hindering you from pushing past a boundary that you've never explored. And it's scary, but it's so worth it for yourself, not for the person on the other side, which of course you'll give value and your love for whatever it is you have, but it's for you mostly.
Yeah, I think the last one is really, I'm not ready. That was a big theme. When we interviewed people, they'd taken the courses, they had watched the videos, they had come to the conferences, and yet they still hadn't started the channel. And I think that holds so much in that, I'm not ready really is this idea of, what if this fails? What if I have to do this in front of my friends and it doesn't work? What if I miss out on opportunities, or, what if this fails? And I just love to encourage people and say, what if it's the opposite? Like, what if this succeeds? Like, what if your charcuterie channel, Jordan, literally becomes the next Rachel Ray? We don't know, but unless you take that step and you just go for imperfection and you just know that everything is figure outable, you won't actually know if this is going to be a thing.
Yeah, it's very real for me to just remember when I started of not feeling ready and wanting to make sure my kitchen looked perfect, my hair was perfect, that I had to pretend and put on this facade, and I just remember it blocking me every time before I press record. So my first video that I have is horrible, but that's because I let go of all those ideas. I made peace with the fact that I'm not going to be happy with this, but I'm going to do it anyway. And so it's finding peace within yourself to then press record and release it, and then start all over.
Yeah, every day, new video. Yeah. And it really is just about starting messy, right? And I love how you just touched on that. It's like, so your kitchen's not perfect, but guess what? It looks like 90% of other people's kitchens. It's the idea that, my homeschool doesn't look perfect, and that's okay, because that's what most families look like, that the things we're doing are like most families. And so I just want to encourage you, if you're listening to the podcast right now and you've not started your channel, today's the day, my friend. It is time for you to step up, to go to Think Media if you need help on how, to set up the lighting or do the camera, but really don't even have all that as the first part of it. Just make a video. Just say how to do something. Teach someone something. Get the video camera in front of you, because you're going to need to start creating a lot of content to start feeling natural and for this to feel more normal for people. So Jordan, if people are interested in checking out your channel, you just got past 1,000 subscribers, they want to see what it's like to be an iPhone creator, where can they go?
They can go to Amazing Grace Boards on YouTube and find me there. and all my amazing videos for charcuterie.
Yes, and this is actually a part of a 3-part series. So if you didn't check out our interview over on Think Media, where Jordan and I talk about getting to your first 1,000 subscribers, make sure you check out that video. And then if you have not seen the way that Jordan creates her videos, we walked through her setup, how simple a setup can be, and how easy it can be to get to that 1,000 subscribers with just using your iPhone.
Hurry into the Nissan Now sales event to save on an award-winning new Nissan, like the all-new Kicks and Murano, J.D. Power's most dependable small and mid-size SUVs, and our best-selling Rogue at the Nissan Now sales event.
What is atrial fibrillation? I like to tell patients, you should think of your heart to be like a house. The heart muscle is the brick walls on the outside. The heart chambers are like the bedrooms, and the heart valves are like the doors opening and closing between the bedrooms. The blood flow to the heart is the plumbing, and your heartbeat actually runs through an electrical network. So atrial fibrillation is an irregularity within the electrical network involving the upper chambers of the heart.
We have 2 upper chambers called atria and 2 bottom chambers, which are ventricles. And the atria are integral in helping the ventricle, which is the main pumping chamber, fill up with blood so you can have an efficient contraction and a good pump and good pumping of blood to all the organs. So when you have AFib, the atria, instead of being in a normal coordinated rhythm with the bottom chamber, the top chamber starts to go extremely fast and irregular and starts to almost quiver, where it's not able to contract in a strong way to provide good transport of blood from the top chamber to the bottom chamber, and that can lead to a lot of symptoms.
Starting after the wonderful age of 40, anybody has a 20% chance that they could develop atrial fibrillation over their remaining lifetime. For patients over the age of 65, about 10% of people could have atrial fibrillation. In the US alone, they are projecting that by 2030, there will be over 12 million people with atrial fibrillation.
Your iPhone. Well, I hope you enjoyed that interview with myself and Jordan, and make sure you check out our channel, give her some love, let her know you are from the podcast. But I just wanted to encourage you one more time that there is no better day to start than today. So grab your iPhone, grab what you have, and just get started. This journey on YouTube, it will not happen overnight, but it won't happen unless you get started. So if you're feeling the imposter syndrome, or you don't know how, or why me, you can do this. If I can do this and Jordan can do this, you can do this too. And I want to say thank you so much for all of the listeners who tune in every single week for this Tuesday ritual that we have here on the podcast. Thank you so much for liking and subscribing and for leaving your reviews over on Apple. Today's review actually comes from Alti1308. Alti says, YouTube geniuses. Wow, thank you so much for that compliment. She says, I love the Think team's passion, knowledge, and I could name so many more things. The effort and value they bring every week is incredible. Thank you, Think team. Well, Alti1308, thank you for being a part of our Think crew. I've been calling you guys that lately because that's what I think you are. We are all in this together. We're a crew on this journey together. We're action takers, and we are trying to create and make an impact in the world. So thank you so much for rating and reviewing today's podcast. And if you've not checked out our free masterclass, that's probably your next step after today's episode. You'll learn the 3 secrets to YouTube success and how to create a high impact and a high profit YouTube channel. You can get all the details at thinkmasterclass.com. Thank you so much for being a part of our community here, and we'll catch you in the next episode.
if you reach the top of the mountain, but your spiritual health, your family, like your physical, your whole life's in total shambles, is that really success? We don't believe so.
So what does it take to dominate on YouTube? What do you do when you feel like giving up or you lack vision for what the future can be like? Well, I'm excited because today's episode, we're going to be diving into 4 key values that will help you not only dominate on YouTube, but create a lasting business that will give you legacy. Now, in today's episode, Sean's going to be breaking down 4 different values that you definitely need to lean into. Make sure you get your notebook ready because these 4 values are from the heart. This is really a message of how do you stay consistent, but not just consistently uploading. How do you stay consistent when you feel like quitting? My name is Heather Torres, and you're listening to the Think Media podcast, the #1 podcast where we help you grow your influence with YouTube and then take that influence and grow a high impact and high profit online business. And we deliver a brand new episode every single Tuesday. So make sure you subscribe wherever you're listening to this content on. Now, today I'm excited because we're diving into impact. That is a huge part of what we do here at Think. And it's really what makes us stand out in the market that we're in. And I want you to be able to define what is the impact you want to make on your audience. Sean's going to break down 4 different values to have and how those can help you to dominate on YouTube. All right, let's get into the featured content.
Well, hey, welcome back to the Think Media podcast. I'm so fired up for this particular episode where I'm actually going to be sharing a session that I shared during the pandemic that really forced me to clarify some of our values, some of our vision at Think Media. It was titled, How to Lead Through Crisis and Dominate the Next Decade. And there's really 2 big takeaways that I know you're going to get out of this podcast. The first one is, in the past episode, we talked about the best way to build a strong audience on YouTube. Not just your what, not just your how, but really your why, sharing your core values. And the second thing that I think you're going to get out of this is not just seeing some of the core values that drive Think, therefore driving the results and the numbers and the team unity and some of the behind the scenes things, which is the point of this podcast. But the second thing is actually potentially getting some pillars that I believe will be strength to you for dominating the next decade. Now, that's pretty lofty. Like, you might be like, Sean, I'm just kind of exploring YouTube. Like, what do you mean? I'm not even thinking 10 years ahead. But the way we think here at Think Media is we think big. We think about the future. We think about legacy. And so these 4 core values, I think, help us go beyond just trying to make the next viral video or go beyond just trying to get a few subscribers or get a few views, and to make us ask a deeper question about, what is it we're building over the long haul? And so I hope that out of this episode, you can galvanize some of your own values, maybe benefit from what I believe are key principles to helping you dominate the next decade, and to capture a bigger vision for yourself and your brand. Okay, so let's kick it off with these 4 points. And these are 4 commitments that we have here at Think Media that I believe have helped us rise to the influence that we have in the industry and will help you in your own niche as well. So this is how to consistently lead through crisis and dominate the next decade. Number 1 is a commitment to excellence. A commitment to excellence. I believe if you want to win on YouTube, you want to win on business, you want to win as an author, a speaker, you want to win on a podcast, I think you have to have a commitment to excellence. Of course, you could at some point just be experimenting, just starting, just testing things out. But eventually, you got to commit to excellence. When a new industry starts, it's about who's first. But once it matures, it's about who's best. That's just a fact of things. So when something new comes along, call it TikTok or even like YouTube Shorts, you do have a chance to have some influence if you don't necessarily have, if you will, excellence. You're not the best, you are just first. You got a lot of momentum. But eventually, as an industry matures, it's about who's best. Now, this shouldn't make you feel overwhelmed because you might be like, there's always someone better. Of course, there's always a better athlete, always a better YouTuber, always a better speaker, always a better marketer. Of course, there's always somebody better. But at some point, you cannot compromise on excellence. And I just want to ask you, are you committed to excellence when it comes to your YouTube channel? Are you committed to doing the little things well. I think that that's a massive commitment that we need, not just to win today, but to have longevity over the next decade. And I learned this from Brian Tracy, and he said this: the most successful and ambitious people see themselves as capable of being the best. They know that the top 20% of salespeople make 80% of the sales, and they are determined to be among the top group and learn how to sell like the best. Perhaps the most important first step you take in a field of selling, which is what he's referencing, is just selling, you could apply this to YouTube, is to make a commitment to excellence. The most important first step is a commitment to excellence. To make a commitment to being the best in your field, resolve today that you're going to join the top 10% and be the most successful in your industry in terms of earnings. So it's a commitment to excellence. You know, I heard Omar El Takori on the Think Media team define excellence as simply doing the best with what you have. So again, this isn't actually being like, shoot, there seems to be such a large chasm between me and the competition. But a commitment to excellence means a commitment to getting 1% better every day, getting 1% better with every upload. You know, there's a Japanese term called kaizen that we talk about at Think Media a lot, which is our commitment of continuous improvement. And if you want to dominate the next decade, you just got to be constantly improving. I know that sometimes you might feel tired, sometimes you might feel overwhelmed, and I hope this podcast is valuable to you and always helping you sharpen the saw, sharpen the axe, get better. Wisdom helps you succeed. It helps you go faster by little getting better at what you do. But I encourage you, it's not the hacks or the short-term tricks that build high-impact brands and businesses. It's about a commitment to mastery and excellence. And what Brian Tracy told us is it's simply actually starting by just making a commitment. You know, I have committed to getting better at running.
And nicotine pouches deliver nicotine satisfaction anywhere, anytime. It pairs well with your confidence, your adventurous spirit, and your curious side. Zyn pairs well with you. Find your Zyn. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Starting your own membership can feel like a big step. And to tap into the predictable revenue that memberships give you, you need a platform that lets you run it the right way. Uscreen is the best all-in-one platform to help you build a stable, scalable membership business around your content. From day one, you'll get flexible monetization tools to earn from subscriptions and one-time purchases across web, mobile, and TV, along with complete control of getting your content in front of your audience. With sleek live streaming capabilities that are shown to boost monthly revenue by 2.5 times. And did I mention robust marketing tools to retain and nurture your members? Or that we're the only platform that effortlessly combines your video content and community? But don't just take our word for it. Justin Rhodes launched his membership with apps and doubled his revenue.
I went from $30,000 to $50,000 a month to over $100,000 a month with the launch with Uscreen.
And find what feels good, who doubled their views after launching apps, putting them on track for their best revenue year ever. With Uscreen, you get the tools you need all in one place to earn the stable, recurring revenue you crave. Start your membership journey with Uscreen today.
Not great at running. I just went running with Gabe Perez and Melissa Caputo from the Think team, and I've discovered that they are a lot faster than me. Like, so they're more athletic, they're faster, they have more endurance, but I'm committed to getting better. So it actually just reminded me, oh shoot, I got to train more. I gotta rest up more. I gotta recover better. I'm gonna run more hills. I'm gonna actually run out to Red Rock here in Las Vegas and train on some of those trails because my butt got kicked when we were running up these trails up a hill, and I realized, man, I'm getting winded pretty quick. I'm committed to excellence. Doesn't matter where I am today, but the commitment is I want to get a little bit faster tomorrow. I want to get a little bit better tomorrow. And so a couple questions I have for you is, what are you committed to being the best in the world at? We'll link up in the show notes our episode on whether or not you should quit YouTube, which was based off of Seth Godin's book, The Dip. And he talked about, at the end of the day, what you want to stick through the dip towards is what you're committed to being the best at. And remember, when we say best, it reminds us of the restaurant in a small town that says the #1 best steak in Omaha. Dude, I promise you that there's 32 restaurants that have that exact sign in their window. But when you're in that town, like, they are the #1 best in that moment, in that world. So you just want to be the best in your world, the best kind of in your niche niche. You're triple niche deep, the best. And as you can carve out your unique positioning, then that can actually help you be excellent in a particular specific area. This will help you on YouTube. So what are you committed to being the best in the world at? It also is probably good to commit to what are you committed to not being the best in the world at. You may have been a part of our journey of changing the branding of our Think Marketing podcast to the Think Media podcast. That was us refining our brand, but on that same journey, we committed to shifting a little bit from being a podcast and a video podcast that's about all things online business and all things social media separate from YouTube, but we doubled down and said, YouTube is our thing. And if you separate YouTube from the equation, sure, we could talk about online business, but our best place to talk about it is in the context of YouTube. What am I trying to say? That we're committed to being the best in the world at YouTube and how to build a business around YouTube. And so a small pivot for us here at Think Media was to kind of pivot away from trying to say we're the best in the world at online business, online marketing, and social media. There's so many others in the sea of podcast options and video options. We just wanted to kind of find our smaller niche within a niche. I learned this back when I wrote my book, YouTube for Churches, that all of a sudden I was afraid of writing a book that was that specific. I wanted to write social media for churches, and I didn't even want to niche down for churches, although that had been the context I've been doing social media in. But when I did it, boom, I instantly became the best in the world at YouTube for Churches. Why? Because zero other people in the world were even talking about it. Like, there was nobody, I was the only author with a book on YouTube for Churches. I was the only person positioned to talk about. So you can really actually rise to preeminence and, if you will, excellence, the more niched down you get when it comes to clarifying what it is you do on YouTube and in your business and in your overall mission. But number one, commitment to excellence. What are you committed to being the best in the world at, and what are you committed to mastering? What helped me was, for a while with Heather Torres and I, especially even in our Inner Circle program and things we were going through, we still, it's funny because it's a small tweak. We still talk about all the social media platforms and how they relate to YouTube. But for a while, it was even, check this out, even our event growth video in 2020 was called the #1 video marketing event for entrepreneurs and business-minded content creators. We're refining our niche mastery. We flipped it. The #1 YouTube marketing event for entrepreneurs and business-minded content creators. Small tweak, but it was like, listen, at the end of the day, I know video on a lot of platforms, but there's so many dang platforms. You want to learn LinkedIn video? Talk to my friend Michaela Alexis. You want to learn Instagram video? Talk to Brock Johnson and learn Reels. And we want to go even deeper into our area of specialty, which actually helps our team say we're committed to mastering YouTube. And listen, those other things matter so much, but they're actually through the lens of YouTube. Another resource for you is, don't miss the episode we did with Rory Vaden, and he talks about that, clarifying your brand. Your niche brand, your mastery point, becomes the lenses with which you see the world through. So of course we need to talk about email marketing, but we talk about it through the lens of YouTube. We got to talk about how to host your website and different things like that, build your business online, but it's through the lens of YouTube. For us, we're committed to mastering YouTube. What are you committed to mastering? What are you committed to being the best in the world at? Jeff Bezos said this: a brand for a company is like a reputation for a person. You earn a reputation by trying to do the hard things well. I'm not trying to say that a commitment to excellence is easy, but I am saying that it's worth it. And so what are you committed to doing the hard things well in, so that you can earn a reputation in a particular area that'll help you dominate the next decade? Number two, let's dominate the next decade on YouTube by number two, a commitment to wellness. Now, before you turn off the Think Media podcast, you might be saying, Sean, listen, bro, talk about the algorithm, man. Give me some tips on thumbnails. Give me some tips on, on how to hack YouTube views. But I actually really believe that this number 2 point is one of the most important YouTube success principles, and just life and business principles in general, a commitment to wellness. I'm convinced, Steve Jobs said this, that about half of what separates the successful entrepreneurs from non-successful entrepreneurs is perseverance. And here's the thing, friend, you cannot persevere if you burn out. You cannot last think about 3 years from now as you're building your YouTube empire. Think about 6 years from now as you're building your YouTube empire. If you don't have a foundation of wellness and health, then you're not going to be able to sustain a pace of building your business brick by brick, moment by moment. Furthermore, you're not going to be able to be growing in excellence or coming up with your best content, your best titles, your best ideas, your best thumbnails. You're not going to be able to be your best on camera if you don't have world-class energy. I know that this isn't the topic of this podcast, but it is the topic of this podcast because business is a game of attrition. YouTube is a game of attrition. You might be slogging it away on YouTube for 4 years, and you might feel like you've only gotten marginal success. Slow growth, but you haven't had your breakout moment. If you can sustain and persevere through the hard times, through the valleys, through the obstacles, and you can just get to that other side, the majority of people will have given up, but you'll still be standing. And one of the ways you'll be able to do that is because of a commitment to wellness. Here's a question for you. What habits, if changed, would give you more mental, spiritual, emotional, and physical power in your life and business?
Hurry into the Nissan Now sales event to save on an award-winning new Nissan, like the all-new Kicks and Murano, JD Power's most dependable small and mid-size SUVs, and our best-selling Rogue at the Nissan Now sales event.
Like, what habit right now would give you more mental clarity, mental energy, ability to come up with good ideas, your next best content idea, spiritual energy? Maybe you're waking up heavy. You're waking up like you got a weight on you of anxiety, a spiritual heaviness, emotional, physical. Do you have enough energy to accomplish and create the content, implement the things in business, follow through on your promises, create the things you want to create? I know this is heavy because when I put myself through this, there's habits I need to change. But ask yourself that question because this will help you dominate the next decade and last over the long haul. I want you to hear my heart, Think Media podcast. We are committed to you winning. Like, that's what this podcast is about, is helping you win. Helping you reach your goals. And in my opinion, success is not just hitting a successful YouTube channel if you lose your health in the process. I don't want you to build financial freedom but lose your health freedom because you fried your adrenal glands on the process from all the stress it took to get where you were trying to get. We want you to not just have short-term success, but long-term success. That's how you build real legacy, and that's impossible without a commitment to wellness. Another question for you. What is your biggest vulnerability personally and in your business? What's your biggest vulnerability? It's like a question to identify your blind spots before they become a problem. You start seeing that, man, it's an evaluation that maybe, hey, if I stay at this pace, something's eventually got to give. So I'm going to make decisions today before it becomes a problem. You know, when a check engine light comes on in your car, it's telling you to just check the engine. It is not saying your engine is exploding, the pistons froze up, and there's flames coming out of the engine. At that point, you would not need a check engine light. The engine failed at that moment. The check engine light is a warning ahead of time to say, hey, why don't you just go get a tune-up? Hey, it might be time to change the oil so that you don't burn through this oil and seize up the engine. It might be some time to make some tweaks. What's your biggest vulnerability? Listen, it might not even be a problem now, but if you think about it now and you're smart now in terms of wellness, then you will be able to not just crush it on YouTube in the next 12 months, but over the next decade because of that foundation. James Altucher said this: don't buy into the 20 hours a day entrepreneur myth. You need to sleep 8 hours if you want to have a focused mind. You know, sometimes I can get a reputation. People see I do Rise and Grind on Instagram every day. And to me, Rise and Grind, because as much as I believe in hustle and hard work, I'm like the biggest sleep guy you could ever meet. Like, I obsess over getting enough sweet sleep, quality sleep, taking naps if needed. Because I'm like, if I don't have a focused mind or the right energy, no good work is going to come out of me. So I think about the power of sleep. To me, rise and grind is rise and make coffee. Come on, somebody. It's grind the beans. And of course, it means also grind and like be focused, put in the work. But here at our heart, coming from Think Media, we are not about hustle culture that's toxic. We are about balance, and we believe in a strong work ethic, but also a strong rest ethic. And that longevity as an entrepreneur and as a YouTube creator, you need both. And here's just the thing of sleep. Listen to this when it comes to sleep. First and foremost, sleep deprivation impairs attention and your working memory. And it also affects other functions, such as long-term memory and decision-making. Partial sleep deprivation is found to influence your attention, especially vigilance. So, these are some of the benefits of getting enough sleep. Don't buy into the myth that like, I'm just grinding, I gotta get my YouTube channel going, I'm gonna sleep 1 hour a day, I'm gonna do this thing. No, like, you're gonna be a lot more effective if you have a commitment to wellness. But this is just one area, sleep. Sleep increases fertility, it wards off heart disease, it increases sex drive, it prevents diabetes, it boosts mental well-being, it can slim you, and it boosts immunity. Dude, if someone's telling you shouldn't sleep, they're wrong. Like, you need to figure out whether you need 7, 8, maybe 9 hours a night. And of course there's going to be those times when you grind a little bit, but I consider that foundational. What habits, if changed for you, would actually help you be more effective, not just in the short term, but over the next decade? Number 3 is a commitment to service. Commit to service. Number 1 is commit to excellence. Number 2 is commit to wellness. Number 3 is commit to service. Tony Hsieh said this: customer service shouldn't just be a department, it should be an entire company. Yeah. Scott Cook said this: instead of focusing on the competition, focus on the customer. Wow. You know, on YouTube, it could be really challenging to just worry about what our competition is doing. To just think that YouTube is about views, subscribers.
Transform your hair in one use. Première concentrée by Kerastase. With glycerin and citric acid. Removes calcium buildup. Repairs hair bonds. Visibly reverses hair damage. Première by Kerastase.
This is for the architects of tomorrow, the ones rewriting the world with tools like GitHub Copilot that push what's possible.
And oh, look at how many views the competition is getting, how many subscribers they have. But did you know that every one of those subscribers is a person? Like, every single one of those subscribers is a human. And in a way, they are your customer. Because even if they're watching your free content, which you can monetize through ads at a certain point, they're your viewer. So what if you focused and obsessed over your viewer and giving them great content, making deep connections with them, serving them? You know, one of our core values at Think Media is servant leadership. That the greatest leader example that we have is Jesus Christ. And he said he didn't come to be served, but to serve. And he said, actually, the pursuit of greatness is a great thing to pursue, but the greatest among you will be your servant. Like, serve others. So if you commit to service, and if you think, man, my YouTube channel is in service of other people, it's a whole different perspective than most people's approach to YouTube. If you want to build a real legacy over the next decade and really build not just like a powerful YouTube channel, but a powerful movement and a powerful brand, commit to service. Maya Angelou said it this way: I've learned that people will forget what you said, they'll forget what you did, but they will never forget how you made them feel. Can you inject more love, service, gratitude, appreciation in your content? One of the things we do, you know, we get a lot of comments on Think Media, and I'll be honest, we can't answer all of them. We get hundreds and hundreds a day. But we do a couple times a week a thing called love bombs on the Think Media team, where we block time. We'll hop on Zoom, we put up a little countdown timer, and we do as many comment replies, hearts back to comments, emojis, deep answers. We stay anchored in, we are here to serve our community. It's not some just mathematical subscriber number. Every subscriber is a person. Every person matters, and to the best of our ability. And we make mistakes, and I'm sure we could do better, but the attitude that we are coming from is an attitude of service. Can you commit to service at a higher level when it comes to the content you're creating? Maybe this is a new concept. You're like, bro, like I'm just making like motherhood video. I was just like trying to give some tips. Yeah, you're serving people. And the greater you weave in a heart of service, it could be so powerful. Our culture is more selfish than ever before, so service stands out. Isn't it true? Have you noticed that our culture is becoming more and more selfish and self-absorbed? So when you serve others, you're going to have a remarkable result over time as your YouTube channel builds a reputation for being committed to service. And don't ever think that this won't help you achieve your goals and your ambitions and your revenue targets. I think it was Zig Ziglar who said, you will get everything in the world that you want if you just help other people get what they want. It's just putting others first, serving them, and then realizing that your income is directly proportional to the amount of value you add to the marketplace, serving others. So define these questions. Who are you committed to serving? Powerful. So know your who. For me, I am not committed to helping women get through menopause. You know what I mean? Like that's not my gift of particularly how to that I can help people. I'm not committed to helping men get a six pack abs because I don't got them. There's not a lot of tips that I could pass along to help them. Your who helps you even know that person you're called, that person you're uniquely wired to help and to serve. Who are you committed to serving? How could you over-deliver value to your community and customers right now? A great question. How could you over-deliver value to your community and customers right now? Maybe you're early stage and you don't even feel like your business has taken shape yet. How can you just overly deliver value to the one comment that is showing up on your videos, to the 2 comments? How could you over-deliver value to the 50 followers you have on Instagram that you could maybe follow them back or DM them or go deeper with them? To just over-deliver value, to go out of your way today to serve your community. And then where are you weak and underserving your community right now? Can you double down? One of the things that I've noticed is that as YouTubers get bigger, they stop doing the things they did at first that got them to where they are. It kind of reminds me when you hear about like Taylor Swift, you know, showing up to people's weddings, FaceTiming people, continuing to do what she can't do it for her millions of fans. But like Andy Stanley says, do for one what you wish you could do for all. For us at Think Media, we fight to just stay anchored in that area of serving people and trying to make those meaningful moments of really creating community and not just creating content. And even as I talk about these things, like I feel it, I'm like, man, I got to step up. I'm preaching to myself. I'm feeling this myself. How can I take this to another level? Friend, that's why this is just a commitment. It's not that you're always doing it well. I know that I need all these areas, and this podcast is just as much for me as it is for you. I want to recommit to wellness today. I want to recommit to excellence today. And number 3, I want to recommit to service today. Finally, 4th one, and I hope this is serving you. It's going to be a good decade with these commitments. Number 4 is commit to mission. Commit to mission. What have you set as a powerful long-term vision, mission, and principles?
Maxed out on damage. New Insecure Build-A-Bond Liquid Mask from Matrix with 1 billion bonds to fight damage. With citric acid and squalane, billion bond care for $1 billion hair. New Insecure Build-A-Bond. Shop now.
Running a creator business is overwhelming. Constant content creation, community management, juggling of platforms, and unpredictable income. There has to be an easier way to monetize through memberships. Enter Uscreen. Hands down, the best all-in-one membership platform designed specifically for video creators. We help you generate consistent subscription revenue without losing your mind, with powerful monetization features, easy distribution across devices with a branded membership site and apps, sleek video organization and streaming capabilities, and community tools built to engage and retain more customers. Uscreen gives you the power to connect with your audience like never before, and the VIP treatment from our team of experts on hand to help you every step of the way. To make consistent, reliable revenue while keeping full control of the brand and business you've worked so hard to build. Start your membership journey with Uscreen today.
Sean, I have never even thought about it. Well, good. I'm glad you're listening to this podcast. Like, have you set a long-term vision? Well, how do you even do that? Well, maybe that's actually a great idea. We'll write that down. I'm thinking about that. That'd probably be a good podcast. How do you set a vision? Like, number one, you probably don't need to take 3 months to do it, but you might need to take 3 hours. You might need to take a weekend to really go deep in clarifying your vision. Have you set a mission for your YouTube? Like, what's the mission of your YouTube channel? This will give you so much more clarity, so much more direction. It'll help other people know where you're going, and even principles. Like, if you've predefined your principles, then you know actually how to make decisions a lot quicker when you come up to wisen the road of which way to go. So it's a predetermination of what your principles are, your mission is, and your vision is, and then it's committing to that mission. Our mission here at Think Media is to help 10,000 purpose-driven people create a full-time living doing what they love while making a difference in the world with YouTube, and to help those people that reach full-time achieve that success without losing their soul. Success without losing your soul, right? Which kind of goes back to that wellness. Like, if you reach the top of the mountain, but your spiritual health, your family, like your physical, your whole life's in total shambles, is that really success? We don't believe so. And we believe that you can achieve success on YouTube without losing your soul. That's a commitment to mission. And as we continue to talk about that mission, not just with you, but with our team, we are doing things. We have what's called the 3 big rocks in our company. And that's like, every quarter, we set 3 big goals. And the 3 big rocks might be like, we know we have a certain promotion coming up. That'll be marketing a product and that we want to hit certain sales with. We have some maybe administrative stuff, like let's clean up some, courses and some back-end things in our websites and pages and some different things to do. These are our rocks for this past quarter. And then our most current 3rd big rock, though, is acceleration of customer success. So it's also not just throwing a mission out there, it's commitment to the mission. Always asking, how can we do better at helping our students and our customers? And in particular, you're watching our podcast, which is entirely free. We put out a lot of free content. Our biggest Death Star laser, kind of a funny word, Life Star laser, is on our customers to say, man, those are the ones we can serve at the highest levels, our Video Ranking Academy students. And how do we help them reach that target? What else can we do? When you're trying to define and discern your calling, I've heard a couple tests you can do is what makes you sad? What makes you cry? What moves you emotionally? What makes you mad? What makes you frustrated about the world? What makes you frustrated with how a particular group of people are hurting or suffering? What makes you frustrated? What annoys you? It's interesting. I started to discover my passion for video and tech and lighting by when I was a director of communications at a church, and I was frustrated and mad when the sound was weird, when the lighting was wrong, when somebody, the timing of the cues, when somebody would come out and they would start talking on the mic and the sound guy wasn't paying attention and he didn't unmute the mic, when there was echo. Like, some people didn't even notice. The things that you notice, that probably is a good signal and indication of your mission and of your vision. So what are you fighting for? And maybe if you pick up a bigger fight and you define who your enemy is and you define what you want to accomplish at a deeper level, I believe you're going to have a greater impact over the next decade? And then what is the deeper purpose that is driving your business? Friend, I really believe that as you commit deeply to excellence, you commit deeply to wellness, you commit deeply to service, and you make a commitment to mission. And remember, these are just commitments. This doesn't mean perfection. This doesn't mean that you're maybe not even overwhelmed or intimidated by the mountain of excellence in front of you. You go, man, I got a lot to learn. So do I. You might sit down with a blank page and you go, I have no clue what my mission is. For me, I've been refining my mission and trying to capture a bigger vision for 10 years. The mission today is not what it was 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I was like, can I get one person to view my video? You know, it's like, that was the mission. Like, does this thing even work? I just got on camera. Then it was like, can we even just pay our bills with this? Can we even hit basic targets and accomplish, providing for my wife and fighting for my wife and just our family? Now today, the mission's bigger and I'm like, can I provide and can we actually fund a company of 13 people that's doubling over the next year? What can we do at this next level? And then it was like, would just one person buy my course and be able to go full-time on YouTube? And now it's like we're getting all these testimonies and all these stories and all these people that are sharing the impact and the transformation that's happened to them through Video Ranking Academy. Now there's movement. Now there's a momentum. And so we continue to commit to our vision and our mission, but even the vision and mission gets bigger over time. You don't even need to have the full picture yet. You won't have it yet. Just start planning on paper. Just start dreaming. Just start connecting with a deeper purpose and thinking about, man, what could be with my YouTube channel? What could I do? What can I accomplish? Who could I impact? How many lives could I change? Could I change just one person's life? Could I help just one person? Could I see one family change, one children's life changed? Whatever your vision is, clarify your long-term vision. Keep working on it, your long-term mission, and define your principles that you live by, that you want to grow your YouTube channel by. And I really believe that over the next decade, right, that as you commit to excellence, you commit to wellness, you commit to service, and you commit to mission, that this will make you distinct in a sea of sameness on YouTube, in a sea of selfishness on YouTube, that when you come from the heart of service and when you come from the mission-driven, purpose-driven perspective, it'll help you build something that's a lot bigger than just YouTube. I hope these ideas served you today, and I'm excited to hear your feedback, whether that's in the comments or whether that's even leaving a review on the podcast. Maybe this episode stirred something in you. I would love to hear about that on our Apple iTunes podcast reviews area if you got something out of today's podcast, and I appreciate you. Until next time, keep crushing it.
Well, coming out of that session, I hope you are on fire. I hope you see the vision of what you can create using the power of YouTube. Now, here on the podcast, every single week, we love to read the different reviews that you have. So make sure you rate and review this podcast over on Apple iTunes. That'll help us get it in front of other creators just like you. And today's review comes from Darkaholic. Darkaholic says, everything this coffee maker brings to the table is pure marketing and inspirational gold. After 5 years of building my videography business around the marketing and entrepreneurial world, Sean Cannell is probably the only online video marketing specialist that stands out with his communication skills, knowledge bombs, and implementation strategies. Now, Darkaholic, right there, you've just said exactly what we want to bring to you in our value here at Think Media. It's all about helping you with the strategies, helping you implement, and helping you take action to punch fear in the face and press record. So I'm so grateful that this podcast is bringing you value. Well, thank you so much for listening, and we will catch you on the next podcast.
Last month's massive solar flare added a 25th hour to the day. Businesses are wondering, what should we do?
I'm thinking company-wide power nap.
Anything can change the world of work. From HR to payroll, ADP designs for the next anything.
What's for dinner?
not just one way that they make income because, well, one, usually it's a lot of streams that flow into the river that make full-time possible. Going from 0 to full-time on YouTube. Is it still possible? Well, the answer is yes. And in today's episode, I'm going to be sharing with you an interview that I did with 2 successful YouTubers. One of them is in the entertainment space, and one of them is in the DIY space. And in this episode, we're going to be diving into the 7 ways that they're making money on YouTube. My name is Heather Torres, and I am the host of the YouTube Made Simple show. If you want to learn how to grow from your first 1,000 subscribers and beyond, learn how to gain confidence on camera and create a successful YouTube channel, then this is the show for you. So make sure that you subscribe to this channel. Well, this episode is brought to you by our upcoming virtual event, Grow with Video Live. And I'll tell you more about that at the end of today's episode. But if you haven't claimed your ticket, you can go to growwithvideolive.com right now. But I'll show you more about that after this interview. Let's dive into it because I cannot wait for you to hear from Leonardo and Brent. Now, this is an episode that is coming from one of our previous YouTube 1K challenge sessions. This is a free 5-day challenge that we do here at Think Media. And this is one of the sessions that I wanted to bring to you on the YouTube Made Simple show. So grab your notebook because we're going to be diving into these 7 ways to make money on YouTube. The first creator that I want to introduce you to is Brent. Brent is the creator of BYOT. He's a successful entrepreneur in a content creation space. Over the past 20 years, he's been honing his skills in the construction field. Wow, I'm really having a hard time reading right now. He received his construction management degree and has worked on countless job sites in a variety of roles. In March 2016, he started his YouTube journey. He posted his first DIY video, and from the very beginning, the message has been clear: helping others learn how to build and create in an educational and fun way. Now, 130 videos later, and averaging over 1 million views per month on YouTube, he is proud to say that BYOT, his brand, is helping more people than ever before. That is our first creator that's going to be joining us today. And our second creator is actually Leonardo Torres. Leonardo Torres' mother was married to an abusive man who tormented her for over 30 years. He prayed for an opportunity that would provide extra income and be able to supplement his stepfather's income. And because of YouTube, he was able to do that. Leonardo started a YouTube channel reacting to Christian music from a non-Christian perspective with that in mind. And in just a few months, he was able to make $1,000 to help his mother to free her from an abusive husband. After a year of working on his channel little by little, the music and the stories began to open his heart for more for what God had for him. And he decided to drop the non-Christian title and considers himself a student of Christ. He's grown his channel to over 77,000 subscribers and 6 million views in just over a year through reaction content, entertainment content, interviews, and by creating a thriving community who loves his channel. I mean, can we give it up for Brent and Leonardo? Hey guys, how you doing?
Excellent. Happy to be here.
Doing great.
Oh my goodness, man, your stories, I just want to dive so far into them. I know we'll get into some of it as we're going through today. But first, we're going to talk about getting started on YouTube, how you guys made money on YouTube, and we're going to walk through 7 ways that you two make money. First off, I'm going to start with Leonardo. Leonardo, I know that the first way that you make money is actually through YouTube AdSense. And that, for people who are just getting started, means that you have partnered with YouTube because you've made it through their threshold to be a YouTube partner. So 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 hours of watch time. Tell me about what it was like when you first got monetized with YouTube.
Well, it was exciting. It was, I didn't really, it hit me by surprise, to be honest, because I was just focused on putting out more and more videos. Being hesitant at first, but realizing that was just the first baby step, was to get 4,000 hours of watch time, and then the first 1,000 subscribers. And I knew that I was going to have to put out some videos. I couldn't have done it any other way. There's actually no other way to do it but that way. And then once I finally reached that and I hit that monetize button, things started to pick up. And on that first check that I received from AdSense was well over $1,000. I was thinking that it was going to be that $20 or $30 or something like that, but just pushing all the way through, pressing that button.
And I can't wait to really dive into that a little bit more. Brent, I know that you also are using YouTube AdSense, and this is a big driver. I mean, with over 1 million views a month happening on your channel. I know, right, Leonardo? I'm like, yes, please. I mean, he's been at it since 2016, right, Brent? So it's not like you just started yesterday.
It's been a long journey, to say the least. But the best thing about it is the fact that this is just the beginning. So it's a fun thing.
I love it. So tell me what it was like when you first got monetized on YouTube.
It wasn't a big thing to me at that point, because the real big thing was the fact that I got a piece of mail from Google saying that I was a part of it, which was like, oh, they're actually recognizing me to be a part of this, of their program, which is pretty amazing. And all of a sudden, I just took it a little bit more seriously. The reason why I started the channel was just because I felt like there was a need for fun DIY content out there, and there was a specific video that I wanted to create to help others because I seemingly could not find it anywhere. And of course, that one video led to another, and now 130 videos later, it's my full-time career.
Full-time career on YouTube, and really still getting to do what you love. I mean, you're still in construction, but now you get to bring what you love to so many people around the world. I think it's so amazing to see what you've built, and we're going to get more into all the ways that you monetize. But the second way that both of you monetize is through affiliate marketing. We talked about this actually in session number 3, where we talked about the RSP method, where we really dove into reviewing specific products. Now, of course, you're in the DIY space, so you're talking a lot about products, but I'd like to know, how did you find the affiliate marketing programs that you're a part of, and what are some of the marketing programs that you are a part of?
I mean, the nice thing about the affiliate marketing programs is that basically all of them are free and they're very easy to apply to. So my number one is Amazon, because it's the easiest to purchase and for people to click on. Then Home Depot, Lowe's, Etsy, that sort of thing. And the nice thing about my type of content is the fact that within every single video, I want it to be extremely easy for others to find the products and tools that I'm using. So in every single one of my YouTube videos, I provide a nice little link to every single tool and every single material that I am actually using on the project. So if anyone actually clicks that link and then purchases either that product or something like it through my link, I'm getting a small kickback. So I know on Amazon right now, I'm averaging 15 to 20,000 clicks every single month, which is pretty incredible.
So cool. Now you're a part of other programs like Home Depot and also Etsy. How did you decide to go with those programs?
In all honesty, it was just because the fact that Amazon doesn't carry everything, even though they would like to think so, they don't, especially in the construction realm. And then with Etsy, there was a couple brands that I worked with that were specifically DIY brands that I actually utilize in videos. And that was one of my very first partnerships with a brand, was actually table legs, because I wanted to make this dining room table and I needed steel table legs. Well, I didn't want to spend $300 on beautiful steel table legs, so I reached out to a brand at that point, and they didn't give it to me for free, but they gave me a discount.
I love that. And so, really is just seeing where people are. It's so cool. People do buy a lot of things on the internet, but isn't it crazy though that the numbers are still really low? So being in affiliate marketing right now, you're at the very beginning of what is going to happen. So I'm sure that during what just happened in 2020, that so many people were probably ordering things on HomeDepot.com, on Amazon.com, on Etsy.com, right? For the things that you're recommending.
Yep. Yeah, there was a huge uptick at that point, and it was nice to see because people were actually using that time at home, hopefully in a positive and productive way by building something.
Mhm. I love it. And Leonardo, you also do affiliate marketing as well. And we had some people that were interested. How in the world do you do affiliate marketing as an entertainment and a reaction style channel? So how do you do that? How do you incorporate that stream of income into your work?
Well, I don't have cool tools like Brent does, like that I can review or open or unbox like many people. But in reacting to music, I encourage people like, okay, grab your headphones and let's listen to this song. And a lot of people were like, well, what headphones do you recommend? And instead of telling people, okay, well, go to Best Buy and buy this thing, I decided, hey, why don't I contact the company that I use and see if there's an affiliate program with them? Luckily, there was. And anytime somebody mention something in the comment like, hey, what headphones do you use? I just send them the link or put the link in the description below, and that allows them to go and purchase the same ones that I have. In fact, people send me pictures on Instagram and tell me, hey, look, I got your headphones, and just every once in a while talking about the headphones, like, oh, I love these headphones because you can hear everything so clear, the music, the sound, and every once in a while I get questions about like, hey, so you play guitar, and what guitar do you recommend? So that's when Amazon kicks in, and I can have like a beginner's package, like a bundle, with a guitar strings, guitar amp, and stuff like that they could just click and buy right directly from them, and it all adds up, especially like books on like scales or guitar method or practically anything. And once they get shopping for that instrument, anything else they buy it counts towards your link.
Yeah, so I'm over here in your one of your videos where you were like rocking out. I mean, come on, can we just like entertainment to the max? Look at this. Oh man, he's just look at the smile. I just love it.
I'm a professional air drummer.
Yes, I can watch this all day long. It's so good. But I want to show how you do this. So some people are like, entertainment, guys, he's just reacting to this song. But here you go right here, official merch. You've got some merch happening on Teespring. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But here you go, headphones, also the noise canceling headphones, gear that you use. So people are just wondering, how do you even make this cool setup? Yeah. So I'm sure people are looking at the things that you have in the back of your, the guitar and the cool light and, all of that. People want that stuff, and you're able to just put it right down in the description below. So it's not necessarily like you're recommending a product, but did you do a video on just the headphones?
No, I haven't even done a single video on the headphones. People just want to know what headphones I use.
So cool. And I'll bet people ask, like, what glasses do you have? What guitar has the back, right? Because everyone wants to be a part of what you're doing. Well, the third way of making money on YouTube is actually brand deals. And there is no one better actually to talk about this than Brent. Brent, you have done so many brand deals. If you go to your website right now, he's got all of these different brands that he's worked with. You've worked with big and small companies. Like you said, companies that you reached out to on Etsy and other companies who are sponsoring so much of your content. Talk about, though, what was it like? I know you talked about the legs for that table, but talk about some of the beginning brand deals that you had. How did you know what to price yourself, and what was that process like for you?
I mean, so early on when you're at that point, you have to realize no one's going to really give you money to do something on your YouTube channel. It's mainly about free product and what can I get for free, but I can also position myself nicely. So there was companies, plenty of companies that were just providing me product like a LED floodlight. That was one of my very first projects that I did that had some type of brand deal. They just sent me 2 free floodlights. I was like, okay, I'll install them. I'll do a video. Perfect. And slowly but surely, you actually get to the point where, okay, I can actually demand a compensation for it. And the nice thing about it is that it gradually gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And now I'm to a point where I actually had to hire a brand manager because there's so many brands that want to work with me. I don't have the time to actually answer all of these emails while also building and doing all my videography and voiceover and editing.
And it does. It starts to become like a second job managing all the brands that you want to work with. But when you first got started, did you right away go for brand deals, or did you start to build your influence first before starting to approach companies?
Yeah, I definitely built my influence first. I was not thinking whatsoever as far as what type of brand deals I could get. I know some different types of channels would think about that because it's such a nice avenue, and I wish I actually thought of it earlier. But for me personally, my first year on YouTube, I was just kind of seeing what was going to happen with it. I was just more doing it for a passion. I wanted to do something else that would help others out there in the world. So I wasn't even thinking about it as a job. Now it is my full-time career. I'm thinking about it every single day. But early on, when I was working with brands, it was all about just trying to get free product or trying to get that connection, because not just because your project is you're only getting free product from it at the very beginning doesn't mean you can't build that relationship into something huge. I've done brand deals where it was just for free product early on, but now because of where I am now, they're paying me potentially at least 4 to 5 figures for another brand deal.
Yeah, and we won't get into the specifics of how to hire a brand manager or any of those things. Brent's been at this for a while, and so those are kind of more advanced strategies that we're gonna hold on to, because first we want you to build your influence. We want you to get monetized on YouTube. We want you to start doing affiliate marketing, because brand deals, as much as they sound like they're fun, they're a lot of work, aren't they, Brent?
Yes, this is literally constant back and forth trying to land something, because not every brand really has a strategy for brand deals, especially in different marketplaces. So especially in the construction realm, not everyone is tech savvy and really understands the world of YouTube. But you just have to try and position yourself nicely. One of the key things that I wish I did sooner was to provide some type of media kit. And that's what I would suggest to anyone out there. If you are taking YouTube seriously and you really want to put yourself out in the best light possible with brands, create a small little media kit which just has who you are, analytics of your channel, and what you're about, which really resonates, I think, nicely with brands.
And an easy way to do that is actually over on a free site called canva.com. You type in media kit and you can actually get access to these beautiful kits that all you have to do is just throw a couple of photos in, and it tells you exactly what you should include on this. And you're right, this is what brands want to see. They don't want you to just email them blindly. They want to work with professionals. So if you're at a level where you're ready to start partnering with brands, you want to be professional in what you're doing. I love that you said that you built that influence first, though. And sometimes it just starts with free products or just affiliate memberships. It's not necessarily all about landing the 6-figure deals, which are really hard to land. So let's get into number 4. Number 4 is actually one of the ways that Leonardo makes income. And this is actually with the YouTube memberships and Patreon memberships. This is a great way for entertainment style content to be able to monetize and give more to their members. Can you talk through what does it look like to be a member of is it the La Familia? Is that correct?
La Familia, yeah, La Familia.
Right. La Familia. So what does it mean to be a member of that? How did you get started with YouTube memberships? Again, there is a threshold to this. So you do have to have 1,000 subscribers in order to get started. But walk us through, Leonardo, how do you use this as an income stream?
Yeah, a lot of the things that are being covered here are should be motivators for people to push to get to that threshold. But I started just like Brent, is you got to build a community. So I built a community of people who trusted my suggestions and songs, and I built a family. It's La Familia, is Spanish for family. So I built a good family that supported the channel. And I was hesitant to start Patreon, and a few of the subscribers were like, you got to start Patreon. And I'm like, I don't know, I feel kind of weird about it. And they're like, no, don't feel weird about it. Just start it. People will support you. And I opened it up, the first video that I posted the link to, and I suggested it. I was all awkward too, like, oh, there's a Patreon, follow us. And a funny thing is that a lot of people jumped on board. You think that they're not. You think like, why would anybody support this? I react to music. I never in my life thought that I would have so many people supporting music in that way, but it was. I think even Patreon was surprised, because in that first initial check, before they paid out that check, they're like, "There's some weird activity going on in your Patreon. We have to double check and make sure that." I guess they wanted to make sure that all these accounts were real, and then finally, when they verified that they were all real, then they made that first payment. But basically, Patreon is just a way for people to support your channel. You hear like radio stations that say like, "Hey, you can become a sponsor of this radio station for more, great content like this. You can jump on board and partner up with me, and for this much a month, you can gain access to behind the scenes footage, or you can gain access to like discounts on merchandise, things like that." And then YouTube memberships came along, and they made it easy for you to communicate with members only, so you can have members only content. Every once in a while, I'll do like a vlog where I'll update them on stuff that's coming up on the channel, so that they can get first view on things like that. When I started my podcast, I was pre-recording the podcast, and I gave them access to watch the podcast about 3 or 4 days before it actually went public, and it just makes them feel like they're supporting. They're like producers. Practically, they're supporting with a certain amount of dollars per month, and they keep the channel alive, and they know that, and they're proud to be a part of that. They have special stickers, like you saw there. I have my dog Archie back here. Is how I rate my music. I say, how many Archies do you give this song, and we rate it in Archies. And so they love Archie. They love the channel. They love my girlfriend Erika, who you've seen on the videos there too. They jump on board. They love to be a part of something big. They see that you're doing something big. They see you're going somewhere, and they're happy to push you and to encourage you and support you in that way.
Yeah, and there's a ton of videos on YouTube of how to set these up, but here's a couple key things that I want to point out that you did on this. One, you did it from a good place. You weren't like, please subscribe, please join this so that I can get a ton of money. And then you were like, hey, if you want to support what I'm doing, just like a radio show does, like you educated your viewers and you gave them a way to go deeper with you. And you did a community building, tribe building aspect of it, which is the Archies. And that's a part of what people are doing. Someone said, can any content creator do this? Yes, but you have to make this a strategic strategy, meaning that, Leonardo, you're putting time and energy into these folks who are investing in you. Is that right?
Right. And you have to, it's not a trade-off. It's not like you become a member and so I give you this, but they have access. You got to make sure that they feel like they have access, and they have some fun stickers that they can use. Just this morning, I had a live stream and someone was like, hey, what's the green? Because they have their name in green, and they're like, oh, you become a member. Cool. How can I become a member? And then they encourage each other, and they see that they have special stickers, special emojis that they can use, and all that.
It's so cool. And the next one actually we'll stick on with you right now is actually other ways that YouTube monetizes. So here's a couple things that I want to make sure people know that they can do. And I want you to talk through this a little bit. A couple ways when you go into your YouTube studio and you go down to monetization, again, you need to be partnered with YouTube. You need to have 1,000 subscribers to be able to have this. But when you go into these supers, you actually showed me a cool feature today that I had to turn on. But there's a few other ways that while you're live streaming and now while you're not live streaming, people can actually tip you, right? They can do these things called super chats and super stickers. Talk about how you utilize that in your entertainment style content.
So a lot of my videos are, because of copyright issues, they're not allowed to have the super chats because you're not allowed to monetize on copyright material like music. But every once in a while I'll jump on a live and I'll do like a spontaneous live Q&A, and I'll answer questions from members, and a lot of times they'll jump in and support. So they'll donate like $2 and then ask their question, or they'll say like, hey, here's $50 so you can take your girlfriend out for dinner, things like that. And they support you with just like they're like tips. They're like tipping you, like, hey, thanks for everything you do. Thanks for your for the information that you provide. And that's one way they're doing. So when when you're doing a live like we are right now, there's a super chat they can pay and tip you. Then they have super stickers. They can buy a sticker. It's the same as a super chat. But today, I noticed that there's a new thing called super thanks, and that's not just for live video streaming. It's going to be available soon, apparently by the end of the year, for everyone, where people can actually tip you on a video that you've already uploaded. So they can be watching your video and loving it, and there's a little button in the bottom that'll say thanks, and they're able to click on it and then donate $2 as a sort of thank you for the information. So educational videos are going to be big for that, I think, because the more you educate people, the more information you give them, they're grateful for it, and a lot of them are compelled to tip you for that.
Yeah, it's really interesting too. You know, we'll be doing a live stream. I'll be doing like a YouTube Made Simple show, and I'll be live, and someone will just super chat $10 and just say thank you so much for this content. And it feels so cool as a creator because you know that you're giving value, and this is a way that someone can help you support what you're doing. These are all different ways that you can support. But as a content creator, having all these multiple ways of income really helps, right, Leonardo?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it does. It really does, especially if you have something that you're working towards. Like, you know, in my case, I just wanted to free my mother from this person who was tormenting us, and thanks to YouTube, and also, I mean, I keep credit where credit is due. Also, think media, you know, like, yes, you have all this free information. Like I started off watching all your videos online for free, and eventually I was like, there's got to be more to it than what they're giving us, and there's this wonderful treasure of information that just took it to the next level, you know, and so thanks to all of that, I was able to supplement his income, and now my mom still works, but now I get to do this from the comfort of my own home. I get to stay here. I get to drop my daughter off at school, pick her up from school. I get to, you know, take a break if I wanted to, take a nap in the middle of the day, which things like that. So,
which I do all the time, actually. As a YouTuber, I nap in the middle of the day all the time. It's like part of the badge of honor you get to wear with that. So fun. Well, I'm really excited. A couple questions did come in. A lot of these on YouTube specifically, the YouTube Partner Program and these other ways of monetizing through memberships and also through the supers that are available. You do have to reach that threshold of 1,000 subscribers. And here's why. YouTube wants to make sure that you are a legit creator. They don't want spammers trying to spam people. So this is a good thing. It protects us as creators when they have a threshold of people getting to that. And it's such a great way to create community online. It's such a cool way that YouTube's given us so many tools. By the way, one of the only platforms, I know that you can monetize on TikTok, you can monetize a little on Instagram, but one of the only ways that Leonardo was able to go full time and be able to help his mom in the situation she was in because of the revenue sharing that YouTube themselves does with their creators. It's just a really, really cool way to make money online. The next way is actually number 6, which is doing contracted projects. So this is great I also look at this too as like coaching or consulting. So it's this idea that using the stream that YouTube gives you of putting out great content into the world, helping people, you actually can gain influence, and people are calling Brent saying, hey, I saw the deck you made. Can you come make me a deck? So Brent, talk about how this has really impacted your family and your income because of the influence on YouTube.
Yeah, it was massive because with my industry, and there's a lot of different industries that we could relate this to, but with my industry, it's construction. So I did have a set of skills that people needed a deck, people needed a shed, and therefore I built that for them, and it worked out perfectly because I could build them something, get an hourly wage, or I submitted a budget for the project, but I also was able to create content at the same time. And the real aspect of where the channel is now is that I wanted to have consistent content on the platform, and consistency is so important when it comes to YouTube. And throughout the entire year, I've been trying to get out videos every single week, versus when I was working for someone else, it was more maybe once a month. And that was a key aspect, not only to growing my following on YouTube, but also making my skills better, as well as more likelihood of people finding me because there's more videos out there.
It's amazing. And we get this a lot with with coaching and with even being able to sell an online course. I mean, YouTube is our main driver of people discovering us and discovering the possibility of going deeper and working with us. So if you, are an author, a speaker, you do DIY work, you do consulting, maybe you're in finance or real estate, this is such a great avenue to be able to get additional leads into your business, right? To be able to get those people that are so interested in what you're doing into your business. Inside of Video Ranking Academy, we have architects, we have gardeners, we have Brent is in there, so we have contractors, and we have so many skilled people who are able to get leads just from YouTube. Well, I want to bring up the next and final way. We're doing 7 ways. We'll review them. Number 1 was AdSense. Number 2 was affiliate marketing. Number 3 was brand deals. Number 4 was YouTube memberships and Patreon memberships. Number 5, YouTube monetization. Wow, I feel like Vanna White right now. Number 6 was contract to work. And number 7, which I think is underrated, especially for entertainment channels and channels like Leonardo's, really is things like just Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. Talk about how this is a revenue stream for you, Leonardo, and maybe a cool story about how this has impacted your income.
Yes. Well, sometimes you approach things like the channel and you think, well, there's tons of people who do reaction videos, right? You can just type in reaction to anything and you'll get hundreds of people, right? But the thing is, you have something unique that to offer. Like there's something that only you can offer, whether it's your personality, whether it's like your sense of humor or your insight to music or whatever product or whatever thing, like you just mentioned, like real estate. There's something special that you can offer. So first and foremost, thinking about what value you can provide, what you can give, for free or offer people a value. And when it comes to Cash App and PayPal, there are people who want to donate money to you. I know it sounds weird, but there are people out there, good people, who love you for who you are, or they love what you're doing, or they see themselves in you somehow, and they just want to encourage you, right? So in my case, I have people who love the songs that I'm reviewing, and you get a lot of people just requesting songs. Unfortunately, I would love to do them all. In fact, I tried at one point. I was doing a video a day for about 4 or 5 months until I almost burned out. But then little by little, someone actually said, hey, do you have a Cash App? I said, yeah. He goes, I'm going to send you a Cash App. And they send me a Cash App request for a song. And I was like, wait a minute, you're now paying me to do? And I was like, okay, sure. So what I do is I encourage people. So I say like, hey, today's video is brought to you by, and I mention their name. So like, hey, today's video is brought to you by Andrew Lethco. And he requested that we listen to this song. And so here you go. And they love that. They love that you're mentioning them. So they're in a way sponsoring that specific video, right? With a Cash App donation. They don't need to know how much it is. It could be $2, $5, or more. But the fact that there's the ones that are sponsoring that one with that video, which can also still be monetized, or I don't know how that works. But I've had people donate, anywhere from $1 to up to a good decent amount. In fact, I had one gentleman who really loves the channel. He's a big supporter of the channel. He got a bonus at work for I don't know how much his bonus was, but he wanted to bless the channel, and he donated through Cash App. He donated $1,000 to my channel. And at first it felt weird to accept that kind of donation, because it's like, that's a lot of money. Like, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Are you sure you didn't accidentally click an extra 0 or something? I'm like, are you sure? And he's like, yeah. He's like, use it however you want. And I'm pretty sure that I just wanted to bless you. I've been blessed by your channel. I just want to bless your channel. And so thanks to him, you can take a look at some of my videos before, I think it was November of that last year, and you'll see the lighting was a lot different, and the quality of my camera was a lot different. And so thanks to that donation, I was able to, up my game a little bit more, and now I'm able to continue with it. In fact, I also gave away like Amazon gift cards and stuff, so it allows you to still give back and to accept those types of donations from people. And I still receive them almost every day.
It's just incredible. I mean, trying to get to your first 1,000 subscribers, you weren't even or $1,000. You weren't even expecting that to be something. And there are good people in the world who want to support your art and your vision. I do not believe that you need to be a starving artist. I do believe that YouTube is a way that you can have a full-time career, and you can be surrounded by some incredible people like Leonardo is. And I just want to show, just like you said, I mean, this is the journey. This is, you see how cool he is right now? Like, look at how cool Leonardo is. We got a TV tray right here, right? We got the light in the back. We're not even sitting in front of the microphone. I mean, it's been a journey, huh?
It has been. I still have one microphone, but you know, I was looking to invest in another mic. But yeah, look at that.
I love it. It's so great. And then to see where you are now, just is incredible. And just to see that, you know, there are good people in the world who want to support what you're doing. And really, these are all just ways of doing income stacking on YouTube. So it's not just one way. Most of the times when you experience a creator, it's not just one way that they make income because, well, one, usually it's a lot of streams that flow into the river that make full-time possible. And full-time is different for everyone, right? And really your motivation for what you're doing and how you're doing it. I know, Brent, your story really was you were doing YouTube on the side of your main job for so long. And then you really just took that step and were able to really invest in your own channel and have that. Whereas Leonardo came in, pandemic happened. He's like, I need to start something. So he started a channel and went all in. So you might be at a different place in your life than either one of these two creators. But just to let you know, it is definitely possible, but it takes work. So as we end, because I have you both here on the spot, I just need to ask, so many people right now are on the fence of deciding whether they should invest in their education and go deeper with us in Video Ranking Academy. I have not pre-asked this question, so I don't know what you're gonna say. And so this is just Heather asking you, what would you say to someone who's on the fence of deciding if they should be a part of our Video Ranking Academy community, Brent?
Well, it's perfect timing because I love podcasts. I listen to podcasts all the time, especially at the job site. And there was a one line that just struck a chord so well with me. And he was English, so I'll try and say this is my best English accent. But he specifically said, have the courage to be rubbish. Or have the courage to be rubbish. That's what he specifically said. And it was basically dictating, don't be afraid to start even if it's bad. Because no matter what, no matter how much you prepare, that very first video is gonna be rubbish. Just like my very first video, I look back at it and I cringe a little bit inside because of how rough it is. But it gives me pride because it now shows me how far I've come. And no matter what, no matter how many skills you have, at the very beginning, you're going to be rubbish. But through hard work, through dedication, through working on yourself, if you continuously work and build upon yourself and build upon your skills, you're going to get better and better.
Wow, very well said. I'm going to write that one down. Have the courage to be rubbish. I love that so much. Leonardo, you've been a part of our family for just over a year. Oh, no, less than a year, right? I think 6-7 months now. Incredible to see what you've done with your channel. But to someone who's on the fence of deciding if Think Media are the coaches that they want, and if they want to invest their time and energy and money into the next step with us in the bundle, what would you say to someone on the fence?
I'd have to quote Shia LaBeouf and just say, just do it. Just do it. And I know this program is called Think, but don't think about it. Just sign up for it. Don't second guess yourself. Once you click on it and sign up for the program, you're gonna have access to tons of videos, tons of information that you won't get on YouTube. Yes, Think Media holds back the good stuff for the other, for those who are seriously committed, because there's no point in giving away all that free information if you're not gonna run, follow through. So if you're serious about whatever your goal may be, whatever it is to make a little extra money, to go on vacation, or if it's something more serious like mine, which was to help my mother out, or like Sean, who was just wanted to pay all those medical bills and stuff like that. You have to have that. You look at your why, and if it's worth it, $97 a month is nothing. Like you probably spend that on a trip to Walmart. You go to Walmart to buy like a gallon of milk, and you walk out of there with like $150 worth of stuff that you don't even remember you bought. So just seriously, just sign up for it. Go for it. There's tons of information on there that'll be like incredibly valuable to you, that will help you get to that first $1,000 and first 1,000 subscribers. It's worth it. It's really worth it when you see all the things that we just talked about right now with all the great things that you could do with like super chats and Venmo donations and all the things that are holding you back right now because you can't do those stuff because you don't have that first 1,000. Like it's worth it. Just keep pushing it. It's just like Brent said, like just press record. Don't be rubbish or be rubbish. Have the courage to be rubbish. I mean, look at I started sweating when I saw that footage of my my lighting. I started sweating.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't bring mine up.
I was trying to find it.
And honestly speaking, like I said this earlier before we got started, but like my YouTube channel hopes to be like Brent's YouTube channel when it grows up. Like he's got like a lot of people on there, a lot of awesome affiliates and a lot of awesome people that he's working with, and anyone can do that. Anyone can. There it is.
Oh, look at that good
Here
stuff.
you go, Brent. Here you go. I mean, might as well just show, this is just Brent in the early days. Here's the can, here's the thing, here's you doing the project, right? Just so cool to see just the evolution of what you guys have done. Well, thank you guys.
And everything done on my iPhone for years. Everything was done on my iPhone for years. No special cameras, just my little iPhone.
Well, I got one for you too. I did it on my Android too before I started on my Android, so that's even worse. The quality.
No, that is no. Did you need to hear that inside of the challenge? Both of these guys started with their phones when they started. It wasn't all the fancy equipment. It wasn't all the cool stuff. Just so incredible. Well, I just want to thank both of you for so many things. One, for being action takers. You know, if you guys both know, being around us, that like that is our biggest thing. We just want people to take action. And I'm just so grateful that both of you have become success students. Both of you are successful in your own ways, doing your own things. And like Brent said at the beginning, you're just getting started. Isn't it crazy to think that while you've been crushing it on YouTube for this long, that you're just getting started and there's so much more opportunity. I can't wait to bring you guys back on next year and talk about all the success that you've had beyond this year. But I just want to thank you both for being here tonight, for pouring into people. And where can they find you if they want to be part of your tribe, Leonardo?
On YouTube, it's Leonardo Torres Music, so you can just find me there, and then all my socials are linked to that page.
So good. My non-cousin Leonardo, I'm sure the coolest last name, right?
Right.
I love it. And Brent, where can they go? And where can I get a cool shirt, Brent? I want a BYOT shirt.
Yeah, you can be a sexy beast, right?
Yes, I should be a sexy beast shirt. Yes.
Everything on my platform is going to be BYO Tools. So BYOTOOLS, which means bring your own tools.
That's cool.
Well, I hope that you got all of these 7 ways of how to make money. And isn't it awesome that Leonardo was sharing his journey as an entertainment channel and the ways you can make money, not even on YouTube, but with your YouTube channel. Brent is actually now a successful YouTuber. He does this full time now, as well as Leonardo, but he's getting clients from his YouTube channel. So I hope that you implement at least one of these and let me know in the comment section below, which income stream are you doing right now on your YouTube channel? Well, like I said, this episode is brought to you by our Grow with Video Live conference. It's coming up very soon, and I want to make sure that you secure your ticket if you're interested in the #1 conference for YouTubers. This is for you if you want to learn how to grow and scale your YouTube channel to 1,000 subscribers and beyond. You're going to have the whole Think Media team there for you, as well as some amazing giveaways. We've partnered with some awesome brands who are going to be bringing you things like cameras and microphones and free subscriptions and full YouTube starter kits. I can't wait for you to be there and get all of the knowledge of this year's Grow with Video Live. It's virtual, so you can come and be a part of this conference from the comfort of your own home or office or out back, wherever you are, you can be a part of this conference. Check out this clip for more information.
Not growing on YouTube? Learn the newest strategies for getting views and the best proven ways to make money at Grow with Video Live, a 2-day virtual conference. And you can get your tickets today at growwithvideolive.com.
iPhone 16e has the best battery life for an iPhone this size, so nothing's stopping you from getting the high score, except the stairs, benches, and rails. iPhone 16e, latest iPhone, greatest price.
Dry, brittle hair? Need some intensive care. Pantene.
So you want to start a YouTube channel and you have decided that this is your year. Maybe you've gone to YouTube already. You've watched videos on how to actually start, but you want to know the secrets to YouTube success. Well, rather than Googling your eyes out trying to find this information, I've brought to you two amazing YouTubers who have reached over 100,000 subscribers. And we're going to break down 10 things that we wish we knew if we were starting a YouTube channel this year. Well, my name is Heather Torres, and you are watching the YouTube Made Simple show, the show where we go to overcome your fears, gain confidence on camera, and create a thriving YouTube channel with your message. And actually, this show right now is brought to you by our YouTube 1K challenge. I'll share more information about that with you during today's episode, but I want to introduce you to the two content creators that we have with me today. The first one is Lauren. Lauren is a cancer survivor as a child, and she knows the importance of living in the moment. That's why at the age of 27, Lauren quit her cushy job as a research scientist to pursue a career in music. When Lauren was 16, her very own mother told her sister not to buy her a guitar because she would waste it. Well, Lauren decided she was going to teach herself how to play the guitar on her own. And in 2010, Lauren decided to give a shot at entrepreneurship and started teaching voice and guitar lessons out of a spare bedroom in her small apartment in Boston, Massachusetts. She had zero teaching experience, but knew that that was what she needed to do. She has taught on YouTube now and now has a channel that's over 100,000 subscribers. Lauren, welcome to the YouTube Made Simple show.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me.
I'm so excited that you're here. We're going to get into 10 tips, but I want to introduce our other co-creator today, and that creator is Andrew Tui. Did I say that right, Andrew? I hope I did. I should have asked beforehand. But Andrew is the creator of Dadverb, and he produces content for new parents and young families from a dad's perspective. He creates videos and reviews for a variety of family-related products, including home tech, toys, baby gear, and gadgets for dads. His goal is to encourage dads, educate new parents, and bring a new vibe to the world of parenting. As he blends the review videos with personal vlogs, his ultimate goal is to celebrate fatherhood and elevate dads' voices in the parenting space. He's built a successful YouTube channel to over 100,000 subscribers. Andrew, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. And it's Andrew Tew, rhymes with few.
See, I knew it.
It gets a lot, for sure.
I got it. Well, hey, I am so excited and fired up that both of you guys are here today. And before we got on today's show, we actually talked about 10 reasons. We've discussed 20 reasons, but we distilled them down to 10 that we thought that new creators needed to know about. So, Lauren, the first one is consistency is key. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, being new to YouTube, I didn't understand that, I would do like a block of videos and I'd upload like 10 videos on the same day all at once because I knew nothing about YouTube when I started, right? So I think knowing that, getting into a schedule of I'm going to record and picking a day, even if it's just one day a week, I'm going to post a video every Saturday. Getting into that habit of having a schedule is super important to being successful on YouTube, because I think consistency really is key, because it's showing that YouTube algorithm, hey, we're doing this every week. We're consistently putting data into the system. And, I think that was a big failure for me in the beginning because, I do a few videos and then like life would happen, right? Because you get busy, and then I do a few more videos. So I literally, when I go back and look at my analytics in YouTube, I have spaces of like 2 or 3 months where I didn't even upload a single video within like the first year when I was doing YouTube. And then I learned that, you have to get consistent. I had to take this serious if I was going to be successful, and started posting every week. And now for my guitar teaching channel, I post twice a week, every week.
Golden Oreo Cakesters. Enter soft mode.
What keeps baby's skin healthy? A diaper that doesn't leave skin wet. That's why Pampers Swaddlers absorbs wetness better for up to 100% leak-proof protection and 0% skin irritation. Pampers, for healthy baby skin.
That is amazing. Twice a week, every single week. But you built up to that, right? You know, consistency doesn't necessarily happen overnight, like you said, but it is the build up to that. Well, actually starting a YouTube channel, Andrew, as you know, really means that you have to become the jack of all trades. Talk a little bit about this as it comes to starting a new YouTube channel. And what does this mean when you say embrace being a jack of all trades?
So it's wild because this realization hit me like just a couple days ago when I read an article from Social Blue Book, and it's expected for creators to truly be a jack of all trades and embrace certain things. One thing being copywriting, another thing being really good at design, knowing how to Photoshop thumbnails, principles in videography. There's lighting, you have to understand cameras, understand microphones. There's video SEO, how to rank videos, and there's social media management, right? And then you have to like sell yourself, because if you want to work with brands down the line, there's things that you have to learn just to sell yourself in. These are so many characteristics and traits that like people go to school for and people pay tons of money to learn. Like I went to college for copywriting, right? And this is just one aspect of what it's kind of like, what's needed of a content creator today in 2021. So it's overwhelming at times, but at the same time, like you have to embrace so much. And it's actually really exciting just to be like, I am learning an insane amount of stuff, and I can do it so quickly now through YouTube, through VRA, through so many different things. And but the one thing to understand is that you really do have to embrace that. There's going to be a lot required of you. There's going to be a lot asked of you, and really trying to master all of these things. That's really that's really going to define you as a creator. It's going to help.
Mm-hmm. Man, and I feel like when you start on YouTube, I view it as like the movie credits on the end of a movie, and you see just the line of all the people it took to produce that. That's you at the beginning, right? It is you being the person on everything you're doing, but not in a discouraging way. I think it's so awesome to get to learn all of these new and valuable skills. And we're going to talk a little more. Yeah, we're going to talk a little more about that as one of your points too in a bit, Andrew. But man, I think the next one is so key. And we went over this one, number 3, that Lauren brought up, which was to know your exact audience. And we talked about this inside of our YouTube 1K challenge, one of our YouTube challenges, where it really is about understanding your niche. But I love how you said this, Lauren, know your exact audience. Why don't you tell us a little more about that?
Yeah, so, like I said, I'm a guitar teacher, and I knew, because I used to teach privately, there was a certain group of people that I really connected with, and that tended to be people over the age of 50. And I was like, well, these people tend to be ignored online because people think like people who are older aren't like technologically savvy and yada, yada. So I said, I'm going to just tailor my channel to this audience, which meant that I needed to, when I do my tutorials, I go a little bit slower. I make sure that I repeat things a lot of times. Now, I know when someone is watching one of my videos and they're like a younger person, because they're like, you're too slow, you're talking too much, like go faster. But that's not who my video is for. My video is for an older learner. And specifically, because I do a lot of music lessons, so I do a lot of song tutorials, I'm doing the songs they love. I'm doing the Beatles. I'm doing, Neil Young, Led Zeppelin. I'm not doing a lot of modern music. And every once in a while I do something a little bit more modern. I think I just did an REM song and that went over well, but sometimes they don't always go over well because they're out of the genre of the decade that my audience likes. So I really cater my content to people over the age of 50, particularly men who are retired, and we just love the same music, and we vibe off of each other. I have my Camaro in the background. They all notice the classic car, and we just have a lot in common. So it makes it really, really easy to interact with them. And I was just like, I'm just going to focus on these people. And once I did that, I noticed that my audience started growing. And I get women, just because my demographic is a male, I still get women who are on my channel. I still get women who buy my guitar courses. It's just I'm catering my content to an older male audience, but you will hit other people as well. So just because you're focusing in on one person, don't think you're ignoring everyone else, but you really got to speak to that person.
And Andrew, you're really the same way when it comes to your parenting channel. One, you're speaking to dads, which was an underserved audience, I think, online. Maybe you can speak to this topic a little bit more too, for you knowing your exact audience, because you're a cool dad. I mean, let's be real, Andrew. You're a cool dad. You've got cool tech. I mean, when you look at your videos, I'm like, I'm sure dads want to beat you. So what is it like for you to speak to your exact audience and really know who you're talking to?
Yeah, I try to be a cool dad, but yeah, I mean, when I first started out, I remember like looking for reviews of strollers or just things that, that you seek out as a parent. And I came across a lot of videos of moms who they provided good content, but they didn't do it in an efficient way that I would have done it. And I just wasn't finding that. And I knew that there was a whole plethora of guys out there, of dads out there who were seeking what I was seeking. So, I had the know-how, and I was like, I'm going to do that. I'm going to set out to be that solution. And I knew what they wanted. They wanted precise, quick, with, lots of good detail and lots of pretty things to look at, because B-roll is, I emphasize B-roll, but I knew that those are the things that they wanted, and I tried to fill that void.
Yeah, and I think you did such an incredible job when I watch your videos. I'm not even a dad, and I don't even have babies, and I watch your videos because they're so good. Number 4, though, is probably one for me that hits home so much for a brand new content creator. And Andrew, you brought this one up, and it's really about not letting the numbers define you. Talk about maybe your experience with this and why you think it's important that as a new content creator starting a channel this year, that to not let the numbers be the thing that drive them.
I put so much emphasis in the numbers, in my subscriber counts, and the retention rate, and everything. And truly, I looked so hard into that, and I thought that that's what I was. Because of that number, 14 views, that was like the number that always hit me. I worked so hard, like 10 hours on a video, and I got 14 views. I'm like, that's what I'm worth. I'm worth 14 views. And it took me a while to realize that it's actually not. Like, you're creating content that helps people. And sometimes it's not going to have a mass effect, but it doesn't matter, because going back to the first point, you're learning all these things. You're learning how to write scripts. You're learning new techniques in lighting. You're learning all these things. So just because it's not hitting all these massive numbers, it doesn't matter, because you as a person are growing. You are getting better. You're getting stronger. And that's something that like the numbers can't tell you or can't tell people. And you want to you see the actual number because you correlate that to success, but you got to look past that. You got to look past it and recognize that you are growing as a creator. I like to equate things to basketball a lot. And like, you can read a box score and see how many rebounds, assists, and whatever they got, but like it doesn't speak to who they are as a defensive player and how much hustle they have off the boards. And so there's so many things that go beyond the numbers. So it's only natural to look into that, but understand that as you grow as a creator, you're becoming more dynamic and learning so many more things. And little by little, you're getting better as a creator, even if the numbers are, what you perceive to be successful.
Oh man, that just hits home. Especially, I love how you just equated that to, players in basketball. And man, it really is. I look at it too, like when you plant a new plant, it doesn't, unless you are like me and you go to Home Depot and you actually buy a plant that's already like growing. But usually you've got to like put the seed in the soil, water the soil. You got to let sun hit the soil. It takes time. And that doesn't mean that the plant's not growing, but it's just that the numbers at the beginning shouldn't define you. It should really be about that output goal. How many videos are you putting on your channel? And speaking of videos, we are in the middle of our YouTube 1K challenge. And I want to make sure that you get all the details. to the YouTube 1K challenge. Also, like this video, subscribe if you're not already subscribed, and I want you to check this out real quick, and we'll get back into other tips for starting your YouTube channel.
This video is brought to you by Tube1KChallenge.com. It's our free 5-day, highly interactive online event where I'm going to be sharing with you the exact steps that I took to start, grow, and scale my YouTube channel. From shooting videos in my bedroom,
this is, I guess, the first Sean Thinks vlog,
to generating over 150 million video views and ultimately building a multi-million-dollar home-based business. It's going to be fun. So save your spot by heading to Tube1KChallenge.com, or you can just click the link in the description.
Hello, handsome. And hello, random chair. Clean up with Apple Intelligence means goodbye, chair. iPhone 16e. Latest iPhone, greatest price.
Have you had your Hershey's?
All right, we're going to get into tip number 5, but if you're getting value out of this video already, please let me know in the comment section below what your aha moment is so far. And tip number 5 is good content trumps video quality. Lauren, tell me a little bit about this one, because this is the world I live in right now, because good content is king, right? So tell me a little bit about this and your journey in creating content.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a video, my most popular video on YouTube right now, I think has like 1.7 million views, and it was done with my phone. I recorded it with a phone. I didn't have a fancy camera. I didn't have the nice lighting and the nice microphone. It is dark. It is grainy. It is horrible in terms of like videography. But the content, again, this content was so good that my audience really resonated with it, and it gave them a big win, what I was going over in this guitar lesson. And I think people just started engaging on it. It was actually my first video that took off, and it took, just for you guys who are out there grinding, okay, this video didn't take off until 2.5 years after I had recorded it. So you just never know when a video is going to take off, but it proved to me, because it's horrible, this video. I'm embarrassed by the video. It's so bad video-wise, but it didn't matter to the people who were watching the video. The content was awesome. I still get views and comments on that video all the time. So again, there's definitely videos out there now that are in HD quality. This is not. I think it's just standard quality. It's my phone, and people still love it. So focus on good quality content that gives a win, to your audience, or really helps solve a problem for your audience.
Man, so valuable. Oh my goodness, I feel this so much, because I love that too. You said you didn't even know that was the video that was going to be the one, and I have this one right now. It's almost embarrassing, really. It's on our Think Media channel. It's going viral right now, and I am like, grainy webcam. I'm literally like this close to the camera. It's so embarrassing, and it's
like the thing you don't want to go viral goes viral, and or the video, you're like, this one's gonna be the one, and it doesn't go anywhere, and you're like, I don't know.
Yes, it always seems to be that way, right? It's like the one that you put all the time and effort into is like wah wah, but the one that I see that on TikTok too. People say that all the time. They're like, I put so much time into this, and it's the one that they were like dancing with their daughter.
It's true. Yeah.
Oh man. Well, this next one, Andrew, you brought up, and it really is that that you need to truly be passionate about your niche, or it will show. Go ahead and talk about that a little bit, because I think this is important for people who are trying to figure out what their thing is and how critical it is to really latch on to a good thing.
Yeah. So I have, friends come up to me and like, hey, you're a YouTuber, like, what if I did this? And I'm like, well, why are you doing it? Is it just a one-off thing? You're like into it right now? Or do you actually truly love it? Because when you actually like love something, you're in on it, you can just talk forever about it. If you really, really like a movie, it's really easy for you to just be like, you should go watch this movie because blah, blah, and you can rattle off all the reasons why you like the movie and go, right? But if it's something that you're just kind of like, I'm in it just to make money. I'm in it for, the wrong reasons. You hear that a lot in The Bachelor, right? Are you in it for the right reasons? Are you in it for the right reasons? Because if you're not, the content's going to slip, right? And so you want to really love what you're doing. You want to wake up every morning, especially if you're trying to build this up to be your future. You want to love that future, right? So, really don't just do it for the money or to make business or anything like that. Do it because you actually love it. You have a deep passion for the niche and you can contribute valuable content for that niche.
Mm-hmm. And, really, Lauren, your story is just so amazing in the idea of really being passionate about guitar. I mean, you're really passionate about guitar. It's not something that you just kind of picked up on the side. I mean, you self-taught yourself how to do this. And tell me why it's so important that you should really love your niche.
I think that's the thing that keeps you going through the grind. I mean, I will admit, I honestly almost quit twice on my YouTube channel because it's that grind. You're putting stuff, you're putting all this time and energy. Andrew was talking about being the jack of all trades. You're uploading videos, you're editing videos, you're doing the research. It does, bring you down sometimes. I'm not going to say it's easy. YouTube is hard work, but it's totally worth it. And that passion is what's going to keep you pushing through. When I get messages from people, I get comments, from older learners who are in their 70s or 80s saying, this never made sense to me, but I watched your video and it finally clicked. That's what keeps you motivated to move forward. So I always tell people, find that why, find that passion, because in the beginning, you're not going to make a lot of money on YouTube. Eventually you will, but let the passion drive you, because that's what's going to get you through those low points and keep you pushing and uploading.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it will. It definitely will. There's going to be ups and downs on this journey. I mean, here's the thing. If it was easy, everyone would be doing it. There's a reason why you guys made it to over 100,000 subscribers, got that silver play button, and are on your way to 1 million and then 10 million beyond that, if that's what's right, And I think this one, the point number 7, speaks so much about why YouTube is such a great place. And that is Lauren's point about building a community. If there's something I wish I knew getting started on YouTube, it would have been this first, right, Lauren?
Why is Rich so good? So annoying.
Buttery, salty show-offs.
I love them.
Is that a smile?
This is a salty club.
Salty. You're gonna get us kicked out.
So?
That's better.
Loved by everyone, even the saltiest.
And the ways you can do that is to have community groups, whether you use a Facebook group. I have a couple Facebook groups. I have a free one and a paid one, but also just commenting on your comments. I literally, even to this day, and I get messages from people, I literally respond to almost every single comment that I can on my channel, and I get emails from people or just even messages. People can't believe that I actually responded to their comment. So get to know your people. You're going to find that the same people comment over and over. And, I did a live today and some of those people popped on and I was like, hey, I remember when you commented this on this video. And I remember when you did this on this video. People like to be recognized. And, even when I only had 10,000 subscribers and I wasn't a big YouTube person, people just really want to get to know you and they want to have that interaction with you. So, when you get your community tab, make sure to put polls and get interest from your audience. Just try to interact with them in as many ways as possible and make them feel like they're part of the process too.
That is great. And I love you two are both part of our Video Ranking Academy community. And before we got on the stream, I was like, have we actually met in person? Because I really honestly feel like I know you guys because of just the community, right? And just getting like-minded people around each other online. I mean, we have people that are watching right now that are from around the world that are a part of our community, but it's that one-to-one interaction, right? It's that time you get to spend with someone in the Facebook group or on a live show or whatever that looks like, meeting up at an event. It just becomes this, when we get to do it together, it makes it so much better. Don't you agree, Andrew?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It does. It speaks volumes.
And number 8, Andrew, I loved this point. It was always be a scholar, not a student. Talk about this when it comes to building your YouTube channel, and what you wish you would have known is this.
So I always want to embrace the ideology of being a scholar and not a student. What is a student? Well, a student is a person who does the assignments, they go to class, they get the job done, and they learn what they need to, and then they stop. A scholar is someone who's always learning. They never stop learning, even when they reach the peak. They are on top of the world. There's still something to learn, still something to master, still a way to get better. And that's something that I always seek. And I feel like sometimes it's actually affected me sometimes, where I feel like I've got like complacent with where I'm at. When I first started, like 2015, 16, there were like creators like Zach Calder and Casey Neistat, who, I tried to emulate them. I tried to emulate their styles, and I was able to like mimic that and learn what they did. And I was able to incorporate some of those techniques into my videography. And I felt like I was on a good path. And as I started to kind of like see a little bit of growth in my channel, I'm like, okay, it seems like the formula is working. Okay. And then all of a sudden, like, I felt like a weight hit me where I'm like, I'm not incorporating anything new with my B-roll. I'm not adding any fun things to like improve myself. The content's working, but like, what am I doing? I kind of got complacent. It's because I stopped becoming a scholar. I was a student. I felt like I got this. I'm doing okay, when I wasn't, and I should have been learning something new, whether it was some video SEO or working on better audio. There's always something to improve, and a student will always find a way to just be complacent, but a scholar will never stop improving.
Wow. I mean, aha moment like crazy, because that is such a valuable tip. The idea of always learning. And really, I feel like every level that you go, now you guys have both crossed the 100,000 subscriber mark, millions of views, you're learning new things, right? Every level of this journey just requires you to always be present and always be learning. Such a great tip. Number 9, though, I think it's us back to the nitty gritty of YouTube being YouTube, and that is that YouTube is a search engine. So number 9 is that keyword and content research is important. Tell us a little bit about that, Lauren.
Yeah, and again, going back to the beginning, I was just uploading videos because I was just uploading videos. I knew I needed to get like videos and content on this platform, but I didn't really know like exactly what to do. And then I learned a bit about, SEO, search engine optimization. I saw some people asking what that was in the chat, and just learning, what are the do's and don'ts? What does YouTube like? What does it not like? And what is your audience like too? And finding the best keywords to rank videos. Video Ranking Academy, it's all about ranking videos and getting a video to rank. That video that has 1.7 million views, 1.7 million views, it's ranking for something. It's showing people are typing in, how to learn beginner guitar chords, or what's the best beginner guitar chords, and this video is coming up and people are going and watching that. So you got to know what people are searching for on YouTube. That's important, because if you're doing a video on something that nobody's interested, nobody's going to watch it anyway. You're not going to get any views. So you got to know what content your audience wants, but you also have to make sure, that it's getting enough search volume so that, hey, if your video does get ranked, it's actually helping to grow your subscribership and grow your channel versus just kind of like sitting there.
Hello, handsome. And hello, random chair. Clean up with Apple Intelligence means goodbye, chair. iPhone 16e. Latest iPhone, greatest price.
Big Tropic Bowl fan, are we? Lucky you. I saw you just got an upgrade at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. 2 words, Nutella drizzle. And the exotic new Dragon Fruit Bowl is as tropical as it gets. Dive spoon first. You're on tropic time now.
Wow, keyword research is all that we do here at Think Media. I mean, it's so critical to every single video that you do. And I love that inside of our YouTube 1K challenge, we taught them about the ASQ method, answering specific questions. And when you're doing keyword research, it is all about making sure that you're answering specific questions. What are people typing into the YouTube search bar? Well, this last tip is probably for all of the people who have a little bit of self-doubt. Maybe you're watching right now and you have wanted to press record, but you haven't gotten there yet. And this was Andrew's tip, and it's the worst kind of person is the procrastinating perfectionist. I'll raise my hand too, because this is what I struggle with a lot. Andrew, tell us a lot why this is what you chose for number 10 and how you've struggled with this probably a little bit as well.
This was me. I was the procrastinating perfection. I had to, before I uploaded my first videos, I mean, like I had to get the right camera and get it the right setup and get the right lighting, and it's got to be perfect and drop money, and what's the best gear. And you don't know how many times I've like looked up like YouTube studio setups, and there are so many cool YouTube studio setups, and I'm like change it, angle this, and it's just like it had to get perfect, and it's like I wasn't uploading anything, I wasn't doing anything. So it's because I had to be that perfectionist, and it was just like delayed the upload time and delayed. And it's just like I wasn't getting anywhere. Whereas if I just got it to be good enough, and I'm like, and just upload it, and then all right, learn from that. Well, let's move on to the next one, and then like improve off of that, and just upload, and just do it. Just get in the habit of doing that, because if you're just waiting for perfection, it's just not going to happen. So just press record and just start making. It's never going to be perfect, guys. It's never going to be perfect. Every video that I've made on my channel, I can pinpoint multiple things where it was just something was off. The color grade was terrible. Didn't work. Didn't like the edit. There were times where like it just rendered weird, and like there's a frame that was missing, and it just went black. I'm like, whatever. And there's gonna be issues, guys. And I struggle with it all the time, because like it has to be perfect. And to this day, like I still feel like I'm uploading slow. And it's because like everything's got to be on point, when really like the content can provide value, whether it's perfect or not. Like they said it before, some of those videos that popped were ones that they were just like, I didn't look the best, and I had no clue, but it popped. So just get it to a point that's like good enough, learn from that, and just go. Do not be that procrastinating perfectionist, because it'll cost you.
Woo! I mean, fire on number 10 right there, and speaking to me so much, because even before this, Andrew, I was like, does my hair look right? Did I put enough contour on? Like, all the things, and it just doesn't matter. People just want you, and that actually is the bonus tip, and I want all of us to speak on this, and that is to just be yourself. When you're starting on YouTube, yes, it's about the technical sides of it. Yes, it's about making sure you're making good videos. Yes, it's about always being a student, but really it comes down to putting your personality on camera and just being yourself. And that's really what people want, right, Lauren?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what attracts someone to you versus someone else? What attracts someone to me as a guitar teacher, versus someone else that's a guitar teacher? It's me, it's my personality, it's my energy, how I describe things. And that's a great thing. You want to connect to people and be you. And I think, for me, when I first started on video, I was so worried about like what everyone else was doing, that I wasn't really being myself. But after I did like maybe 30, 40 videos, more of my personality started coming out, and I was able to be more natural on camera, because you do. Yeah, oh my God, is my hair right? I look stupid holding the guitar that way. But, you got to get out of your head and just be authentically you, because that's what's going to attract your tribe. You have to be you. You can't be anyone else.
And I'm seeing like, go ahead, Andrew.
And just one last thing is, if it's not apparent, between the three of us, my video quality is by far the worst. I don't have a nice, big, fat Yeti microphone in front of me, right? It's the worst. But the people watching this video, are you still getting good value? Are you still getting the same good value?
Yes.
I hope so.
He's like, maybe.
Maybe. I don't.
I love it. I love it. And I love, Lauren, your personality is even coming through, like you said, with the cool car. We have people shouting out the Ninja Turtles that are in the back.
I mean, if the chat is any indicator, it's like, that's why I put the Ninja Turtles in the car there, because people see that. And you like the Ninja, or my Dungeons and Dragons shirt. Like, people do see my t-shirts, and because I usually wear like Marvel t-shirts, and I get comments all the time, I love your Zelda t-shirt. And I'm like, it's a guitar lesson, but people are focused. So this is it. This is my personality. It is the guitar. I love classic cars. I'm a Ninja Turtle person. Like, that's me. And someone else who likes Ninja Turtles might see that and be like, oh my gosh, she loves the Ninja Turtles. And you never know. That might make them subscribe to my channel versus someone else. You never know.
Yeah, and we see that all the time, even like the be yourself of just even me having to get comfortable being on camera and just being myself, and just knowing that it's okay if, I gained 5 pounds. It's okay if my hair is not right. It's okay if I fumbled over my words and I, messed up a little bit because I was thinking about the next thing I needed to say. It's okay if those things happen. That's part of being on YouTube and just getting to be in community and getting to be with people. But here's the main thing, you got to start. Right? If you haven't started yet, you have to start, because all of us, you see how confident Andrew and Lauren are right now. This has taken years to build to this confidence level, to be able to just come on live and answer questions. So I just want to applaud you guys. And we have so many people. Let me know in the comments right now, if you're watching live or on the replay, have you started already? Have you already started your YouTube channel? And I would love for both of you guys to just give maybe a word of wisdom, a word of advice, some encouragement for the person right now who's on the fence of getting started. Maybe they're on the fence of if they should even do this YouTube thing, or they've posted some videos and it's not really working. What encouragement do you have for that person, Andrew?
Man, just like what Lauren said earlier, if you're grounded in a purpose and you're grounded in like a passion for your niche, let that drive through. Like, just keep. I mean, it's fun that we get to create this kind of content, and it's only natural for you to feel down at times. It's just, I feel it. I almost quit twice too. It was just fun to hear that from Lauren, because it grinds on you. But if you just understand that, like, it will work, your persistence will pay off. It will. Just grind through it. Let that passion for your niche continue to help you, drive you, and catapult you, and do the right amount of research and find that one video that you just feel passionate about. Like, I love that I get to create content for new, like, even if it's like, I know the video's not gonna perform well, but like, it's so fun that I'm the one who gets to make that content for them. Like, it's amazing, and I'm the one who gets to find strollers and baby monitors. If you don't know, that's the stuff that I review, and I love it. Like, I get to be that voice. Like, you are a voice. Know that voice can be so powerful to people. Even if you don't feel like that voice is doing anything, it can. You just gotta keep on going through and keep on persevering. It will pay off. I've been doing this 5 years. 5 years of work. And I'm not gonna say it's been easy, but it has paid off. It's wonderful. Like,
Where do Jolly Ranchers get their huge fruit flavor?
That one's gonna make a lot of gummies.
Dang. Easy there. Jolly Rancher gummies made with huge fruit flavor.
Research the real cures. NMDP is committed to now making dreams possible. NMDP.
This right now, like, this is amazing. It's amazing. It's in your grasp, guys. You just work for it. Like, it's there. It's there.
Oh man, so inspiring, and you're so right. It's YouTube is a marathon, not a sprint, right? I mean, both of you guys have been working so hard. And Lauren, I'd love to hear your encouragement for the new subscriber. I saw people in here. I'm just getting started, one video up, haven't started yet. So what encouragement do you have for the people right now that are watching who just need to hear it from another person that gets it? You know what I mean? We get this thing. And so what encouragement do you have for that person?
Absolutely. The first video I uploaded, my first guitar lesson, I uploaded April 17th, 2017, and I got one view. I think that one view was me checking to make sure I uploaded the video. So when I know what it's like to be, to upload a video and you're your only view. I've been there, I've done that. And like Andrew was saying, I almost quit twice myself. And both times when I was thinking about quitting, I said, why did I start this YouTube channel? Why am I doing this? And I focused more on the impact I wanted to make on the world. And I said, if I'm helping 100 people a day, then I am making the difference in 100 people's lives a day. I know that's not a lot, but I'm going to start there and I'm going to grow from there. And I think you just really need to focus on what you want to do with the world. I had a business coach who told me, Lauren, you have a unique story. Like Andrew was saying, we all have a voice. And we all have a unique backstory. I don't have a degree in music. Most of the guitar teachers on YouTube probably have degrees in music. I don't. So I have a very different style of teaching than a lot of those people. And if I didn't get the courage to do this and start uploading videos, these people would never have that other side of the story. And there would have been, at this point, millions of people who would have not been influenced by my teaching. So I really think it's important that you understand that you are unique and you have something special to offer the world. And if you've only uploaded 10 videos, upload 10 more. Okay, if you've uploaded 20, upload 20 more. Keep doing it. Keep grinding it out. Like Andrew said, it's totally worth it. A couple weeks ago, I went to Iceland for 10 days and I scheduled out my videos. And by the time I got back from Iceland, I had completely paid for my vacation just for my YouTube channel. And that's amazing. So it's totally possible for YouTube to absolutely change your life. It has completely changed my life, and you can do it. You can get there, but you got to start by uploading those videos and sticking with it.
I mean, no better way to end today's episode. Thank you so much, Lauren. If you want to connect with Lauren or Andrew, I've linked all of their details in the description below. And if you have not already signed up for our YouTube 1K challenge, then that is your next step. So check out this info if you need to know a little bit more about it right now.
This video is brought to you by tube1kchallenge.com. It's our free 5-day, highly interactive online event where I'm going to be sharing with you the exact steps that I took to start, grow, and scale my YouTube channel. From shooting videos in my bedroom,
This is, I guess, the first Sean Thinks vlog,
to generating over 150 million video views, and ultimately building a multi-million-dollar home-based business. It's going to be fun. So save your spot by heading to tube1kchallenge.com, or you can just click the link in the description.
This message is brought to you by Apple Card. Applying for Apple Card is quick and easy. Apply in the Wallet app today and see a credit limit offer in minutes. Subject to credit approval. Apple Card by Goldman Sachs Bank USA, Salt Lake City branch. Member FDIC. Terms and more at applecard.com.
The quarter pounder with cheese has many great things. Maple flavored griddle cakes isn't one of them. McDonald's breakfast comes first. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
So 17 million views by the age of 17. Is this possible? Well, it is. And I'm excited because I have Evan DiDio with us here today on the YouTube Made Simple show. My name is Heather Torres and I am your host. I am so excited to get into today's live interview. But if you're watching on the replay, let me know down in the comments where you're watching from. And if you're watching live, let me know where you are watching from. Now, this episode of the YouTube Made Simple show is actually brought to you by our next upcoming challenge here at Think Media. We have a YouTube Impact Challenge. This is a 5-day free challenge that you can sign up for over the next 5 days starting on May 18th. You will get access to free content, and we are also going to be giving away a YouTube Studio. That's right, you will have the chance to enter to win a brand new YouTube studio with a camera and lighting and microphone and all of the fun things that come along with that. So if you have not already signed up for it, you can register right now for the YouTube Impact Challenge at ytimpact.com. I'll tell you more about that after today's interview, but I'm excited to bring up my guest, Evan DiDio, who is a speaker, musician, and social media advisor. He's actually helped multiple YouTube channels reach over 10 times their goal, and including his church's YouTube channel, Encounter Today, which is now more than 17 million views. He runs multiple YouTube channels at the age of 17, and he's passionate about seeing churches using social media to bring revival and reformation. Evan, welcome to the YouTube Made Simple show. How you doing?
Miss Heather, I am doing fantastic, and it's so good to be on the show today.
I am full of energy. I've got a whole cup of coffee over here.
Watch out, everyone.
So you're lucky. Evan, I'd love to know, 17, hello. Can we just honor the fact that you are already a hustler, really diving into YouTube? But tell everyone on the show, how did you get started in YouTube? What was your journey to 17 million and beyond now views on YouTube?
Yeah, I believe that starting correctly is important. And if you didn't start correctly, don't worry. You've always got another chance. But I started in an interesting place. Without knowing anything about YouTube, without having ever been on YouTube, I was in a band and I wanted to learn a song. And I wanted to learn the guitar solo to that song. That song was Hold My Hand by Hootie and the Blowfish. Come on, somebody. Can we get anything in the comments about Hootie and the Blowfish? Taking you back to the 90s. And I wanted to learn the guitar solo because I'm in this band. I want to do the song well, and I look up on YouTube how to play the guitar solo to Hold My Hand, and I couldn't find it, so I did a video. And there you're seeing the video right now, me in my bedroom with my bed. I didn't even do my hair. The lighting is weird. I stuck my phone, literally, I put my phone in a lamp. There was a lamp sitting there and I kind of stuck it in between the edge. It wasn't supposed to be there and it fell a few times. Yeah, we got some people talking about Darius Rucker in the chat. And my phone fell a few times. It took me probably 5 hours to edit the video on my phone. But I got the content and I was excited. I posted it on YouTube, no tags. I did have a decent thumbnail, which is still the thumbnail today if you want to look at it. And I just posted it. And a week later, I posted the part 2, how to play the rhythm section, because I was thinking, well, if they want to learn the guitar solo, maybe they also want to learn the rhythm section. You see my weird intro there. I had no idea what I was doing. And so I figured, hey, maybe this will help someone. And if you're watching this and you're just now getting started, I want your goal not to be getting thousands of views. I don't want it to be making money. Of course, you need to think long term. You need to think about, what am I going to do 5 years from now? Will this be profitable for me? But I want you to start thinking about, am I going to bring value to someone's life? And my vision from the start was, this video is going to show another kid my age how to play the guitar solo because there's no one else out there teaching it. So that was my vision from the start. And then I did a video about fidget spinners. And if you've been on Think Media for a little while, you know you need to keep it niche down. You need to make sure you're in a niche and you're not going all over the place. I didn't know anything about that. And then one day my dad showed me a video of this guy named Sean Cannell talking about affiliate marketing. I had no idea. Oh, yep, there's a fidget spinner video. My bed is a mess. You see the lamps in the background that I stuck the phone in. Yeah, it's hard for me to watch. And I saw this video of this Sean Cannell guy, and I was like, can I watch more of his videos? First YouTube channel I subscribed to was Think Media, and I started learning, wait, it's good to be in a niche. So I picked the guitar niche, and I didn't realize that was a very populated niche, and I changed later. But I started listening to Think Media, and I started just kind of enveloping myself in Think Media, and all the videos are around there, and then I found video influencers. I watched all the videos. I'm serious. Every single video that was on there in 2017 or 2018, I watched all of them. And finally, I went to my pastor, and I was like, hey, is it okay if I try out some of these things on the church's YouTube channel? It hadn't been anything serious. There were a few videos on there, and this video specifically was on there, and I'd like to show it to you real fast if I could do it real quick. this video, it was a video by a man named Dr. Lester Summerall. If you don't know who he is, that's okay. And I asked him if I could change it. So I changed the thumbnail to this. And looking at it now, I'm kind of horrified by the way that looks. But that video is our most viewed video today with 1.2 million views. Seriously, 1.2 million views. And I learned from that day that something could happen on YouTube and people can actually reach people on YouTube. So that was my start, and from then on I started doing more on the YouTube channel. That's a long answer to a short question, but
iPhone 16e has the best battery life for an iPhone this size, so nothing's stopping you from getting the high score, except the stairs, benches, and rails. iPhone 16e, latest iPhone, greatest price.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold. Dayquil Vapo Cool? It's Dayquil, plus a brush of Vicks Vapors.
Dayquil Vapor Cool, the vaporizing, daytime coughing, aching, stuffy head, power through your day medicine.
You were like, I'm going to just figure this out. And then you've been able over the past few years to not only just advise other churches on YouTube and social media and how to do that, but you've really grown your church's YouTube channel to over 17 million views. And we've got 3 tips for new YouTubers, right? Advice for new YouTubers, because now that you've done this journey for a while and done it in different niches, right? Not only just the church niche, but your own. I just really wanted you to come on today and help people with maybe some advice that they haven't heard before, because everyone's going to hear the things that we talk about, like consistency and making sure you've got the right topics and all those things. But I loved the angle that you had based on what you were doing. And I love, like John said, you know, can church or ministry be a niche? Absolutely, yes. John. That's exactly what Evan was able to do. And yes, wow, 1.2 million views. Really cool. So let's go ahead and get to our tips today, Evan. Tip number 1 is use polarizing and trending topics. Talk about this for a new YouTuber and why this is so important.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting what he just asked about, can a church or ministry be in a niche? I think that the Bible is a great niche, and that leads into what we're talking about here, because the Bible is very polarizing. And maybe you're in another niche, maybe you're not talking about the Bible necessarily, but there are polarizing topics in whatever niche you're in. And I found that polarizing topics get a great click-through rate, and they get great engagement. Now, you might be thinking, oh, that sounds great, Evan. Well, it's not the type of engagement that you might be used to, because polarizing means that some people won't like the side that you take. And so there might be some negative comments. Of course, there are people you need to hide, but don't be too concerned about that, because they're engaging on your video. That is engagement, and that's helping your video get forward. So polarizing topics, what does this mean? It's like trending topics, and I like how the Think Media podcast has talked about riding the wave of a trending topic, and I highly recommend searching through the archives on here and finding that, because it's great information. And so when you start doing polarizing topics, expect some negative engagement, but expect engagement nonetheless. It's going to be good engagement. And let's say, politics is very polarizing. If you're talking about the Bible, you've got the end times that can be very polarizing. Both together could be very polarizing. Maybe you're in the cooking niche and one person says this recipe should be cooked this way, like on the grill with charcoal, and another person says no, it should be cooked, with however else people cook things on the grill. You can tell I don't know much about a grill, but that's polarizing. And people are going to have different responses to it. And one thing I'd say in your thumbnail and in your title, don't automatically give away what side you're on. Make it so they need to find out in the video. And that way it delivers a payoff in the video, because if they find out, no, you shouldn't use coal on the thumbnail, and they believe you should use coal while you're cooking chicken or whatever, they're less likely to click on it because you disagree with them. But once you get them on the video, that's powerful, and you get engagement.
So good. That actually leads into number 2 when growing a YouTube channel as a brand new YouTuber and as a veteran YouTuber. I think number 2 is so important, and that is to encourage engagement on your videos. There's so many ways you can do this, right? This leave a comment, this is like and subscribe, but how do you as a YouTuber, as someone who's helping another channel, doing your own channel, how do you encourage engagement on videos, and why is this important for new YouTubers?
Yes, so I speak with churches a lot about this specifically. They want to know, how did you grow your church's YouTube channel? It doesn't make any sense. You're a small church from the backwoods of North Carolina. And I tell them, because we've got a family in our church that I explain to them how the YouTube algorithm works. And this is interesting, because not all your family members care about how the YouTube algorithm works, but a lot of them care about you, and they'd be willing to learn. So what do I mean by that? I explained to the church congregation that when you like a video, you are helping that video get to someone else that needs to watch it. When you're watching all the way through, you're promoting this video to get in front of more people. And I think, the position a lot of churches take is, YouTube is a place to store content, and maybe that's what you think. YouTube is a good place to store content. I like what the Bible says in the book of Joel. He prophesies that they're going to beat their plowshares into swords. Now, what does this mean? Maybe you don't know what I'm talking about in the book of Joel. What is all this? Plowshares are managing what you already have. So plowshares are for make sure you're bringing in the harvest on your land. Swords are for going out and taking new land. And I explained this to the congregation, and even the older people that aren't into technology at all, they got it. And they realize when I comment, I'm helping this video get to someone else. When I like it, I am on a mission now to get this to evangelize, because it's evangelism. Social media, when you're commenting, whether it's a good video or a bad video, you're evangelizing that video to more people. And so that's what I explained to them. And what I think you could do is talk to your family members. Maybe you don't have family members. Maybe you've got a friend. Maybe you've got 5 friends. Explain to them, hey, could you turn the video on and maybe just set it down to the side. You don't even have to listen to it. You can turn the volume down, maybe like it real quick, and just watch all the way through. And once it's done, move on about your day. You could be doing the dishes while it's going. And you'll be surprised how much that helps, because you are helping that video get to more people. And I hope that makes sense, because getting help is so vital. And once the people that care about you realize this, they are very interested in helping.
So true. And I love that your example was really, in the church, in the congregation, but this really goes for all niches and all creators, right?
Yes.
Meaning, like, if you're in the cooking niche, you should be connected to other people in Facebook groups or in your own life or out in meetups, whatever that looks like, where you can start to ask for engagement. I think about Tony and his wife, Cami, here on the Think Media team. And whenever she has a new video out, I don't cook, but I watch it and support, because I love what she's doing. And when you have people around you supporting you, that's the type of engagement. But here's the thing. You've got to encourage the engagement, right? As a content creator, it doesn't necessarily come natural to be like, look at me, look at what I'm doing. But when you teach them the why, like you did, Evan, you taught them the why, that's where that came from. And I love what John said. He said, this is so helpful. I'm a pastor and a social media person. So John, you got to connect with Evan, because Evan does this. Yes.
Send me a DM. I'd love to help.
I love that. And Evan, I'm so encouraged by the way that you've taken what you've learned at Think Media and applied it to your niche. That really is what we love to teach, is that these tips, this advice is good for any YouTuber in any niche. You're just showing your example. And number 3 is a really great, I know you talked about the first thumbnail that you changed, where all of a sudden that video blew up to 1.2 million views. You've definitely studied thumbnails. You actually are working on some things in the back end around thumbnails. But number 3, make faces more prominent in your thumbnails. Walk through why this is important and some other maybe thumbnail advice that you have for new YouTubers.
Yes, so like you mentioned, I'm working on some things in the background, talking about an online course for creating good thumbnails. And you can subscribe to my email list if you want to learn more about that in the future. It's not out yet, but thumbnails, I have spent so much time studying thumbnails, because thumbnails are the most important thing I would say you could do to a well-shot video. So let's say you have a fantastic video that solves all the world's problems, but it doesn't have a good thumbnail. It's not going to do good. It's not going to get to the right people. So spending time on your thumbnail is so vital. And people want to know about thumbnails for gaming channels. Yes, this goes for every type of channel. YouTube is forever working on the viewer intent and the viewer interaction with videos. They are always thinking about, how can we make this easier for the person that is on YouTube right now? How can we keep them on YouTube longer? So they're always working on that, and thumbnails keep on getting so much more important. And I don't want you to neglect the importance of what I'm talking about today, because if you haven't been investing time in your thumbnails, you need to start. So let's talk about some practical tips. When you're shooting a thumbnail, which by the way, I recommend not just using a still from a video unless you have to, but when you're shooting thumbnails, make sure your face is prominent. And that is the first tip, because having a face that's prominent in the thumbnail usually does a whole lot better. And I basically just copied, good artists copy, great artists steal. I just copied what Think Media was doing and kind of put my own twist on it. And it started to work, and my click-through rate is now probably, I believe, an average of around 8% on the church's YouTube channel. And that's, if you don't know much about click-through rate, the average is between 2 and 5%, so 8% is pretty good. On certain videos, I have an average of 15 and 16% click-through rate, because I will spend an hour and a half on a thumbnail. I try to limit myself to 2 hours, but I will spend an hour and a half making sure the face is in the right spot, making sure the face is close up to the camera, that the eyes are visible. Sometimes I like to put a white outline around the person. If possible, I don't use any text at all, because, again, YouTube has a special algorithm designated to thumbnails. So they will read your facial expressions. They will read the text on your thumbnails. And I think a lot of people don't realize this. They just put whatever in their thumbnails. And you spend more time on your tags than you do your thumbnails. Your thumbnails, YouTube looks at your thumbnails just as much as they look at your tags. They have something called cloud vision, and I love the work of Daryl Eves. If you haven't heard of Daryl Eves, I highly recommend looking him up, because he talked a lot about cloud vision. I believe it's called cloud vision. That literally looks at all of your thumbnail, your facial expression, whether you're happy, whether you're sad, whether the text on the thumbnail is relevant to the video, is it clickbaity? They go through each and individual frame of your video to make sure you're talking about what you say you're talking about. So when you're doing your thumbnail, someone's asking about an app to use. Give it a go with Baking with Amy, an app to use. I like to use Adobe Spark on my phone. It's fairly easy to use. I think Canva has an app you can use, and they're fairly inexpensive. Photoshop has an app as well, so you can look into that if you'd like. But I love to talk about, when I'm talking with churches and with people that want to learn more about thumbnails, I love to talk about SEO on their thumbnails, and how YouTube looks at your thumbnail. They look at your keywords in your So Think Media talks a lot about keywords and how important they are. And once you start implementing that, I highly recommend researching keywords for your thumbnail. And not just using the same thing in your thumbnail as you did in your title, but finding keywords that are getting searches that you can put on your thumbnail specifically, that, of course, not very wordy, but keep it clean, basically. I like to make it as appealing as possible, and if you can't catch what the video is about with the thumbnail within the first 2 seconds of looking at it, then you need to redo the thumbnail.
So good. Oh my gosh, Evan. By the way, you were dropping some really big knowledge bombs there when you're talking about researching the actual keyword for your thumbnail separately. We teach that here at Think Media, but we're going to be talking about keyword research inside of our YouTube Impact Challenge also. So I'm really excited for that to happen next week. But I really loved how you said that the facial expressions matter, and especially when it comes to making the faces more prominent. It's really about getting that expression. And I was coaching someone today, Evan, and I was telling them, their thumbnails, their face was actually, it was like a bunch of their body. And so their face was so small. And I was like, crop in, here's the hack, shoulders up. Yes. Shoulders up is the image, not body, shoulders up, because that allows for the eyes to be more prominent and the face to be more prominent and the emotions to really be a part of that. And Evan, you just sound like you're already a part of Think Media. I love it. It's so good. If you're liking this video, go ahead and click the like button. Let us know down in the comments below, are you just starting your YouTube channel? Yes or no? And if you've already started, drop your YouTube channel so we can go over and check it out. I'd love to check out your YouTube channel. But Evan, you had a bonus tip for new YouTubers, because this was something that really was the catalyst into you becoming a professional YouTube coach, right? You are helping other churches. You're really helping in social media. You are actually producing content yourself, but you're also running other channels as a job. As a 17-year-old, I'm like, can I meet your mom? That's what I want to know.
Yes, you can.
You have a bonus tip, and I love this tip because I believe in this so much as well. And the bonus tip is to get a coach. Why do you believe in getting a coach, and what has it done for you?
So, I started YouTube 3.5 years ago, around there. And I found Think Media, and that changed my life. And Sean Cannell became a mentor. And whenever you're looking for a coach, I don't want you to just think of somebody you can listen to. I want you to think somebody you can listen to, learn from, and act on.
Oreo Cakesters, the GOAT, but make it fluffy.
New Diamond Weave texture. Charmin Ultra Strong cleans better so you can use less.
Piece of advice, and never actually act on it, never actually do anything with it. So whenever you're looking at Think Media, there are so many great channels, and I've heard so many people, like Sean's given so many examples of people that are like, oh, I've tried your tips, and it's just not working. And he goes and looks at their channel, and there's 2 videos. Well, yeah, it's not working because you're not working it. You've got to be persistence. It's a game of attrition, and if you don't have someone that you can look up to, you'll get kind of surrounded by the cloud, and you'll feel burnt out. And really, that feeling of burnout will not be real, and you won't have a coach to tell you, hey, you need to keep going. A coach isn't some nice school teacher that is like, oh, you can do it, Timmy, I believe in you. No, a coach is going to tell you, what are you doing? Get up off that ground. Just keep making videos. And that's exactly what the Think Media team has been for me, because I'm not just hearing what they're saying, I'm acting on what they're saying. So that's what I want you to do. I want you to start with Think Media. I want you to start just listening to I don't mean you have to get on a personal phone call with them. Learn what they already have given for free, and then move on from there. And I think the Impact Challenge coming up is the best place to do that. I told you before the live stream, it's interesting. About a year ago, this time, with the first challenge y'all did, was really when everything started taking off. It's when I joined VRA. Come on, hashtag VRA family in the comments. It's when I did that everything took off. And it's not just because I took the challenge. It's because I was in the challenge, I took the advice, and I acted on it.
So good. And 17 million views later, the impact you guys have had around the world from just a tiny town, right? Little tiny town, little tiny church. You guys are impacting millions of lives. And that's exactly what you can do on YouTube. That's the coolest part, I think, about YouTube, is it connects people from around the world. Our next challenge that Evan was just talking about is coming up on May 18th. So you can actually sign up at ytimpact.com. It's free, right, Evan? You did the whole challenge. It's free.
It's amazing.
And then through that, Evan actually became a part of our online community, our online coaching and course program, Video Ranking Academy. But you can do the entire challenge for free, which is something that I highly recommend, is your next step. Evan, I just have to say, though, this whole setup is so crispy, and I'm sure people are like, how in the world is this 17-year-old rocking this Shure mic with the beautiful background? Like, well, this isn't where you started, right?
Oh, no. No.
So talk through kind of the journey, because I think people get a misconception, though, of even the setups and how we got to this place and how you got to your place. Just briefly, what does that look like?
Yeah, so I didn't feel like, of course, I didn't watch YouTube, so I didn't have anything to base my channel off of. I was just like, if I can get in front of a camera and talk to it, then hey, I'm going to do it. So I put my camera in selfie mode. I looked at the screen the whole time. You know, you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to look at the camera. And that's what I started with. And from then on, I realized videography is actually a passion of mine. So I'm not saying videography has to become a passion of yours. Don't get me wrong. You don't have to have it as a job. Like, I do videography for people now because it is a passion of mine. But I wanted to do things better. And that hunger is what got me to this point today, because every single video, there was something I didn't like about it. And something that dramatically changed my life was something that Mr. Sean said. He said, all I want you to do is get 1% better with every upload. And I was in the shower when he said that. And I was like, wait, hold up. Stop shampooing the hair. Sorry if that's a little bit too much. It's TMI. That's what I need to do. I need to get 1% better with it. It's not like I'm going to get there tomorrow. It's not like I'm going to get there within the next year. And 2 years later, I'm here. I'm still working on getting 1% better with every upload, because there's still something I need to fix. There's lighting I could add. Blue lighting. There's something I could do. But it's not about the gear. It's about what you do with what you have, and getting 1% better with that. And the new gear will come when you just focus. You keep your shoulder to the plow. You don't take a lot of breaks. You just keep working, keep pushing, and getting 1% better. So that's what I did. I'm using quick gear rundown. I'm using the Sony A7C with a 24-70 2.8. Found this at an antique store, that little Edison bulb light. Got a Godox light with a softbox there, and the Shure mic. So that's basically what I'm doing here. And if you would like to learn more, of course, you can find me at my YouTube channel. But people are agreeing with 1% better with every upload in the chat. So I believe that's definitely an important tip.
iPhone 16e has a durable design and ceramic shield because the average person drops their phone 208 times a year. Make that 209 once they see the price. iPhone 16e, latest iPhone, greatest price.
When do Jolly Ranchers get their huge fruit flavor?
That one's gonna make a lot of gummies.
Dang. Easy there. Jolly Rancher gummies made with huge fruit flavor.
So I believe that's definitely an important tip.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm seeing. Well, I saw people in here saying they had just started YouTube about a month ago, maybe 3 months ago. I haven't started. I'm new to YouTube. So, Evan, I would just love for you, now that you've been doing YouTube for several years, now that you've seen some success on YouTube, now that you're coaching and training and working in this YouTube space, what advice would you give to someone just starting? I know we went through those 3 tips and that bonus tip, but I want you to just speak directly to the people in the chat right now who are here live with us, who are maybe feeling unmotivated or scared or overwhelmed with everything that you get to learn when you start this YouTube journey. What advice do you have for them?
Yes, so I would say, if you're just getting started, in fact, let me know in the chat, put a yes if you're just getting started on YouTube, or if you've just been doing it for a little while now. Someone said, brush your teeth while listening to Sean. Yes, I've done that before. My piece of advice would be, don't give up on what works. I've seen so many people that ask for my advice, and I give it to them, and they go after it. They are doing good thumbnails. They're researching titles. They're using vidIQ to find good keywords, and they're doing all the things, but after a month or 2 of doing it, they start to let off a little bit. And, it's really easy to just kind of take it easy. It's really easy to take it easy. That needs to be a t-shirt. I need to remember that. So don't let off the gas. Aim for that vidIQ score that is 100 out of 100. I've gotten that a few times, and every video I do now, whenever you're planning for a live stream and you're in vidIQ gives you a score. And so it's a 50 out of 50, and I've gotten to the point where I'm getting a 50 out of 50 on every single video now, and I'm not letting up. I'm not changing the message. I'm not changing what I'm talking about. I'm not telling my pastor, you need to talk about this because it gets more engagement. I'm not changing the message, I'm changing the marketing. And that's what you need to do. Change the marketing, and don't stop with what works. Keep doing what works and keep your foot on the gas pedal. And I think that'd be my advice for someone that's just getting started. You need to be in it for the long haul. And that's what I'm in it for the long haul. I know Miss Heather's in it for the long haul. And you can join in by, I think the challenge is one of the best ways to get in on the long haul, because you invest in your time, you invest your time into it, and it becomes real to you. So that's just a quick thought, but.
I love it. And we have someone that said they'll buy the t-shirt, Evan. So when you make that t-shirt, they'll buy the
get on
t-shirt.
that.
I love it so much. Cassidy said, that's good. Awesome. Well, Evan, hey, this is where people can find you. Tell them what you're all about, where they can find you, and what you're up to next.
Yes, so like I mentioned earlier, I'm working on my thumbnail e-course. Now, my YouTube channel is all about YouTube for churches, how to reach more people with churches. So if you're a part of a church, if you know a church, I think it'll be really helpful to them. For media directors, for pastors that wear many hats like John. I believe Pastor John was in the chat, yeah. And so that's my goal. I'm here to help. I do live streams. I'm in a season now where I'm not doing as many live streams. I'm posting once a week at least with some shorts, but I plan on a lot more content coming out on the summer that I think is going to be very important. And of course, there are 2.5 years worth of content you can watch. So you've got plenty of things to enjoy on the YouTube channel, and you can sign up for my email list at my website at evandidio.com.
Evan DiDio, 17 years old with over 17 million views, helping churches learn how to use social media. Evan, thank you so much. If you would like to be a part of our 5-day YouTube challenge, you can go to ytimpact.com. If you go to YTimpact, wow, I knew that was going to happen.
Whoa.
Yep, if you can go to ytimpact.com, get signed up for that free 5-day challenge. Now I'm all messed up. I can't even give the call to action, Evan, because the screen was going crazy.
Yes.
You can go there. Evan, I just want to thank you so much for just being someone who took massive action, who took what was out on the internet, who took what was for free, who took your passion and really just wanted to help people. And I'm just so encouraged. And I saw so many people say they were encouraged by who you are and the work that you're doing and the leader that you are becoming. So thank you so much for joining me on the YouTube Made Simple show, and we will catch you on the next episode. Thanks so much. Bye.
Minivan, Mama got an instant online offer to sell you to CarMax, cause Mama's done with carpooling, songs with no swear words, finding old chicken nuggets. Mama's ready for a red hot convertible.
Instant online offers, CarMax.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to brand your business? We print banners and signs that help you stand out, and must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and hoodies. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20, because if you need it, we print it at Vistaprint.com.
It's just mindset. Like, and I can give you an analogy to, like, pro football. Like, I don't know if you follow pro football, but the San Francisco 49ers, their quarterback was the last pick in the draft. He made it to the Super Bowl last year. Or you look at Tom Brady, who's considered one of the greatest football players of all time. He was one of the last picks in the draft. And it was just their pure mindset to say, I am not going to let this drive me down. I have the core skill sets here, and I'm just going to be dedicated. And there's so many other players that get drafted higher in the process that just fall off after a year and don't make it. And it's the same thing to creating content and creating business. Yes, there are skill sets and things to master, but I can definitively tell you, especially with the clients that we work with, I am never scared of working with somebody that has no social media experience. Oftentimes, I get more excited about working with somebody with no social media experience than somebody that has 10 years of social media experience. But I always am looking at the mindset as like, is this person really going to put the work in? Is this person really motivated? Do they have, a big vision of this? Because I think that this is something that we didn't touch upon that's, I think, really important is there's so much opportunity with social media, and that opportunity is capped at how big you can dream. So I'll give you an example is like, you think about beauty influencers. A lot of beauty influencers that have millions of followers make 6 figures a year doing brand deals and things of that nature. But I have a friend that I worked with a little bit named Michelle Fan. And she was, one of the original beauty influencers, built millions of followers. But what she did is she got together with a few friends, used her expertise, her audience, to create a company called Ipsy. and Ipsy is a multi-billion-dollar corporation. So two fashion or beauty influencers, same size, one can be making six figures, one can build a billion-dollar company. That is the beauty of social media. Like, that is the massive upside that you can create. Like, some people say Mr. Beast is valued at $10 or $15 billion. Even if he's valued at $1 billion, he started YouTube in his bedroom when he was like 14 years old. Thinking about the opportunity of what social media can really do for you, and don't kind of minimize what that impact can be. Because if you minimize that impact, I think oftentimes that minimizes the effort and energy that you're going to put into it.
So those of you guys that are watching this episode, thanks for staying to the very end. We're going to include a link to Brendan's book. And the book is called The Guide to Going Viral. That's totally free. You can get the PDF or the ebook version of that to help you get it going. And if you want to reach out to Brendan to get his help, his expertise, and his team on it, we'll also include the link to his website in the link below. Brendan, it's been a pleasure. My hope is that this one beats the previous video because we got all the hooks in this one.
All right, thanks, Chris. I appreciate you having me. It was a pleasure to connect with everybody that was tuning in for this.
Wonderful. They think of talking about their projects and who they've worked with as some form of bragging. Just make it easier for clients to figure out if you're a good fit or not. Don't make them work so hard, because if you do, they're going to go somewhere else.
If you position yourself as a newbie, you'll get treated like a newbie. When someone says, oh, the client just offered me experience, I could come and do this thing for experience.
Designers love to work with nonprofits or unfunded startups because all they got is time. They don't have money. They can't throw money at it, but they just love to go there.
The businesses that really become profitable and really end up selling for millions, they solve a problem for a client who likes to throw money at their problems, not time at their problems. I'm going to share with you something that's tactical that actually leads to hiring clients, and it's going to be counterintuitive. And the counterintuitive thing is you need to...
Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome to the podcast. And in case you recognize this face over here, it's probably because you've seen him many, many times. He's the returning champion. His name is Daniel Priestley, and he's been here 1, 2, 3 times. So this is our 4th episode together. And we're now in a different place, different space. We're here in Santa Monica, my old stomping grounds, and we're right above the 3rd Street Promenade. So Daniel's been jet setting, and we keep bumping each other all the time. And in case you haven't seen those videos before, I'm going to put the links in the description or wherever else you can see this video. You'll see those. Check those out first, and then come back to this episode. Save this one for later. Daniel, welcome back.
So good to be on the show. Thank you very much for having me back. Number 4.
Number 4.
Are we running out of things to say?
I don't think so.
I think we're going to smash this one. I think we've been building up for this.
Okay, well, no pressure.
No pressure.
Okay, Daniel, I think you put out something on X or tweet or something like that about what people want us to talk about, and they're talking about how to get high-end clients.
10 high-end clients next.
Not just one. They're super greedy. They want 10. 10.
Yeah.
That's kind of a
one a month
interesting
with 2
number.
months of just holidays.
Okay. I guess. Okay. So first, maybe we have to put some definitions around this. What do you think they mean by first high-end clients?
Yeah, a great question. I think every business has a client who spends way more money than most. So it's got to be a client that for you makes you go, ooh, right? That feels big. So let's say you're a coach or a consultant. Most clients spend $5,000. This would be someone spending $25,000 to $50,000.
Okay.
So maybe 5 to 10 times more than a typical average client. Maybe you're an agency. You've got most of your clients doing something for 20 or 30 grand, and then someone comes along and says, hey, we've got a 230 grand budget. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, I want to win that. That would change the game. That would be pretty good. I was at a party the other day, and this guy said, my business is really risky because we signed up one client who spends 200 grand a month. And he said, all of my other clients combined are less than $500,000, and I've got this client that's doing 2.4 million for the year.
Yeah.
So that's super high end, right?
Yeah.
A 7-figure. What do you think of as high end?
Well, I think that's a pretty good place to start, where it's not an incremental difference, it's an exponential difference. It's an orders of magnitude more than your typical client. And I think we when we smell one or we see one, we're like, it's a whale. Everybody, let's do everything we can to bring the whale in. Because here's the shocking thing that a lot of people don't realize. They think, okay, number one, when you have a really big client, you have to do totally different different things. Not necessarily true. And and that the other thing is that they're going to be really high maintenance. They're going to nitpick every little thing. Completely the opposite. So let's dispel that myth first, because although the idea is very attractive to our listeners, that having a big client that's going to spend 3 to 5 or even 10x of what you normally get, that would just cause their blood pressure to go up because of those fears. But let's dispel that myth first.
My experience with super high-end clients is that they're completely reasonable. Small things mean a big deal to them. And actually, their ability to get a return on investment is normally so high that even just doing a small thing well will actually get them return on investment, even though they've spent so much money. So that probably is a key difference, that, you know, when you're working with a small client where for them 20 grand is a big deal, you're going to have a situation where they're going to micromanage you, they're going to be really freaking out, and also the underlying business that they have is probably so small that even if you do an incredible job, they, you know, even if you double their business, it may not even be profitable. Whereas when I work with a business, you know, that's super successful, I mean, it's kind of as an analogy. If you could make Lewis Hamilton drive 1 second faster around a racetrack, that's worth millions of dollars to him. But if you could teach me to drive 1 second faster around my neighborhood, that's not worth anything. So, you know, making good go to great is worth a fortune. Broken needs fixing is not necessarily worth a lot of money. So in many cases, you know, high-end clients are not more demanding.
Well, you pointed out something that I think is worth highlighting, where the service that you provide, depending on who's the buyer and the impact it has on their life and their business, can mean a world of difference in terms of what they're willing to pay. Maybe somebody helps you drive 1 second faster, it gets you a ticket. Because that's not really your main thing. But for people who are in a highly competitive field, that's the difference between first and second place. And there's all kinds of differences in terms of the reward.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. I'll give you a real life example of this. So I work with a lot of startups, and in many cases we do this thing called the entrepreneur sweet spot. And we look at, like, where are you starting the business from? And we look at a few different things. We talk about their origin story, their passion, all of that sort of stuff. We talk about the problem that they solve in the world. We talk about the market and how they communicate the value of what they do to the market. And we kind of like just start with these 3 things and we just explore. And in most cases, at the end of a 2-hour workshop, a lot of them would describe it as, oh, that was enlightening, that was interesting, that was pretty cool, but they probably wouldn't spend huge amounts of money on that workshop. So I found myself in Tampa, Florida the other day, and I was talking to a client of mine who does about $200 million a year in sales. And he brought me into the team, and he had like 20 of his team members in the boardroom. And he said, oh, this is Daniel, and he works with startups, and he's going to give us a little quick talk about, like, you know, what we need to do. He's going to give us a bit of impromptu talk. And I'm like, oh, I don't know why, but I thought to myself, oh, I'm going to do that little talk that I do about starting up and, like, what it feels like to be a startup. And we'll actually go back to these 3 basics. So we end up workshopping these 3 basics for this company with an executive team who are on big money and like 20 people in the room. And this is a company that's established hundreds of millions of revenue. And here we are talking about their origin story and their passion and getting alignment to that and their vision for the future. We're talking about what problem they solve and why that's valuable. We're talking about how they communicate that to, and at the end, they were like blown away. And they're like, that was game changer. We're going to roll that out. We're going to put that into some assets. We're going to do some trainings on that. We're going to put things up around the office to reconnect that. So it's funny, that same workshop that I would do for a startup, which maybe they'd pay a couple of $100 for, was probably, if I asked these guys to put a value on it, they probably would have said, I don't know, 50 or 100 grand. You know, so, and it was the same content.
So their ability to execute and take an idea and basically find their own return on it is why it's so valuable to them. Okay, so if you're listening to this, and let me try to make it super relatable for folks. If you design a logo for a mom and pop business that does a couple $100 grand a year, well, that logo might not even matter to them, to be honest, because people are not really shopping or purchasing their services or goods based on the logo. And this is where designers get all bent out of shape, because they walk up to a local business like, well, your logo's not consistent and it's not the perfect way, it doesn't follow the Fibonacci grid system or something like that. And they're like, huh?
I'm a dry cleaner.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Or you see this line of customers that had for the last 40 years.
Yeah.
They've never once had the logo bothered them. But then you go into a Fortune 1000 company and the logo matters a lot to them.
Yeah.
Because even changing it a little bit creates all kinds of havoc because of all the touch points and everything that they have to kind of almost educate the team on how to use the new logo or new system.
Roll out. It's going to be on digital. It's going to be on print.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, now that we understand that having one of these really high-end clients is desirable, it's good, it's not going to cause you more stress, and then you don't have to actually even have to fundamentally change your service.
Yeah.
You might need to change your responsiveness to them.
Yeah.
And show them a little bit more TLC, but other than that, they might be the best thing that's ever happened to you.
I want to add one little distinction here as well. From working with thousands of businesses, the businesses that really take off and really become profitable and really end up selling for millions and delivering huge amounts of financial rewards to the founder, they solve a problem for a client who likes to throw money at their problems, not time at their problems. And that's a real distinction. Because I see people, I was talking to some young guys the other day, they're like, oh, we're going to work with students who are struggling to get this. I'm like, these are people who like to throw time at problems. They don't like to throw money at problems. They don't have enough money to throw at problems. And then I talked to an IT services company that works with the biggest brands in the world, and they deliver an IT service that these brands need. And these brands don't want to throw any time at that problem. They just want to pay for the solution and just get it done. So there is a huge distinction here that a high-end client fits that description. They really just want to throw some money at a problem and get the problem solved and get it done. They don't like throwing time at their problems. So that's one of the very clear reasons as to why they're a good client.
That should be a warning signal for some people, and you may disagree with me on this, but while designers love to work with nonprofits, like real nonprofits, like there's no money at all, not like the fake nonprofit, which is a whole different classification, or unfunded startups, because all they got is time. They don't have money, they can't throw money at it, but they just love to go there, and they find themselves having to pull like tooth and nail to get some money from them, and then they're they like to micromanage everything.
Yeah, well, they've got no other tool.
Yeah.
They're just throwing time at it. So that's why you would want one. So some of the things that you want to do in the lead up to having a high-end client is, and you know, see what you think on this, but looking at your background, looking at your history, and actually, I think of your last 10 years as almost like a gold mine that contains all these gold nuggets. And those gold nuggets are stories, it's pedigree, it's experience, it's intellectual property, it's the networks that you've got, it's the brands that you've worked with. And what I find with a lot of people, creatives especially, is they go from thing to thing to thing to thing to thing, and they don't stop and kind of catalog, they don't compile the numbers, they don't say, I've worked on 47 projects with a combined value of X. They don't say, oh, I've worked with brands such as, you know, Bentley and Toyota and, you know, Ferrari. They just kind of go to the next thing, and they don't kind of like bring forward any of this pedigree or this story that they've got from their background. So I think one of the things that is really important in the lead up to approaching high-end clients is that you've got to have those stories, you've got to have your numbers, you've got to have your intellectual property, you've got to kind of do some digging and compile this stuff, because I think pedigree and experience is something that, you know, these people look for. They're looking for a shortcut. They don't want to do a whole lot of due diligence. It's kind of like, well, if you've worked with great clients, that helps me with due diligence. If you've been featured on these blogs, that helps me with due diligence. If you've won these certain awards, then I don't have to do much thinking about that. So that's great. So awards are excellent for that. Big brands are excellent for that. Catalog of numbers and stories, excellent for that. So those are the kind of things that I want people to do before we even go looking.
When you say due diligence, I know what that means. Can you explain it in layman's terms so people are like, what do you mean due diligence?
So if we think of a high-end client as someone who wants to protect their time and they don't want mistakes, they don't want things going wrong. So they're trying to, as quickly as possible, figure out, is this coach, consultant, agency legit? Are they going to do a great job? Or am I going to have to throw time at this? Is this going to be, you know, a drain where I'm going to have to fix it and then get someone else to do it? That's their biggest fear. They want the leverage of bringing in the right person first. So they're looking for clues. What are the clues that you've done a great job? There's a magic sentence that I love to give people when we go looking at their history. And the magic sentence is, I did something special for a certain type of client and we got a remarkable result. Let me tell you about it. And that magic sentence, what we do is when I work with a client, we'll go through all the years and we'll actually have a little timeline and we'll have the magic sentence, I did something special with a certain type of client, we got a remarkable result, and we'll say, what's your best story from 2019? What's your best story from 2020? What's your best story from 2021? And we'll actually pull down all of those stories that fit the description of I did something special for a certain type of person, we got a remarkable result. And we just catalog those stories, and that's one of the first things we do.
So they have to go into the history and kind of mine those for the gold that you're talking about, so that when they meet someone or someone hits their website and they're checking, basically they're just checking you out, they're checking your resume, they're checking your references to make sure you're not going to waste their time and their money, and that you're a credible person, that you are who you say you are, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we don't tell those stories, we're making it much more difficult for the prospect, the client.
Yeah, we're expecting people to be a mind reader, and they're not mind readers. They don't have the time. They're not gonna. They want it fast. It's like, if you've worked with Ferrari, tell me you worked with Ferrari. If you've worked on this particular thing, tell me you've worked on that. If you won this award, just tell me you've won this award. It makes my life easier. You're not bragging for your benefit. You're sharing those markers for their benefit, to save them time. You're doing an act of service by making it obvious and easy for people to see that you are the best to work with. That I'm not expecting you to be a mind reader. Here's the 5 things that I've recently done. In the same way, if I go to a doctor, if I go to a surgeon, and they say, look, I can see that you're a little bit nervous. I want you to know I've done over 1,000 of these procedures. It's not a complex procedure. We're going to be fine. They're not telling you that information to say, check me out, I'm an amazing doctor. They're telling you that to put your mind at ease, so that you can then say, oh, okay, they've done it 1,000 times, no biggie.
So if we put ourselves in the buyer's mindset and say, I'm looking to spend a lot of money with somebody, if they make me work too hard to find it, exhaustion, fatigue, frustration might set in. And you've already mentioned a couple different things. So if your dream client, one of these high-end clients, wants to hire you, there's a couple of things that you can do already, right? Number one is you can mine those stories and be able to tell them. What was the other thing you said earlier?
Collating your data. The data. So, like, how many clients have you worked with? Point for what's a lot or what's a little. Clients across the last 3 years doing these types of projects. Oh, wow, okay. You've said that in a way that makes me feel like you've reflected and thought through. So, okay, that must be interesting. That's good. You might say, collectively, my clients have had an uplift of $750 million due to the projects that we've done. So you might aggregate who are the clients that you've worked with, what is the uplift that has happened as a result. You might say, I've coached clients who have combined revenues of $280 million a year or something like that. I work with small, fast-growing startups with, combined revenues of X, whatever it is. So it's like finding the aggregate kind of numbers. You might also say, I've worked with highly funded startups. I've worked with fast growth companies that have won awards. I've worked with a family office that has over $3 billion worth of assets under management, right? So you kind of want to be able to list off, these are the types of companies that I've worked with. These are the headlines, the headline numbers, the headline awards, the headline brands, the headline aggregates that make me go, okay, not your first rodeo.
I remember what you were talking about. Okay, I should write it down. So here we are. I think you're hitting head on the mindset that a creative person has in terms of they're addicted to new and next, so they're never looking back, and so they can never catalog these things. When you say it seems so obvious, and I'm thinking, why have people been so slow to do this? Because they're just excited. And there's a phrase that is spread within creative circles, which is, you're only as good as your last piece of work. So they're always chasing that next thing, because now, like, but that thing's starting to fade in my memory, or that wasn't good enough and I can always do better. So they're addicted to that chase. So don't look back, and that's a big mistake. Number two is, I think they think of talking about their projects and who they've worked with as some form of bragging, which you've already said. And the reframe on that is just make it easier for clients to figure out if you're a good fit or not.
Yeah.
Don't make them work so hard, because if you do, they're going to go somewhere else. So it's not bragging if it's true. And if you're really trying to highlight certain things that will help them to determine what Seth Godin would say, people like us do things like this. So I guess the social proof that you're able to collect lets them know you're too big, you're too small, you're too expensive, you're too cheap, whatever it is, so they kind of understand.
Yeah, exactly that stuff. So let's bring it all together with an idea that in the lead up to meeting with a high-end client, you want to position yourself as what we call a key person of influence. And that key person of influence positioning is that you either head up an agency or you head up a firm, or you are a senior consultant, gun for hire coach, right? But the personification or the identity that you want to adopt is that I'm a key person of influence in this industry or this field. And there's a harsh piece of truth that I share with a lot of people around this idea that when you talk to people, they judge you, and they're putting you in one of three buckets. They're saying, this is a newbie who needs more experience. This is a worker bee who has an hourly rate that is in line with everyone else's hourly rate. This is a key person of influence who is in demand, charges whatever they like, and people line up to pay it. Now, when someone says, oh, the client just offered me experience, I could come and do this thing for experience, I'm going to say that's your fault. The way you communicated, the way you showed up, led them to believe that you're a newbie and that you needed the experience, and that they would be doing you a favor by giving you some experience. That's on you. That's your problem. It could be Mark Knopfler showing up and saying, hey, I love learning about guitar. I just love learning, new chords. And it's like, well, I don't know you're Mark Knopfler, so have some experience. Let's get you to play at my birthday, right? So people aren't mind readers. So if you position yourself as a newbie, you'll get treated like a newbie. How do you know that you're positioning yourself as a newbie? People are offering you experience. Worker bee is that whenever clients just purely and simply want to know what's your day rate, what's your hourly rate, and they're judging, is that at the high end or the low end, et cetera, you've communicated worker bee status. Worker bee is, I'm a trained professional, I'm good at what I do, I'm qualified, I have clients, I don't need experience, I get paid what people in my industry get paid, I'm in the middle to upper range of what people in my industry get paid. So you've communicated, our agency is accredited with this, and we do this, and we've been established for this long, and blah, blah, blah. You've just given all of the credentials that would say worker bee. So key person of influence is different. Key person of influence typically is someone who says, we've won awards, we've got a niche, we've got something that we're super specialized in, we're considered to be the best at this particular very narrow thing. I've written a book on it, or I've written created content about it. I'm followed for this. I've got followers on social media. So these are the types of things that point towards you being the key person of influence for X, Y, and Z. When it comes to blank, there's only a few names that keep coming up, mine included, right? So that sort of thing. So that's what we're trying to embody.
That sounds wonderful, but I know that people listening to this are going to say, well, easy for Daniel to say, easy for Chris to apply. But what about me? Maybe I'm not even close to that. Does that mean I'm excluded from being considered this way?
A big part of it is how you pitch yourself.
Okay.
I once worked with a woman in a workshop, and she said, I've been a financial planner for 23 years. I'm accredited by the financial planning body. I've helped place assets of hundreds of millions. But the way she shared this really just made me feel she's a financial planner. That's great. So I asked her about 5 minutes worth of questions in front of the group, and we rewrote the pitch. And she says, after the 5 minutes, she says, for the last 23 years, I've been helping rural families that own farms to plan for the next 2 generations. I help spouses who are marrying into the rural farming family to assimilate into farming life and into agricultural life and to understand the values of that farming business and to become one with the family. I help people who are the grandparents who have aged out of being hands-on with the farming equipment and the farming thing to find their purpose as the elder members of the farming family. I run family team retreats where we get everyone together, all the family and extended family, and we align to values. And I also do the financial planning for these families as well. And she said, I speak at the Rural Women's Conference. I write for the farming newsletters. Now, as soon as she starts pitching this, she was just in New South Wales in Australia. She ends up picking up clients in New Zealand, Japan, California, and Brazil because they're like, you're the best in the world at farming families, like families that own farms. So she just owned this positioning. She stopped trying to get everyone and be a generic financial planner. But it was funny because we asked the room in that moment, tell me, how much do you think her time is worth when she's a qualified financial planner? Versus how much do you think her time is worth when she's the best in the world at helping farming families to plan for 2 generations? And it was an order of magnitude. It was like something like $500 a day versus $5,000 a day was the perception in the room, the average perception in the room. So it had gone up at 10x the value of her time just by, and this was, by the way, this was not inventing stuff. This is actually what she'd been doing for 23 years. So she just wasn't talking about it. She was pitching as a worker bee versus pitching as a key person of influence.
Okay, there's a couple of critical things you said there, though. Like for the last 23 years, okay, so you looked at your history, and so that's got to say something, and then you helped her articulate her niche and to demonstrate use cases, which if you're in that space, it's like either you're going to fit the first, the second, or the third, or something like that. I help farming families plan for multi-generational something, right? And then I help elder people transition out of this, and I also help spouses who are marrying into this to adjust to the culture. So it's like now I get the clear picture. That comes from picking a niche and knowing that somebody's done something repeatedly. You automatically assume expertise. Now, she could be the worst person doing this, but she articulated so clearly that you think by the specificity of her language that she must have done this many, many times.
She must be good at it.
She must be.
Yeah, she's got a passion for it. So she's got spark, she's got vitality, she breathes life force into this. So what we want to do is just look for the last 5 years. Like even if you've got a case study where you really brought your A game, and even if it was small, like just start there. What's the intellectual property? There's this idea of intellectual property. Intellectual property in a legal definition is copyright, patents, you know, these kind of things. From a philosophical point of view, it's more your unique know-how, the know-how that you've got that other people don't really have. It's your experience in the world, your contacts, your connections, you know, your insights. And it's bringing that to the table and just packaging it up well and showing people this is my body of insights, and I've given it a name and I've given it a process, and I'm bringing that to the world, and I place a value on it, and I think others should too. And if you don't, that's fine. It's not for everyone. So it's just this different way of showing up in the world. I've seen people who don't have 23 years experience do this as well. I've seen 24-year-olds who look like key people of influence in their industry. The other day I was with a young guy and he said, my background prior to launching this podcast is working with the LA Lakers to help them to double their social media accounts. Now, obviously that's a big brand and all of that. But if you know anything behind the scenes, LA Lakers don't have one person doing that. They've got dozens of people doing that, right? So, but the way he puts a value on his experience with that brand and what they achieved, and he actually said, while I was there, we went through this kind of growth, we did this sort of thing, we went through this process. That's all of the insights that I bring to the table when I work with, you know, my clients. So this is someone who's young, has a few years with LA Lakers, but is leveraging it.
Yeah. Is this the 505 podcast?
Yeah. Yes, yeah. That's the 505.
I recognize the bio there. Let's get back to the lady who was a financial planner who came to this workshop. After she said what she said, which you already knew fell flat, what were you thinking about in that moment? And I'm curious, what you literally asked her to do so that you can then help her reshape her pitch?
So it was the first thing was judging. When she opened her mouth and explained, like I said, tell me a bit about who you are and what you do. And immediately my brain says, do you sound like a newbie who needs experience, a worker bee who's on an hourly, daily, or monthly, or annual salary rate? Or do you sound like a key person of influence, someone who should be on a stage, someone who should have a book deal, someone who should be on a podcast? Right? Where do I position you? Because I know there's really only those three positions. So she sounded like a worker bee. So immediately I'm like, red flag, this person... And just judging by her age, I knew she's got stories. Of course she's got stories. Everyone over 25 has got stories of some degree. So I asked her the magic question. Tell me about a time where you did something special for a certain type of person and you got a remarkable result. She immediately tells me about a farming family where the son had moved out to the city and got a job with one of the big 4 accounting firms, had met a city girl, and then she had married into the family, and 2 years later they were looking at getting a divorce. And she was brought in, and in that experience she did some conversations with the family to help them to understand city girl mindset, and she did some conversations with the woman who was in the family to understand farming mindset. She slowed the game down. She talked through the values. They did an alignment workshop. They actually did some understanding about how the expectations. She calibrated expectations. So she explained what she went through this process. The whole room's like in awe. And everyone sitting there is like, what happened next? Right? So she's telling a story. And I'm like, immediately I know she can be a key person of influence. So then I asked her the question, have you done this before? She's like, oh, well, I was that girl 23 years ago. I married into a farming family and I had this experience, and I was in finance and I married into a farming family and I became a financial planner and blah, blah, blah. So she tells me all these stories, and then I'm like, oh, okay, right. So this is easy for you to be a key person of influence in this, of course. So we just repositioned the story. I then applied a framework, and the framework was name, same, fame, aim, and a game. So what is your name and your business name? What are you the same as that I already understand? What makes you famous or different? What is your aim? What do you aim for? And what's your big game that you want to play? And we got all of that into a 30-second pitch, and that immediately recontextualized her and repositioned her as a key person of influence. So name, same, fame, aim, and a game.
You did this when we were in London, and you had everybody try to introduce themselves that way. That was a tricky thing to do, kind of on the fly. But I can see how if you sat down and worked through it, you can do it.
Even if it took half an hour, and then you rehearsed it into your phone and like got comfortable with it, it would be a game changer for most people.
Now, when you said something you did special for some type of person, a specific type of person with a remarkable result, I don't think of financial planners as somebody to come in for relationship therapy or anything therapeutic like that. So why was she even brought in, and what kind of area of expertise? Because you think numbers.
Yeah.
You know, how to grow an investment portfolio, how to reserve capital, how to plan for
that's what I call the functional layer.
Yeah.
The functional layer is the stuff everyone has to do anyway.
Okay.
Right. Of course, if you've got a design agency, you've got to be able to do design.
Right.
Right. You got to be able to understand brands and understand like there's just the functional layer, the bread and butter, the vital layer, the life force layer, the icing on the cake. That is where you're doing something special, something unique that goes above and beyond the functional layer, that changes the course of the future, right? It changes the direction. It puts us on a different timeline. You know, the thing about a key person of influence is that they're committed to changing someone's future state. That if they don't show up, something's not going to happen. Right, so they know that their job in the world is bending reality. They bend reality towards a different outcome that wouldn't have happened had they not been in the room. So when we discover that we're a key person of influence, it's actually a discovery of our ability to bend reality, and to say, hey, when I'm in the room, this project goes really well, and if I wasn't here, it would not go that well. Right? I know that anyone else can get you a 30% uplift. I can get you a 300% uplift. because I bend reality that way for this particular thing. I can't bend reality for everything, but I can bend reality for that. So she knows that she can bend reality for farming families, that they're on a timeline that leads to a divorce or, breakup, or the parents' farm being sold off because the kids don't want it and they're not aligned to it. She comes in and she bends reality back towards where her clients want it. So that's kind of like it's taking ownership of that power.
I see. So the functional layers, kind of what's expected. If you can't meet that minimum level for requirements, then you're not going to be, you shouldn't even be in business. But what makes you unique and special is how you're able to go above and beyond that and do something remarkable. Okay, that's pretty cool. Now, I have to ask you this question because I feel like our audience is going to feel this. Is everyone a key person of influence? It can't be true, can it?
There's a process of discovery, and there's early stages in the journey, and then there are late stages in the journey. And when you compare yourself to someone who's in the late stages of being a key person of influence, it's not going to feel like it's on the same scale. But there's going to be a feeling, there's going to be a tingling sense of energy around you. What will happen is that you'll stumble across a new perspective around your history and your story. You'll realize that you've got valuable intellectual property. Steve Jobs talks about you connect the dots by looking back. So you will do some of this work. You'll connect the dots by looking back and you go, oh, I'm really good at this. I've got a talent when it comes to this. I've got some experience at this. I've got these unique ways of doing this. And the initial phases, what will happen is you'll feel renewed sense of awareness. You'll feel awake to the experience. You might sit up late till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning making notes, journaling. You might be less distracted by the things you're normally distracted by. And suddenly you get this almost rush of energy where you start to identify as a key person of influence for something. You've had some sort of identity shift. And the results for that will probably take years to turn up in a big way where other people start to notice. But what will happen almost immediately is clients, one-to-one interactions with clients will be noticed differently. So you'll probably sign your first high-end client. And that might be 50 grand, which means you're not living in a different house, you're not living in a different reality, but you've just signed a 50 grand client when you used to sign 5 grand clients. So something shifts, right? So this is like this identity shift that happens. Obviously, there's early stages and late stages.
Okay. So the way you answer that question, I think I know what you're saying, but let's be clear. So are you saying even if you're early in the game, that there's still stuff you can mine from your past to make you different and remarkable? Is that what you're saying?
Yep. And if you're really, really, really early in the game, you can leverage your mentor. You can leverage your vision for the future. You can leverage an intense knowing about your current mission. But for the vast majority of people, let's say over 25, we want to leverage a story or an experience that we've had in the last 5 to 10 years.
Okay, that's very good. So it's your belief that almost everybody, maybe not everybody, but almost everybody, if they did the work and they reflected, they can be some kind of key person of influence. And what you're talking about is a game of positioning where you're able to find something that makes you radically different. And then you can just own that lane.
Yep, you can own that lane. Yep. Right. And in this world that we're currently in, if you own, I work with people who own farms, right? Families that want to transition for 2 generations. There are literally thousands and thousands of people who'd be interested in that, and you can find them because of the internet. So you don't have to be a generalist like we used to have to be 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm. This is wonderful because what you're talking about reminds me a lot about how when I was able to connect the dots, I found my own secret superpower. And so I'm going to coin a term here. There's a need for us to reflect on the things that we did, not just always looking forward, because we like to we're present and looking forward, never in the past. But sometimes that's very helpful for us. And we'll call this the AAA. Because when you look back at your history, you can gain an awareness that you didn't have before, and that's very important. And then you start to align the things that excite you, that fill you with passion and joy, so that you can be really alive. So those are the AAAs.
There you go, AAA battery, you plugged in.
Go. Then you had to one up it there. Okay, very good. Okay, so this means that everybody here has some hope that if you put in this work, if you make this commitment, and I'm just going to say this because it needs to be said to our audience. A lot of times you're going to listen to guests that we bring on, you get really excited about something, and then the next new exciting thing is going to come along, and a month, 2 months, 6 months later, you're going to totally forget about this thing until you hear it from another person again. And here's the thing. I want all of you to be super successful at doing what it is that you're doing, because it's part of our bigger mission to help you make a living doing what you love. But here's the thing. I don't think you need more information. You need more action. You have to go and apply this stuff. Otherwise, it's not magic. It's not going to work by itself. So sit down, re-listen to this part where Daniel breaks it down, ask yourself the magic question, look into your past and start to figure this thing out, and then make that commitment today. You don't even need to listen to the rest of this. Make this commitment today, because the next time you present yourself could be the time that everything changes.
I love it. But even still, there's going to be even more in this podcast.
There must be. It's like an infomercial. Wait, there's more.
Should we get into some tactics?
Let's do it.
So once you've positioned yourself as a key person of influence, here's what we want to do. And this is a little bit tactical.
Okay, I'm ready. I got my pen.
So super high-end clients, even though they want you to be available to them once they're a client, they don't want you to be available before they're a client. I know this is, people want what they can't have. Right, so I'm going to share with you something that's tactical that actually leads to high-end clients, and it's going to be counterintuitive.
Okay.
And the counterintuitive thing is you need to officially basically say, I can't start with any new clients anytime soon. I've got a waiting list. And if you're interested, I'd love to get you to fill in an expression of interest or join the waiting list. Right, so the official position as to how someone works with you is not that they can just join, that they can sign up, they can register, they can join the waiting list if they'd like to be part of the client. Now, the reason that you have a waiting list is because you're highly protective of your capacity. So you're protecting your ability to serve other clients. You're protecting your ability to do great work. So because you're so protective of your ability to do great work, you can't just be available to anyone and everyone when they want to start. There has to be a starting point that is a managed starting point.
Okay.
So I was talking to a guy who runs a video production company, and he says, it's 4 or 5 months until next year. I really want to get some high-end clients. How do I do it? I said, well, completely officially, you're closed for this year. There's no more clients for this year. And that if what you want to do is reach out to people. And I said, here's how I would reach out to people. I said, you've already got LinkedIn, you've already got like emails, you've already got plenty of people who are in your circles. Reach out to people and say, this year we did something special with a certain type of client, we got a remarkable result. So share the story, the magic sentence story. I said, just letting you know that we now don't have any capacity for new clients till the end of the year. But if you're interested in doing something similar in the year ahead, let me know by just either responding to this message or I'll give you the link to join our waiting list or our expression of interest form. And I said, your job is between now and the end of the year is to get 40 names on that list, so that there are 40 people who have filled in the expression of interest form. And the only thing you're allowed to do up until having 40 names on the wait list is get more names on the wait list. You're not allowed to take on clients until you've got 40 names on the wait list. That's it. So until you've got 40 names on the wait list, you are closed. Can't take on clients. I don't know how you feel about this strategy, but he was like, "Oh, that's a bit different. Haven't thought about doing it that way." So this was basically, yeah, I'm done till next. You can only join the wait list.
Why 40 though?
Well, for his business, he was hoping to get between 4 and 6 high-end clients. So I said, let's go for 10 times that number as a list to work with. I used this thing called the Cinderella principle. Cinderella principle is that the prince wants to find his future wife, and he only wants one. So what he does is he throws a big ball for like hundreds of fair maidens, and then he identifies who Cinderella is, but he loses her. So then he has a rigid criteria called a glass slipper, where he goes around and refines her by applying this rigid criteria and saying, this is the glass slipper that I can now identify Cinderella. And the way it works is that for the vast majority of the fair maidens in the land, they got a nice free big dinner party and dance. But for Cinderella, he was able to identify Cinderella out of the group, and then he had a rigid criteria so he could re-find her again. So what I'm talking about here is that we get people to, we get a group of people who have joined the waiting list or the expression of interest list. They've in some way signaled that they're interested. They're all the people who are showing up to the ball. And then we have a rigid criteria about who we're going to take on. And this is where we tell people, we say, in order to take you on as a client, I've got some key criteria that I would want to check in with you on. So that, like, I don't take on all the clients. I can't help everyone with everything. But for the types of clients that I can add the most value to, I've figured out 5 questions that we can ask. And then that tells me whether I can add massive value to you or not. So now we've got the glass slipper. Do you fit the glass slipper or not? It's a complete reversal of the typical way people go about winning clients.
Okay. If somebody is dead broke and they want to move on this plan, it's going to be very difficult to say, I don't have a whole lot of money or a whole lot of runway. How do they apply something like this?
Most of the clients that I would talk to are not dead broke. Okay. They're mostly, here's who I'm thinking about when I'm thinking about who's watching this. I'm thinking about someone who, they've got a great little 6-figure business. It pays them a reasonable wage. Life's not bad. Things are pretty good. They want to go to the next level. They want to leap up and go next level. So they've got some clients paying bills. They got, some retainers. They got some projects that are decent sized projects. They're going along nicely, but they're not like paying their mortgage down in one hit. They're not having any of those kind of big moments. So I'm talking about how do we orchestrate a big breakthrough moment. Someone's dead broke. I'm a big fan of go get a mentor, right? Work under the wing of someone. Do 2 years working under somebody's wing. Go join a team. Get close to find someone who's so damn busy because they're so damn good and become one of their regular suppliers at any price point that just moves you forward. So that you're picking up the experience, you're feeding on the energy, you're getting the key stories, you're getting all of that kind of brand association, and you've found 1 or 2, and you just become like an apprentice to that master. So if someone's dead broke, then my recommendation would be become a master's apprentice in some way, whether it be through affiliation or contracting or any of that sort of stuff. But if you're good and you want to go great, then this is a great strategy. However, let's say you do need clients, you kind of want clients now. Here's how I might do it. Let's say I get someone to join the waiting list and there's like 10, 15, 20 on the waiting list. I might say to them, get in touch and say, hey, Chris, I noticed that you joined the waiting list. I can't take you on until next year, but here's what I'd love to do. Let's do a little test project together and see what the chemistry is like so that we get a feel for what it's like to work together. I can slot that in between now and Christmas. Let's do a small project together. And then next year we can ramp it up when I've got capacity. But I'd love to do just a little test project with you so we can test some chemistry. Do you want to have a discussion around that? Or I might just simply make the appointment. So thanks for joining the waiting list. Can't take you until next year, but let's have a one-to-one. Let's have a half-hour to an hour meeting, find out what's going on with you, find out what you're looking to achieve, and let's have a conversation. In that conversation, I might say, if I could wave a magic wand, when would you want to start? And in most cases, a lot of high-end clients, they think 3 to 6 months out anyway. So the truth is that their dream start date might be 3 to 6 months, and you say, great, let's start then, but I need you to pay up front now. You need to put down some money now to secure that spot. So you can go that way. Or they might say, look, magic wand, I would love to start yesterday, like as soon as you can possibly go. So, okay, so if we could make that work, right, you'd want to get started straight away. Say, let me look into it. Out of curiosity, would you be willing to do some work with me outside of normal business hours? Like if I brought you in and we did some stuff 5:30 till 6:30, or if I could do some stuff with you on a Saturday to get this thing started, would that work for you? Yeah, we could do something like that, right? So you can say, if I can juggle that around, let me see what I can do. And then you get back to them and say, I got some good news and bad news. I can't start yesterday, but we can start in 2 weeks.
Okay, I like that.
You seem a little conflicted about this.
I'm not conflicted at all. I'm actually thinking about a different question I want to ask you.
So you dig this?
I dig this.
Yeah, okay,
absolutely.
Great. Yeah, fantastic.
I'm trying to think of like all the angles that they're going to come at me with, which is like, no, literally somebody mentioned in a video on our YouTube video together, it's like, great advice, Daniel Priestley, easy for Chris Doe, but what about John Doe? And I'm thinking about this person, right?
Easy for Chris Doe, what about John Doe? Ouch.
Yeah. And I wrote back like, what is it specifically that you can't apply, or give me some more feedback so that I can answer that question.
The first thing I would do is the first thing I would say to John Doe is, you've just given me an incredible pitch, right? So everything is like, we get what we pitch for and we're always pitching, right? Great sentence. You get what you pitch for, you're always pitching. Easy for you, but what about someone who's just a loser, nobody like me? Now that's a pitch. I just pitched you.
I see.
I'm not special. What about someone who's just not special and doesn't have any coolness about them, That's your pitch. You just pitched it. What about, this other guy? Well, easy for you, but most millionaires are born into money and inherit it, which actually isn't true. Like 10 to 15% at most in any country is born inherited wealth. But it's like, dude, that's a pitch. You just pitched that the only way to become financially successful is through inheritance. That's your pitch. You're going to live into that. You're going to pitch that into existence. So, great sentence. You get what you pitch for. You're always pitching. If you're going to put a shitty comment into the comments below, you're basically saying, that's my pitch to the world. My pitch to the world is it won't work for me. Okay, well, you pitched that. Great. Come back to me when you want to change that pitch.
Okay. Well, I have to bring this up. You're a remarkable person. You've done lots of things and still relatively young. And I have had the good fortune, the foresight to get into what I got into and win awards and do work at the very highest levels in the highly competitive market. And then I realized there are not that many people that fit those descriptions. And there are more people out there who didn't find their path into whatever it is they're doing today, didn't go to school for it, kind of figured it out on their own. So they have massive amounts of imposter syndrome. They weren't raised by entrepreneurial or forward-minded parents. In fact, they're raised by parents who kept telling them, you can't do this. Who do you think you are? You're nothing special. And so they're working against a lot of limiting beliefs here. And so I recently came to this conclusion that sometimes the things that I say are really hard for people to process because they keep thinking, and there's some truth in it. Yeah, you went to a great design school, you graduated at the top of your class, then you got opportunities kind of just dropped on your lap, so you didn't have to grind it the way we did.
Well, what's interesting is you and I are complete opposites.
Okay.
You're talented and you're technically talented and you went to great schools. I went to a terrible school. I went to a few months of university and then dropped out. I got no qualifications other than a driving license. I did marginally interesting small things. I built a $10 million business without winning any awards, without having any famous brand names associated, without doing a single piece of work for a big name company that was a household name. None of that stuff. But one thing I did learn, and the way I learned it, is I had to learn it, which was because I don't have all of that stuff, I have to make the most of what I've got. I've got to dust off these old pair of shoes and shine them up a little, right? So,
what did you bring to the table? Let's call it Brooks. Daniel, what did you have that you had to like dust off and shine up?
Well, first I got a job in a startup. And that startup, I was employee number 3. We had no name or no bank account. And I worked for this guy called John. And for 2 years, we built his startup. And it went from 3 people to 60 people. So when I left John, I've just come off the back of a startup. We went from 0 to several million of revenue. And we went from 0 people to 60 people. So I've just worked on a startup that was successful. But now the way I tell it, and I'm trying to not tell it in a cool, sexy way, but I would tell that in a cool, sexy way, and I would tell it like it's the most amazing thing in the world. The truth is there are hundreds of startups every single year that go from 0 to several million, and that, there's an early stage team. that get hired, and that I was working with what I had. So I was, talking about the fact that, there was that. Do you know, there was times where I would talk about the fact that I worked at McDonald's. And I'd say, look, as a teenager, I worked at McDonald's, and at like 15 years old, running thousands of dollars an hour worth of product through those bins and producing hamburgers, and the team out the front selling hamburgers. And, there was a whole system and a process. At the time, I couldn't clean my room, but I could run a multi-million-dollar restaurant, right? And it was because of the power of the systems and the processes that I was learning at McDonald's. So I can talk about my McDonald's background. I can tell you stuff about when I was delivering pizzas that is fun stories, interesting stories, and what I learned from being a Pizza Hut delivery driver. So there's something in. I'm a big believer that you can look into your background, you can find some stories. Take the example that we shared before. Her story was not, I worked at JP Morgan and floated a company for billions and worked with the world's richest people. Her story was, I worked with a little family that had a farm, and the son went and got married, and then she didn't want to be part of the family, and then the family, there was going to be a divorce, and I came in and stepped in and got the family aligned, and, I helped them not go through a divorce. And I helped get that family farm back on track and find the balance that worked for everyone. That's not like some crazy Mark Zuckerberg story. That's just, I helped a family go through their, one of their little life's troubles. So we don't need to win an Emmy. Obviously it helps if you do, but we don't have to win an Emmy to be a key person of influence.
Okay. So you're laying out tools and a way of thinking from very humble background yourself, and you're saying to people, if you don't want to use the tools, you love this life that's not going anywhere for you, then that's the life you're going to keep getting. Yeah. And you all have a choice. And that's the thing I think is very frightening for people to say, like, you mean all this time I could have just thought differently and I would have acted differently and I'd have a different result or outcome right now? And what would you say to that question?
I'd say that's a great story. I'd say you should use that story. For 20 years, I just didn't see the value in what I was doing, and then I suddenly started to see the value in it. Cool, right? Have you ever seen the book called Stone Soup? I read this book to my kids every week.
Stone Soup?
Stone Soup.
Okay.
And these travelers, they rock up in a village, and the village says, oh, we got nothing. And they say, oh, well, it's fine. You don't need anything. We're here to make some soup for you. They go, really? Yeah, we're here for this. We're going to bring the soup. And he says, all we need is a pot, and then we can make the stone soup. And they go, well, we've got a pot, so here's the pot. So he gets these stones, and he puts the stones in, and he starts boiling the water. He tastes it. It's delicious. It needs a little bit of salt. I've got salt, right? Needs some onions, right? Okay, onions. And by the time every villager puts some ingredients in, it's beautiful soup. But it starts with just stones, right? The stones in the pot. It's a great story because great entrepreneurs do it like that. They start with nothing but an idea or a vision, and they enroll people, and it can be very humble. It can be a very simple starting point. So look, all I'm saying is that if you're sitting there going, oh, well, if that would have worked up until this point, I would have done it. It's like, well, okay, let's just assume that's now the background of the story, but we're going to change the story. We're going to repitch it. We get what we pitch for. We're always pitching. We don't need self-belief. We need others to believe in us, right? We get self-belief after the fact. So I'm a big believer that it really doesn't matter what you believe about yourself. It matters more what your clients believe about you. You can be plagued with insecurities, and some of the best people are. But if I believe, if the client believes this person can help me, then that's great. So focus on client belief. Focus on enrolling others into believing that you've got that their business or their timeline will bend.
I agree with you. It doesn't matter so much what you believe. It matters more what they believe. But I also find that if you don't believe, how can they believe? Because I have this idea that your mouth and the words that you use, they betray you because they reveal the real you. Mm-hmm. So when some person comes up to you and gives you their first pitch, it's kind of revealing their own self-belief until you help them to reframe it.
I feel like that puts a lot of pressure on people.
Yeah.
That they have to then check in with themselves to see if they believe it. Now, let's say we were riding motorcycles. I wake up in the morning and say, do I feel confident riding a motorcycle? Nope. Okay, don't get on the motorbike. but it's normal not to feel confident until after I've ridden it 100 times. So what I have to do is say, do I feel confident about riding a motorbike? No. That's part of the process. Go through the actions, go through the process, start the engine, put the helmet on, put the crash gear on, go through the process that you've been trained, do what the instructor told you to do, and park to the side the fact that you don't feel confident. Borrow the confidence of someone who's already ahead of you. Borrow that confidence, do what they say, go through the process, and then evaluate after you've been through a few repetitions. We are going to feel confident about riding a motorcycle 100 trips in, but we're not going to feel it at the beginning. And same, we're not going to feel like a key person of influence the first time we pitch ourselves a certain way. If we're waiting for that feeling, it's never going to start. You know, we're going to get it never.
So you're talking about inertia a little bit here. So if you stay static, you're going to be static. And if you move a little bit, then you start to activate the big momentum.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I think about this in working out. I don't love to work out. And actually, I'm like, oh God, I haven't worked out. I feel guilty and I'm going to go do something. So the first thing I do is just change into my clothes. I'm like, I'm not even committed to anything.
I'm just going to put the shoes on.
Yeah. And then I'm going to go to the gym and I'm just going to stand there. Maybe I'll just turn on the TV. And then eventually you're working out. I'm like, well, I'm here. I might as well do something. At the end of it, it's like, hey, I feel pretty good about myself today.
Yeah.
And who knows what'll happen tomorrow, but today was a good day.
That's often the case. And you actually, by the end of the workout, you feel, actually, I love working out.
Yeah.
So the feeling of I love working out actually comes towards the end.
Okay.
Not at the beginning. Yeah. So I just think that go through the process of telling someone that you have a waiting list or an expression of interest list for the year ahead, and just say to them, here's the link, join my waiting list. I'd love to touch bases with you. Start by just filling in some basic information. I can't take you on as a client in the next 3 months, but let's start the process. Try that. See what reaction you get, right? It's going to feel clunky and weird at first. You're going to feel like a total imposter, total fake.
Yeah.
Right? But just say, look, I protect my ability to do great work, which is why I slowly onboard clients and I double check that they're going to be a great client first. There's a slow process. Here's what we want to do.
Okay. Now, with your permission, feel free to slap me down on this. I'll make it even easier for you guys. At the end of the year, we don't get a lot of work done anyways. So we're in August now. It's going to be September in a blink of an eye. You can even wait until like late October and then announce that you're not going to work until basically January. You can't take on any new clients and you're risking nothing because you weren't planning to work anyways. And I think there's a lot of us who are very hopeful, like December 25th, some new clients are going to come in the door and say, we need you now. You're the only person who can do this. Save me, Obi-Wan. And that doesn't really happen. So you can say this, or if you're planning a vacation, or you're going to take a sabbatical, what a great, true, and honest way to say, like, I'm not available to take on any new clients for the next 3 to whatever months. And when I return, I will consider you, but express your interest, and we'll see where we go.
Totally.
That's less risky. Although entrepreneurship is full of risk, we want you to do it the way Daniel says, for the next 4 months, I'm out. But there are simpler, safer ways to do this. Is that okay?
That's brilliant.
Okay.
That's fine. And the other thing, too, is that the high-end client loves that. They love filling in that. They feel that the pressure's off. And also, I've had situations where I put people on a waiting list, and then I've said a week later, if I can get you in sooner, would you want to start sooner? Yeah. Okay. Let me call you back. And then I call back and say, we can start in 2 weeks. And they go, oh, amazing. So no one's upset about this, right? Or sometimes I've said to people, look, the way I work is that I get a lot of people who want to work with me who aren't right. So I put this waiting list or expression of interest list in front to filter most of those out. But you're the type of client I'd love to work with. So if you want to start sooner, we can start sooner. That filtering mechanism was just to kind of like filter the majority of people who want to waste my time or that I just wouldn't want to work with them. But if you want to start sooner, we can start sooner. I'll find time for you. Oh, great. So it's not like some big thing that you're like, oh, but if I say that I have a waiting list, then I can't start for 4 months. It's like, change your mind.
Yeah.
It's your business. You make the rules.
There's an added benefit to this. even if you don't fully embrace this entire thing, which we encourage you to do, which is designers or creative people have a hard time saying no. But if you were to put on the internet that I'm not taking any new clients, when someone who's a poor fit for you calls up randomly, not because you're soliciting them, they haven't signed up onto any wait list, you can just say, you know what, I'm actually not doing this, and I've actually communicated to the world that I'm shutting down for 4 months because I can't take on any new work. That's a great way to just filter out bad clients, and you don't have to feel like a bad human being for doing that.
Yeah, you can say, I'm so sorry, I've got a bit of a waiting list at the moment.
Yeah.
Let me recommend someone else to you.
Right.
Because you've now got officially a waiting list.
Right. Or you can convert that not a good client into potentially a very good client. They're like, wait, I'm intrigued. What are you talking about? I was just kidding about our budget and our timeline. What does it take to get on your wait list?
Yeah.
Right?
Yep, exactly.
Okay.
How do I get it?
Right.
You know? Yeah, so this is the other thing. One of the things that happens with most of this type of work is you have to set appointments. Appointment setting is a big part of business. In fact, one of the best things at some point we want to talk about is how do you set appointments? Because like I see a lot of people with lead generation, they can present once they're in front of someone, but setting appointments is a big deal. So one of the reasons people don't want to set an appointment with you is because they feel, I'm going to be sold to and they're going to put pressure on me to get started. One of the beautiful things about having an official wait list is that the appointment process feels more like of a screening process or it doesn't feel like I'm going to twist your arm to buy today. It feels like you're going to have to jump through hoops and prove that you're going to be a good customer if I want to be front of the line at the waiting list. Now, let me talk about best case scenario. Best case scenario, between now and, say, Christmas, you get 50, 60 people. You reach out on LinkedIn, you reach out on Instagram, you say, I did something special with a certain type of client, you tell a little story, one paragraph. Let me try this on. So imagine I message you and I say, hey, Chris, I think you know me through Ali Abdal, or I think you know me through so-and-so. Recently, we worked with a design agency and we set up an online assessment for them. And we got 513 people to fill in that online assessment, and then they generated 37 really great clients off the back of that. I'd love to unpack that for you and show you how we did that. I'm not taking on any new clients until 2025. If you're interested in learning a bit more about that, let me know and I'll send you through a link that can help with that. Oh, okay. Cool. Now, mind you, 99 out of 100 may not even respond, but if I reach out to some people and say, this is the story, this is what we've done, yeah, I'd like the link, tell me more about that. Now I'm just sending the process, and I'm also saying I'm not taking on clients until this, but I'm letting people know about how we did this thing. If you want to know more, let me know and I'll send you through expression of interest form, something like that. So now we're just creating a little bit of this tension. Now, if I can get 60, 70 people on this expression of interest or this waiting list form, and then I say, Chris, I've got like 70 people on the waiting list. I'm just going to do a few little touch bases, a few little intros. Would it be okay to have a 15-minute chat with you? You know, find out what you're up to, what you're doing, just to touch bases and find out what's going on with you. Yep, great. So now we're having a 15-minute chat, but it's within the context of this person has a waiting list and they've done amazing things. So you see that we're kind of creating a bit more of a balanced energy as opposed to I'm a supplier and I desperately need a client. And we're trying to just turn that around a little bit and saying, actually, I'm highly valued for what I do, and I select clients who would get great value with what I do. Maybe that's you, but it's maybe not, and that's fine either way. Right? So it's just a little bit more like balanced energy.
Yeah, I like that because a lot of people who need work act in a very needy way, and it's going to send that signal that you're a worker or you're a newbie.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't, like, neediness just immediately turns people off, and people can smell it a mile away. Nothing kills neediness faster than having a list. Like, a list kills neediness. Let's say I wanted to raise investment for a company that I'm starting. If I approach one high net worth person, one investor, and all my hopes are pinned on that one person, let's say I want to raise $100,000. I go to them, I say, I'm going to start a business and I need $100,000 and maybe you could put $100,000 in and then I'll get started, right? I've got all the neediness energy. Imagine I spend more time and I build a list and I say, I've built a list of 80 people. I've gone through LinkedIn, blah, blah, blah. So then I go out to them and I say, I'm raising $100,000. I've got a list of about 80 high net worth investors who I'm going to reach out to. I'm probably going to split this between 10 and 20 people who I'll let invest. Would you be interested in seeing the presentation? Right? So now it's like you're on a list, you may not get through. I've got options. So just having a list, just purely and simply having a waiting list for 2025 automatically recalibrates your brain to like, oh, I'm in demand.
Yeah.
I'm not needy anymore.
Okay.
Even if a bunch of the people on the list are not perfect.
Right. Because they don't know that.
Yeah.
They just know there are 79 other people.
Yeah, there's 79 other people.
Yeah.
Some of them are right, some of them are definitely not right, but I've got a little bit of a list. And this is the other thing too, don't be too picky when you're building a waiting list. Don't be like too fussy about who you're going to approach, just build the list. It's a good thing to have people who miss out. It's really good. Word spreads.
You mentioned tactics. How many other tactics are there? I think you started with the wait list. Are there other tactics, or is that like you've...
The wait list is a great one. An online assessment is a really, really good one. One of the favorite marketing conversations, if you're a marketing geek, you know about how they sold toothpaste in like the 1920s or something like that. Something like 85% of Americans didn't brush their teeth daily. And then they created this campaign where they said, you got to see if you're squeaky clean.
Yeah.
And you got to go like this, and if you brush your teeth and then you can see if it squeaks, only this particular toothpaste gives you the squeaky clean thing. So it gave people an assessment. It gave them a way of self-assessing whether they needed toothpaste or not. So people are literally reading the newspaper on the bus, and they go, oh, I need that. My teeth aren't squeaky clean. And then they try it, and then they brush their teeth, and then they do it, and then the teeth squeak. And they're like, ooh, now my teeth are squeaky clean. So this is called giving people an assessment, giving people a way to self-assess or a way to demo something. So one of the best things you can do is create a self-assessment for people to self-assess whether they need your thing. So like, for example, let's say your specialty is helping family businesses to rebrand. And let's say the business has been around for 40 years, 50 years, and some of the elements you want to hold on tightly to, some of the elements need to freshen up, right? You could say, you could do an assessment. Does your family business need a refresh, a brand refresh or a rebrand? Answer 15 questions to find out if your family business needs to refresh its brand and go through a rebranding process. So then people can go through and answer the questions. And they go, oh, yes to that, no to that, maybe, yes, no, maybe, scale of 1 to 5. I'm a 5 for this one, I'm a 3 for this one, oh, 1 for that one, right? And then at the end, it says, based on how you answered, there's a 78% chance that your business would benefit from getting a brand refresh, rebrand. Oh, cool. Well, that was based on how I answered. So it's me conducting my own assessment, my own test. So having a self-assessment where people fill that in, super, super powerful.
How real was the squeaky clean test?
What do you mean?
Well, was it something they just invented to do it, or was it a sign of oral hygiene?
Yeah, I think there is actually just a film that comes off when you brush your teeth, and then it gives a squeak, and then it comes back within 10 minutes or 15 minutes. but for most people, on that situation, for most people, like 85% of people weren't brushing their teeth at all.
Right.
There was this whole huge problem, but it was just a way for people to self-assess. It was a way for people to do an assessment. If I said to you, your wife has a love language and there are 5 love languages, and if you don't know what your wife's love language is, you might be wasting a lot of time, energy, effort, money on things that she doesn't even care about, and you need to know which one of the 5 love languages your wife is. Immediately your brain is like, oh, now I know there's 5 love languages. I have to take the assessment and find out. So people love these assessments, right? So we've learnt this obviously because we work with 6,500 customers, or 6,500 businesses to help them with self-assessment tools. But people love the whole like self-assessment. Do I need this? Could I benefit from this? Which one am I, right? Which type of sales manager do I have? Do I have a farmer, a hunter, or a gatherer? Which type of athlete am I? Am I a sprinter, a marathon runner, or a weightlifter? Boom, boom, boom. So like people just adore self-assessment.
Yeah. It's tapping to this innate human desire to know more about ourselves, because it's so opaque to most of us. It's like that whole phenomenon, like you can't read the label from inside the jar. Hence horoscopes, astrology,
blood tests. Everyone's
fortune tellers, blood tests, 23andMe.
Yep.
DNA tests, all kinds of things. The Myers-Briggs test. What other assessments are there? So many.
There's so many wealth personalities, your money making style, your IQ test, right? EQ test. So all of these. So people have an endless desire to learn more about themselves and their needs and their businesses. It's so much easier to sell someone on a self-assessment than to sell them on the product.
Okay.
So let's say I'm an amazing designer, it's such a powerful positioning to say, I don't know if you need me or not. Take the assessment and it'll tell you, right? You might be totally fine for another 10 years, right? Take the assessment, you'll find out. Oh, okay, I'll take the assessment. So like one of the most powerful sales techniques is to just not sell what you do, just to sell the assessment.
Okay.
And it's just like, and to have an ambivalent persona until you've taken an assessment. It's like, imagine you go to a doctor and you say, oh, doctor, do I need to put my arm in a cast? They're going to say, why do you think you need an arm in a cast? Well, because I've got a sore arm. Well, let's get an x-ray. I don't know. Like, let's have an x-ray before we talk about putting your arm in a cast. It's like, first we do the assessment, then we do the treatment.
Yeah. Here in America, they're not going to send you go an x-ray. They're just going to do a bunch of tests before you can actually get the x-ray, when what you really need is an x-ray, but they're going to push that process out.
Who knows what they're going to do in America?
Yeah, you might be dead.
It's like, oh, here, have this over-the-counter medicine that you could get anywhere else in the world for $11, but have it for $1,100.
Yeah. Okay, so we talked about two things, the wait list, the online assessment. Sir, something else?
So we got waitlist, we got online assessment. I love introduction events. Introduction events are great. So an intro event is an introduction to blank. Introduction to rebranding. So once you are someone who's running a workshop, by the way, you're also a key person of influence. That's a really powerful distinction. The person who runs a workshop is a key person of influence, almost by definition. So an introduction to rebranding your family business, an introduction to scaling your family business through having a powerful brand. If you're running that workshop, by definition, you're assumed to be, well, okay, if you're running a workshop on it, you must be a key person of influence at that. So like introduction workshops are super powerful. You can do them on Zoom, almost no cost. Super powerful.
Well, on another episode, we'll probably have to get into how do you architect one of those intro events, because I'm curious, because I'm sure some people are going to run out there and try this, and no one's going to sign up, and when they do it, it's terrible. There's a lot of things to unpack there, but maybe not on this episode.
You could do a wait list for the introduction workshop. And then tell people, I'm so sorry you didn't get through. Because we only had one person. You didn't get through, but let's have a one-to-one instead.
Yeah. Okay, the intro event.
So we got intro
That's kind of like how you got your start in business, right? You started running
my whole
these
first
intro.
agency was my first super successful agency. Like I was 24 years old, we're doing 10 million in sales. It was just introduction events. That was everything. That's what we were specialists in. We were the specialists in introduction events.
Okay.
So someone who wanted to roll out a franchise, we ran introduction events for their franchise. Someone who wanted to roll out a financial services offering or financial planning business, we ran the introduction events. So we were specialists in, rather than selling the thing, sell the introduction event with as much budget as you would sell the thing. And you will end up making a lot more sales. And we were very, very good at that.
I'm noticing a theme here, Daniel, about to try. It's a lot of work. There's too much friction. There's a lot of poor fits. this bridge in between, low commitment, I'm not looking to sell you anything, I can give you some value. It's a Cinderella principle. You're going to create an event that people feel valuable just participating in that. You need to make sure you hold up your end of the bargain. That the survey or the quiz is good, that the intro event is full of information that's going to really help them understand they have a problem and hear some potential solutions, so that then you can then cherry pick with the glass slipper the criteria. Like, you feel like you might be a good fit for us. Let's dialogue.
Perfect. Yeah, okay. Exactly that.
All right.
So it's building that bridge. You can use these in conjunction. You can use these. You can actually use these tools all together. So
you can stack them.
Yeah, you could stack them. So you could have an introduction event. You could say, I'm not taking on any clients until next year, but we are doing an introduction event. And then at the end of the introduction event, you could say, I hope you've gotten value for that. If you're interested. In being a client, join the waiting list. And when you're on the waiting list, we're going to give you a self-assessment. So once you join the waiting list, we'll give you a link to get a self-assessment, and that self-assessment will highlight the issues and the needs that you've got. Right now, so now
it sounds super incestuous, but I get it. It's a good idea.
Right? I get it. People are like, "Damn, you've got a process for this."
Yeah,
like you.
That's the thing. It's like you figure stuff out, haven't you?
Yeah,
we've thought through the entire 7-course meal, from the way that people are going to arrive at the event to the end of the event, and the little goodie bag that you get to go with you on the way home.
And you have to accept that you cannot do what everyone else is doing and get a different result. If everyone else is just saying, "Oh, we're an agency and we start whenever you want to start, and we don't have any way of explaining it, and what do you want? We'll try and do what you need. Whatever you've asked us, we'll just try and do it." If you behave like all the other agencies, all the other coaches, all the other advisors, whatever, if that's how you behave and that's how you show up in the world, you're going to get the market rate. You're behaving like the market, so you'll get the market rate. There's nothing really different about the way you do it. The agencies or the businesses or the coaches that are smashing it, that are super successful, they are communicating to the market, I have figured this thing out. I'm smarter than you are. I know how this all works. I've created some events for you to attend. I've created some assessments for you. I've created some value that's coming in the future. Join the waiting list. And they're communicating, we're in demand. We know what we're talking about. You'd be very lucky to get married to me because I'm Prince Charming, and you're going to be Cinderella. It's going to be great. Right, so they're communicating that value in a very different way. So people have to do it a little bit different.
Yeah, got it. Is there a fourth thing?
Oh, I could go for days, man. I can keep coming up.
Should we draw it here then? You
I think otherwise people are going to get paralyzed with too many things. This is 3 good things. These are things that you can just have running up. You can have these up and running today, but like you finish the podcast, you use a template, boom, you're ready to go.
Yeah. Okay. I had this question in my mind to ask you, but I don't want to interrupt the flow. You often reference, so there was this person I met who was asking me this question, the financial planner or the video production person where are you talking to these people? Where are you pulling these stories from?
Oh, well, I always just talk about what I'm up to at the moment. So some of those stories are recent, literally this week. But the financial planning story is actually 7 or 8 years old. But I've used that as an example before, and I know it's a good example. And I saw that. I saw her reposition her whole business as a result of that conversation. So it's just one that is stuck in my mind. But there's hundreds of stories like that. So they're client stories. I run...
Client, well, tell me more. Like, this is what I mean. Like, was it a workshop you were running?
Okay,
a party?
Yeah, what do I do, right?
Yeah, like where do all these people come from? Because somebody's in the audience thinking, how do I get that conversation with Daniel?
Yeah, well, you have to join the wait list. There's 2 main businesses that I run. So I have a software company called ScoreApp.com, and ScoreApp is, a lot of the stuff we talk about is I've templated it. These are the things that have worked for me, and we've created templates. And at ScoreApp.com, you set up a free account, and then you can use the template library. And there's 80 templates in there, and that's all there. And essentially, this is a software that does online assessments and waiting lists and like all of that, and it collects data, valuable, meaningful data. So ScoreApp is an extension of my passion turned into software. And then Dent is an accelerator that I run where over the last 15 years we've been taking people through a process to help them with their personal brand. We run the Key Person of Influence Accelerator, and every year now we take about 550 people globally through a process of developing their personal brand. People do apply. They go through a process. They go through an educational and a bit of training that's free. And then if they say, yeah, I want to go ahead and implement that, they apply to go on the accelerator, and we take on about 550 a year.
Okay. Some of our friends, our mutual friends, have enrolled in this KPI accelerator. You said you take on 550 people, so it caps out at 550?
Yeah.
Okay. And this is an ongoing thing? How does it work and what does it cost?
So the way it works, it's an online training. Live events every 2 weeks for about 3 hours. So it's quite a commitment. Like every 2 weeks you're doing a 3-hour training session for 12 months minimum. And we have an online portal that's AI enabled. So the online portal asks you a ton of questions about who you are and your background and all this. Then it uses AI to rewrite the pitch and to create like frameworks for how you would productize more effectively. So then you're doing the live workshops and you're using the portal to reinvent your business. We get our clients often to write a book. We get our clients creating podcasts and being on guests on podcasts. We get them in little social media squadrons where they help each other to amplify their social media profiles. We teach them to repitch, or we rewrite the pitch with them, and then we get them practicing and rehearsing and doing the pitching. We do something called a productized ecosystem where we take their intellectual property and productize it across different layers. So all of that happens over 12 months. If someone at the end of 12 months has got it and they're good, happy days. If they want to continue on, they can just continue on and keep going every 2 weeks. If the environment's really working for them, every 2 weeks for 3 hours, just keep going. You said how much is it? If they're a small business, it's about $5,000 for the year because we have like a startup version. If they're a more established business with at least 6 figures of revenue, it's about $10,000 for the year. Way cheaper than an MBA, way cheaper than a coach consultant to come into their business. It's an accelerator environment. It gives you a great network, all of that sort of stuff.
Okay. So it sounds like you're using AI to translate a lot of the principles that you believe in that have worked to help make it scalable for people who are joining.
Yeah.
Is it a rolling enrollment? Anybody can join as long as there's an opening?
We do interview process, and then we have start dates throughout the year.
Okay.
So you
have to sync up to a start date then?
Yeah, so you'll interview and then you'll join with a start date that works.
I see.
Yeah. And then prior to the start date, you'll have some portal work that you can get started with straight away. So you start the process of going through the portal.
Okay. Who's it not a good fit for?
It's not. We're not really great for like B2C, like consumer products that are stuff that you might just
Like tangible goods?
Trinkets, physical things. We specialize in B2B services. Like the absolute home run is B2B services. Anyone who's an agency, advisor, coach. We do a lot of fitness related businesses, health and wellness. We have a ton of doctors, surgeons, dentists who come through. We have a lot of people who have like got a PhD or an academic, like they're super talented technically, but they're not great at telling the world about that. But someone who wants to really hide behind their brand, where they're just like, I just want to create this like leather pouch and people buy it and it's an e-commerce business and I don't want anyone to know who I am. That's definitely a bad fit because it's the key person of influence program. You're repping your business. You're going to be the brand. So we often ask questions like, if you wrote a book and gave away 1,000 copies of the book, what do you think would happen to your business? If someone says, oh, my business would go through the roof, like I'd be speaking and I'd be on podcasts and I'd win high-value clients and all that sort of stuff, that's normally a good test that it would be good. If someone's like selling this stuff, they go, oh, I can't see at all how that would work. Or if you were invited to speak at a major conference, what do you think that would do at your brand? Oh, that would be amazing for my brand. Great, let's get that happening. If someone says, oh, well, I don't really understand what speaking at a conference would do for my brand at all, or would do for my sales or my money, then that's a no.
Yeah. Okay, so you mentioned there's primarily 2 companies that you're involved with.
Yeah.
There's KPI, which we just talked about in depth. We'll include the links to those programs so you can apply and get on a wait list and perhaps go to an intro event. Who knows? And then there's this other thing called Score App, which is the online self-assessment software that you built based on these principles. You said it's a free to try, but what if somebody's like loves it? What are the price points?
It's huge. It's so expensive. It's out of this world.
I'm afraid.
It's $29 a month. And then if you're a bigger business, it's like $59 a month, and then a much bigger business is $99 a month. So it's like between $30 and $100 a month.
Yeah. That sounds a crazy reasonable to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's our business is built to scale. So it's a business that has we're in 150 countries and 6,500 people using the Score app. And then we have, on top of that, we have enterprise level, which is like for bigger companies, they want much more dedicated. So that's like $1,000 a month. But they're like household names. They're like FTSE 100 and S&P 500 and those sorts.
Is that coming like with an advisor helping out? Is it
for the enterprise level stuff, it's largely about the security features, the multiple logins, jumping through the hoops that they want you to do for like onboarding, having dedicated service desk available for multiple people. We also, for those guys, we do like special template libraries that are just for their clients and just for their employees, and then it's like locked down so that they can't edit anything. That
I see.
Yeah, so it's a bit different. So we have our enterprise level, but most people are on our like small business too.
Okay. So for enterprise, it's more about control, security, compliance, corporate D kind of thing.
Corporate, all the stuff the corporates want before they can even, like, they may love the software, but if you don't have all this like 2-factor authentication and cybersecurity policy and all of that, if you don't have all that, and if you're not willing to go through their process, so they're happy to pay $1,000 a month, provided you've got all of this stuff and you can help them and support them get it working. So so we have enterprise, but most small businesses, they just sign up, they get a free account, they see how it works, and then when they're ready, they just go to $29 a month.
From the Score perspective, is the enterprise client the big client?
No, my passion, I don't have a huge passion for big companies. I have a huge passion for small businesses. I want small businesses to win. I'm conflicted about big companies. My genuine, authentic passion is I want small businesses to win. I believe in the entrepreneur revolution. There's this idea of like by 2030, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy about it. I'm like the opposite. I'm like, by 2030, you're going to own an amazing business, and that's going to be your business, and and that business will pay for a house, and you're going to own that house, and you're going to be so damn happy because of all the stuff you own. So I'm like, I want the small businesses to win. I think we're going through a time in history where all the systems that were built for the industrial age are breaking down, but the one thing that's kind of emerging and it's providing a lot of happiness and joy for people is ownership of a small business. So that's what I'm all about.
At the beginning of the show, we said we're going to answer this one question that came at us from Twitter or X, and it was about how to get 10 high-end clients.
Yeah. The 10 high-end clients probably is going to come from 100 people who engage with a waiting list, 100 to 200. So you think about the fact that they join a waiting list or come to an event or fill in an assessment is already a filter, but by definition, an ultra high-end client or a high-end client is the top 5 to 10% of people who are already filtered. So ultimately, if you want 10 clients, you're going to need 100 to 200 people. So it's the top 10% of the people who have filled in a form. So I would say if you're looking for 10 high-end clients across the course of the year, you might want to repeat this a few times. Let's say you get 50 on the waiting list, and then you run the campaign again, do it every quarter. So you're always pushing people out to the next quarter, and you say, I'm not taking on any clients this quarter, and fill in the waiting list for next quarter, or fill in expression of interest for Q2, Q3, Q4. So you can repeat this, and if you're getting 50 people join the waiting list, you're always going to be oversubscribed. You're always going to be able to cherry pick those very top end clients. Now that's the other thing. You want to have a list of people on there so you can select those top clients. So, let's say across the course of the year, 200 selected people engage, you pick your 10, now you've got your top 10 clients.
So hopefully if you do this correctly, when you launch your next quarterly campaign, you can reflect back on, hey, we did this remarkable thing for this type of client, got this result. So you're updating the narrative, which would be very exciting because that's a fresh victory right there, right?
Yeah.
Probably make it a little easier.
And then it becomes a bit more of a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah.
Now that you're selecting high-end clients, you're positioned as a key person of influence. More people want to join the waiting list. It becomes that virtuous loop.
Right. And then you get more qualified people raising their hands, signaling interest, and it just gets better and better over time.
That's what we want.
Okay. Now, I have a question for you. For your KPI program of 550 people, are you running a wait list? Are you running a self-assessment quiz?
So every single week, something like 110 people jump onto the introduction workshop. 240 will register, but 110 will show up. And then from that, about 25 to 30, once they've heard the introduction workshop and they hear our criteria, about 25 to 30 will then interview for a spot. So we'll conduct interviews. We, even just on the questions that we ask to get an interview, screen about a third of people where we know in advance that we're not going to be able to take them on as a client. We deliver great value. We do a 15 to 20 minute session. They know that it's only going to be a 15, 20 minute session. Point them in the direction for some content, some books, some pre-work, but politely decline. Then the others, they will get between 20 minutes and an hour with one of our team, and we do a pre-screening conversation, and then when we get to the point of saying, yes, you'd be suitable for the program, submit a proposal which they can accept or not. The truth is that we probably have something like 5,000 to 7,000 people a year who engage meaningfully with us for us to get our 550 where we screen. So similar numbers to what I just talked about. We're picking our top 10% from the people who engage.
Mm-hmm. Do you do the same intro event? Is it recorded or is it done live?
So there's 3 of us who do it, myself, Glenn, and Mike. So I actually do 1 or 2 a month.
Okay.
It's a 90-minute introduction event. I love doing it. It's my finger on the pulse for our clients. And yeah, we do it live.
Okay.
Well, the reason we do it live is because what we're expecting for people over the following 12 months is that they're going to join live workshops and interact with us. So we want to give people a taste or a flavor of what's to come. So we give them a live workshop. So people go, oh, so it's going to be like this. It's going to feel like this. Yeah.
Right.
So what you just experienced with us here is a little bit of a taste of what it will feel like, but you'll be doing this every 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. So we want people to, if we did a pre-recorded, then it sets people up to feel like the experience is going to be pre-recorded. Right. So we do a live workshop because it's going to be live workshops. So yeah.
So you're doing this 1 or 2 times a month?
Yeah.
Presumably at your night because you're 8 or 9 hours ahead of us in this American market, or am I?
No, we're a global market, so we kind of rotate through, and there's just different times. There are actually time zones that kind of work for all. It might be morning in LA and like late afternoon in London.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, so we're a global business. We have clients in 40 countries
okay.
for that business. We have clients for ScoreUp. We have 150 countries represented now, and 40 countries that we take on for for the Key Person of Influence Accelerator.
And although the live events are done live, is it following a structure that you've already worked on, or are you changing it all the time?
I've been doing these for 15 years.
Yeah.
So I'm like Metallica playing a Metallica concert. I can get up and do it.
I believe you.
Yeah, I can just do it because I've been doing it almost weekly, like almost once a week or once every 2 weeks for 15 years. I've been talking about this stuff. So I've put in the reps.
Okay.
Yeah.
So very selfish question here for me is to get people to join the Future Pro group, which is $250 a month, minimum of 3-month commitment. We run events like this, but we teach them something. But our audience is so broad that it'll get filled with people who are not qualified to be there. So our conversion percentage, therefore, is not so good. What do I got to do to tweak that?
I wouldn't worry about conversion percentage. I would worry about, do you onboard the right clients at the right levels that you want? Because if 5,000 people did an introduction workshop, but 25 of the perfect clients and you only wanted 25, fine.
Right. That's success.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So for me personally, there's a couple of principles that I'd be thinking about here.
Okay.
An introduction workshop should not be it should not be a lesson, like it shouldn't be a sample. It should be deliberately crafted and designed as a way of introducing people to what's to come if they're accepted. So, like, for example, if you sat down at a restaurant and they brought out 10 samples of all the meals and you can just eat that, or they say, hey, one of the dishes is carbonara, so we're going to give you a carbonara before you look at the menu and see if you want. It's like, by the time you eat the carbonara, you say, well, I'm full now, I'm not hungry. And you say, well, why aren't you ordering? We gave you a free carbonara because you filled me up. So you run the risk of, with an introduction event, you can run the risk of filling someone up. And then they go, oh, well, I don't need it. And that could be the reason there's low conversions, as opposed to exploring the reasons that they do need to join the group. So if your introduction event is more of a deep dive into the awareness of deficiencies that would be solved later if we go through the process, that serves people more than giving them a starting point but not actually a full process. So the goal of the introduction is to be an introduction. Like, an introduction to Harvard is not, here, let's start the MBA and give you a lesson. It's, no, this is what Harvard life is going to be like, and here's how it's going to work, and here's what we're going to teach you, and here's what people say about it. This is the problem that you currently have, and here's how we solve this. Here's our success rates. So you're actually giving someone the information they need to buy. So I would, number one, I'd look at it. I'm happy to look at it if you want me to. And I'd look at it through the lens of, does this create hunger or fill or make people less hungry? Is it satiating or is it hunger inducing? And then if you're particular about who you take on as a client, which you should be, then I would use the assessment, that the follow-up call to action is to take the assessment, and only if they answer the assessment honestly in a particular way will they get a link to join. So it's first, so you're basically saying, here's the introduction, here's what you would get, take the assessment. Based on how you would answer the assessment, green light, yellow light, red light. Red light, this is not suitable. Yellow light, these are 3 things we want you to do before you come back. Green light, you're ready to proceed.
Yeah. So I think we're executing the mechanical parts of this, but the devil's in the details. We do have an assessment before somebody can get the link to join it, because we don't want it to fill up with so many people, then the right people can't get in because there's a limit, right?
Yeah, I'm also curious about the $250 a month price point.
Yeah.
Because $250 a month is expensive to the wrong person and too cheap for the right person. And that's something that kind of concerns me.
Okay.
Because, like, realistically, for the right person, 5 to 10 grand is actually signals that there's value here. But for the wrong person, 250, like $3 a year is like, oh, it's a huge commitment. I don't even spend that on my laptop.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, that's not really. Okay. So potentially this should be starting at 500 or 1,000 a month. And it's a lot less people, but they're the right people, and it's a screening process, and it feels like now I'm part of an exclusive group. And for anyone who doesn't want to spend $1,000 a month, go look at the channel.
Right.
We've got so much content. But it's like in here, this is next level. You're networking with the people who are going to get you next level.
Okay.
So I feel like that price point is a little bit potentially too far in the middle.
Okay.
It's like too.
I can hear that.
Yeah, too high for too low for the others.
I can also, I mean, the thing that happens with a lot of, when we use the Score app, we can see people retaking the test over and over again until they can win. They just keep changing the answers. Yeah. And Carrie, who runs the Score app, I was like, what do you want to do? And we go, if they wanted to get in that bad, so bad, who cares? What am I going to do? Like, undo the link? I mean, because eventually if you answer the question correctly, you get the link.
Yeah.
And there's not much we can do there, but...
They could go back through it. Well, if it flags, you could just have a quick onboarding call. You'd say, hey, look, we noticed you took it 3 times.
Right.
And which means you really want to be in the group. But we've put that in there for a reason. What makes you think we should move our criteria for you? So maybe just have that little bit of a onboarding call if they flag that.
Okay. Food for thought. I got to make sure I'm answering this question, aside from the pricing question, which is, are we feeding them or are we creating hunger? Are we satiating them or the desire to do something? Okay. That's something new for me because I really think of myself as an educator. I just want to teach. And so I'm writing new webinars all the time. I'm like, let me teach you this thing. I'm definitely feeding them. I'm not creating hunger because the conclusion is, let me go work on this before I join. So we're not getting the conversion that we want, so I'm messing up here.
Yeah, I made that mistake many times, many times. I'll give you one last little thing that we just found out.
Okay.
I know we're over time, but one quick thing. We ran an AI analysis of Glenn, Mike, and I's last 30 introduction presentations. So
you looked at the transcript and you AI'd it?
Uploaded it to AI. We analyzed for trends, and the AI... And we gave it the numbers, the high converting, the mid converting, the low converting ones. How's this for crazy? It didn't really matter whether it was Glenn, Mike, or I, and it didn't really matter some of the key topics that were discussed being different, right? So it didn't have to be the same presentation. The lowest converting introduction workshops had 3 calls to action. The mid converting had 5 calls to action, and the highest converting had 7 calls to action. And that was like the main correlation. So 7 calls to action in 90 minutes. So it's pretty intense.
Oh, I see.
Now, who was the most guilty of the 3 calls to action? Me. So the other guys were doing 5 and 7. I was the one doing the 3, which was why my introduction workshops were actually low, because I love fancying myself as an educator as opposed to doing the calls to action. I'm like, oh, they'll come through when they're ready. No, they don't. Right. They need calls to action. So the calls to action, so what I ended up doing is when I do my workshop now, I draw 7 circles, and then as I'm doing my workshop, I do tick. I've done 1, tick 2, tick 3. So I've done that 3 times now with my little 7 circles approach, and my conversions are nearly double.
Give me an example of what you might say during a live webinar as a CTA.
Oh, so a CTA would be if you enjoy this workshop and you want to proceed to the next step is to have a one-to-one interview with the team. You're going to answer a few questions, and then our software system will determine whether it's suitable for you to have a one-to-one with the team. During that, they're going to find out your vision for the future, your background, your intellectual property that you draw from in the past, your current mission for your business. We're going to put forward a proposal as to how we could do more with your current level of intellectual property. We're going to talk to you about productization. All of that will happen on a one-to-one. This presentation, it's general, it's for a group, but a one-to-one we can drill into your business. So if you're interested in taking a next step and you want to work with us, a one-to-one is the only available next step. You can't buy anything, you can't sign up for anything, you have to book into a one-to-one for an interview. So that's available by clicking the link that's in the comments.
You're doing that 7 times on a call now?
I'll do it in different ways. Right. So that might be in the beginning. So then I might talk about the importance of X, Y, and Z. And I'll say, if that particular point resonated with you, the next step would be to book that one-to-one. If you want the link for the one-to-one, it's in the comments. So click on the link that's just jumped into the chat, into the comments there. And we can drill into that particular point. So we just discussed X, Y, and Z. And if that's the thing that you feel is the most important thing for you to discuss, make sure that you take that to a one-to-one.
Okay.
So I've got several versions of it, but essentially I was only doing 3 of those, one at the beginning, middle, and end.
Yeah.
But the AI said do 7, so now we do 7.
If I ran the AI on mine, I'm saying, Chris, you did it twice.
Yeah.
Barely.
Same thing, because you feel like an educator and just want to serve. I'm the
Yeah.
same, my natural instinct. But the true serve is let people know how much value they'll get from the commitment to the process. The purpose of, and being upfront. The other thing too is I say, this is an introduction workshop. The purpose of this is to show you what could happen to your business if you made a commitment to go through a much longer process. So we take people through a 12-month journey. We get you on a 12-month accelerator. I'm going to give you an overview so that you know what would, if you made a commitment of time, energy, effort, and money to go through a 12-month process, what would we take you through? What would you expect to see at the end of it? You know, what results do other people get? Who's it for? Who's it not for? We're going to go through that kind of information.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm being upfront about it. And I also tell people, if that's not what you came for, you don't have to sit through this whole workshop. You can leave.
Yeah.
I'm big on permission.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'll say this is what we're going to be doing. You know, you don't have to stick around. If you know, if you get 10 minutes into this and you realize it's not for you, drop off. That's not a problem. I won't be offended. Your time's valuable. My time's valuable. You know, that's totally fine. The benefit of doing that, by the way, is the huge upside is that the vast majority of people don't drop off. So it actually signals to everyone, oh, everyone's getting great value. Everyone's here for the same reason.
Right. There's something about a live Zoom call, for whatever reason, once you commit to showing up, very few people actually leave.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that. As always, I try and mine you for like one nugget that I can apply very selfishly to my own business. And of course, you did not fail there. We're going to make sure that we include the links to both Score app and to the KPI Accelerator in the links. If you're watching this on YouTube, it'll be down below. If you're listening to us on podcast, good luck where you can find that information, but it'll be there in the description. Daniel, it's been a pleasure. This is call number 4.
I love it.
You rocked it, and thank you very much for doing this.
get that. It's just when there's a giant explosion behind this, maybe it's not the best time to walk in slow motion.
It's the only time to walk in slow motion.
Imagine earning money every single day from creating simple videos around products that you already have in your garage and sitting around your house, uploading those to Amazon, and then getting paid. In this episode of the Think Media podcast, we're actually going to be doing a deep dive complete tutorial with 5 steps for how to sign up for the Amazon Influencer Program and some tips that a lot of people aren't talking about with what videos to make and how to ultimately get the highest commissions possible and how to get started and eventually scale with this opportunity even into other platforms. So if you're wanting to do a side hustle or if you're already a content creator or YouTuber and wanting to create new streams of income, this deep dive is going to be powerful. Now, my guest today is Kathleen Coble, who is an Amazon selling expert and probably the leading voice when it comes to earning money from the Amazon Influencer Program. We'll talk a little bit about the differences between affiliate marketing offsite as well as this opportunity on-site, and check out time codes and chapters on the YouTube version of this to skip around and learn. This is also part 2 in our series with Kathleen. So check out part 1 for some more juicy info on this topic. But Kathleen, let's just kick this off with step 1 of your 5 steps, which is apply for the Amazon Influencer Program. Maybe give us the big vision as I've done the intro here, but then bring it into getting started with this opportunity.
Yes. So thank you so much, Sean. I'm really excited to talk about this because I think there's a lot of misconceptions out there. So the steps that I'm going to be talking about, you all can literally just go through these steps, get in and start earning money. So as far as how does it actually work, the Amazon Influencer Program, it's similar to affiliate marketing, right? But the beauty of it is that you can kind of take the marketing piece off, right? You're still being an affiliate. It's more content creation and UGC as far as being able to earn on Amazon. Because how it works is once you get accepted to the program, which we're going to talk about, get unlocked for on-site commission, then you're able to create content that you then upload to Amazon, which then lives on Amazon.com, where customers are already browsing and deciding about the products that they want to purchase. So that is really the beauty of the program. You're creating the content and Amazon is doing most of that marketing for you because they are allowing your content to live on their site, which then when people watch your video or click through your photos and purchase the item that you're showing or you're recommending, you then earn commission.
I love that. And so how do we apply for the Amazon Influencer, Amazon Creator Program?
Yes. So in order to apply, if you guys just Google Amazon Influencer Program or Amazon Influencer Program sign up, there's only one page. You can go ahead and just apply there. What it is Amazon is going to ask you for one of 4 social media channels. So you can choose from YouTube, Instagram, Facebook business page, or TikTok. And so what you want to do is not even necessarily take your highest following or subscriber. You want to try with your social platform that has the most engagement. And I always say this right away because it's really important. You can apply to the influencer program an unlimited amount of times. So if you're like, well, I'm not sure if I should do it today, just do it today. Just do it and see if you can get in. Because what Amazon is going to do, they're going to tell you right away. So when you go to apply, you get to pick one of those 4 platforms, and Amazon will have you log in so they can make sure that you own that particular channel. And then they're going to decide whether to let you in or not. Now, there is no black and white requirements here. So it's not if you have 5,000 YouTube subscribers, you're going to get in. If you have, 500 TikTok, followers, you can get in. No, it's really just very arbitrary. But like I said, I recommend just starting with your highest engagement platform. With that said, the easiest way to get in right now is through TikTok. So if you're finding you've applied with everything you have already, you're not getting in, I recommend if you want to get in as quickly as possible to either start a TikTok or start growing that engagement on your existing TikTok channel and then come back and apply.
Such great tips. And that's a juicy nugget as far as TikTok kind of being a hack for getting in. And you also do have a class with some deeper details that people can check out. So we'll make sure to put that in the show notes at videoreviewclass.com, or just click the link in the show notes or the YouTube description. So step 1 is apply for the Amazon Influencer Program. Step 2 is unlock on-site commissions. Break this down.
Yeah, so this is, like you said, the beauty of the whole program. So once you get in, once you're accepted into Amazon's influencer program, the second step to really be able to earn big with the program is to unlock on-site commission. And what that requires is you uploading 3 videos to Amazon directly, which they're then going to review and decide if you get unlocked or not. And so there's a few things that they're looking for and kind of some pro tips that I want to just make this as easy as possible for you, because for this particular thing, you only have 3 tries. So this is very important to get right. Ideally the first time. If you don't the first or second, you do have 3 tries, but this is where you really want to focus and make sure that you have all of your, I's dotted and T's crossed here, because if you don't get in after 3 tries, you then basically have to start all the way over from scratch with new social media and reapplying for the influencer program for the entire thing. And so I will say, with getting unlocked for on-site commission, you only want 3 videos. So that's kind of one common misconception is people are like, well, I uploaded 10. It's like, well, don't do that. Only do 3, because it's just going to take longer for Amazon to approve them. It's going to take longer for them to review them. And then if one of those 10 videos doesn't make the cut, right, now you're just not in. So this is the only time where I'm like, just do the bare minimum here. You only want to do 3 to really maximize your chances of getting in that first time. And, as far as like orientation goes, you can do horizontal, you can do vertical. I have people that get in with showing their face or not showing their face. But really the most important thing with these first 3 videos is that you are staying within Amazon's terms of service, and there's certain things that you can say and certain things that you should never say that will definitely get your first 3 videos rejected. And so, my top tips for this, first off, is as far as what products, you really want to do 1 product per video. You don't want to create a compilation of 10 different products for your first video. Pick 3 products that you use and you love and create 1 video for each of those, because you only want to tag 1 product per video, especially for these first 3. Once these are approved, you can get a little more liberal. So everything I'm saying, I just want you all to take this with a grain of salt, because when you're approved and you're uploading more videos, if you violate something or you say something Amazon doesn't like, or you make a medical claim, they're just going to reject your video and not approve it. And then you can just go delete it and try again, right? So this is really just with these first 3. You just want to make sure that the items that you are creating content for are safe items, because I see a lot of people getting their content rejected for medical claims or revealing personal information. And they're just so picky with these first 3. I mean, I had someone do Lysol wipes for one of their first 3 videos. And that is just the biggest no-no, right? Don't do anything where you're even remotely making a claim, right? You can say this Lysol wipe cleaned my desk perfectly, and Amazon's going to be like, well, you said it cleaned and we don't know if it's going to clean everyone else's, right? So pick something easy, pick something out of your kitchen, do a book, just do something very safe. Don't talk about pricing. Don't talk about any sort of claims, medical claims. And one other thing too is you can't show barcodes or packaging. So those are kind of like my best tips to get those first 3 videos approved, as far as what products to do and what to not say.
Wow, it's really, insights make sense, and it does make sense, especially, these are the nuances of related to maybe different pandemics and things that have happened, and saying what promising results. It's funny about Lysol wipes, but what a powerful insight, which brings us to number 3. Edit videos and upload them to Amazon. So now what's our next step?
So the first thing, so you want to record your video, right? And so whether that's you sitting in front of the camera, holding the thing and showing it, that's one way I do it. The other way I do it is just to have my camera. When I say camera, I mean my iPhone. You don't need very extravagant equipment at all for these videos. My iPhone, I have a tripod, sure. But a lot of my videos are just me over the product doing a product demonstration with my hands and just close up on the product, because at the end of the day, I mean this in the nicest way possible. Amazon customers don't really care who you are. They want to see the product, right? They want to see the product up close, and they want to know if you like the product. They want to get their questions answered about the product, whatever their hesitation is, whatever they're watching that video, they're hoping that you're going to answer that question for them. So if you start with hey, my name is Kathleen Coble, and this is what I like, and you're going to lose them, right? And so I think another thing too, as far as the editing and the uploading, is that these videos do not have to be very produced. As far as editing goes, I like to cut out the ums or the downtime, because I want the customers to watch it for as long as possible. But other than that, I have found too, in my analytics and just reviewing my own videos and my students' videos, some of the best converting videos are just the raw, here's the thing, here's my experience with this product, and here's why I love it, or here's maybe what I would have wanted to know before I purchased the item. And so, I think it's really important to actually not have super highly produced videos, especially for these first 3, because we want the Amazon customer to just think you're a regular person who's just showing the item. And when it gets too produced, then I find that sometimes we lose people, because they're like, well, you're obviously, earning money for this and all that, which, they know you are, because it says right there, earns commission on each video. But I would say the less produced, the better. You can work your way up to, of course, having very, very nice videos, but especially for the first 3, they really don't have to be anything fancy at all.
Yeah, it's a genius tip. The way I summarize that too is that trim the fluff, but leave it raw, because jump cutting out ums or a mistake or things like that just help the viewer get to the main stuff quicker and not be distracted or bored. But yet you're telling me, right, that if it's a little bit shaky, or if the lighting's not perfect, that we're talking about on-site videos on Amazon, and people are looking for people in a normal garage, a normal living room, a normal kitchen, just their normal day-to-day life that they can relate with, that is sharing that information and experience they've had with the product, a person that's regular just like them, because that's what you and I are too. We're just regular people who are using stuff. And so is that kind of the vision? Is that, because I know on YouTube, we get in that perfectionism mindset. Oh, if I don't have the perfect lighting, if I don't have the perfect studio, if I don't have the perfect camera. And so people want to see the real and the raw, yeah?
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely people want to see the real and the raw. I would say the most important things, as far as, Amazon's definition of quality standards go, you just want to have good lighting and good audio, right? I think those are the 2 main things that, if there's buzzing in the background or the lighting is bad, that's not a great experience for the customer either. So I think as long as you have those 2 things solid, your camera can be a little shaky. You could say if one slips through the editing or anything like that. But yeah, the more raw and authentic I found, the better converting the video is.
Amazing. Okay, so step 1, apply for the Amazon Influencer Program. Step 2, unlock on-site commission. Step 3, edit videos and upload them to Amazon. Step 4, build your Amazon storefront. So what is an Amazon storefront, and what are your tips for maximizing this?
Yes, and so I have this as step 4, because once you upload your first 3 videos to Amazon, it could take anywhere from a day to a month for them to approve. Now, we keep seeing this time getting shorter, and so, it was a month a while back. I actually haven't heard of anyone waiting a month in quite a while. So I would say really like a week or 2, Amazon could ideally come back and approve you for on-site commission. But while you're waiting, right, I always recommend you build out your Amazon storefront, which this is where all of your content is going to live once you start uploading more content. But this is also like your Amazon URL. So this is where you can direct people, and there's a lot less restrictions as far as how you can share this URL with people. people. With the Amazon Associates links, you have to be very careful and make sure you always have proper disclosure. And with your brand store, with your storefront, because it says earns commission right under there, you're able to do things like include this link in an email to someone, whereas, with other links, you're not. And so I love the storefront because it is the place where you can showcase all of your top recommended products. Any photos or videos that you create and upload to Amazon will automatically go on there. But then you can also create, curation lists and idea lists. So if you're talking in a video about more than one thing, say you have, your top 10 travel items, you can create an idea list with all 10 of those in there, and it just lives right on your storefront there, making it really easy for you to not only to promote, but then for your audience and your followers to find that list and be able to see all the products in one space that you were talking about.
I love the opportunity that there is with building out your storefront. And in a future conversation in part 1, I want to mention some resources for our listeners. You can really scale this up because it's not now just on-site videos, but you could start posting videos on other social media platforms. Of course, on YouTube, there's a big affiliate marketing opportunity, and optimizing your Amazon storefront and expanding this opportunity with affiliate marketing is absolutely huge. We're going to hit step 5 in just a second, but I actually want to encourage listeners. You told me your story in part 1. You earned $4,700 in your second month of doing this. But one of the reasons that happens, actually kind of similar to my story, is you also were doing this in December. Now, depending on when listeners are watching this, any time of the year is a good time to jump in. But when we're posting this podcast, there is actually a huge opportunity to get positioned to this. And what I mean is Q4 of the year, around the holidays, holiday shopping goes crazy. Cyber Monday, Black Friday. Online shopping just goes up, period. And even if you didn't do anything strategic, if you had previous strategic videos you've posted, then all of a sudden your commissions are going to go up. And that was my story. I actually lost all my freelance clients in October of 2015. And I was approaching this opportunity of affiliate marketing through Amazon from a YouTube lens, ranking YouTube videos, talking about tech. And between the end of October, November, and December, I was able to quickly scale my revenue because of the timing of the year. Yes, doing all the best practices. Yes, also fumbling my way forward and putting out bad videos, and some were better than others and making mistakes. But the timing matters. And so I just want to encourage listeners, fortune favors the bold. There's something about taking massive action. And again, maybe it might not take 30 days. That's what Kathleen's telling us. It might only take a few days, but the sooner you get started and the sooner you get your on-site commissions approved, and the sooner you learn the best practices, and the sooner you start posting videos now, there's certain times of the year where your earnings can absolutely skyrocket. Kathleen, how is your feeling about that? I mean, you could just expand a little bit on when you kind of saw this opportunity and did it, and not only was it figuring out the tips, but it was also the timing. Can you break that down?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, for any kind of opportunity like this, there's no time like the present, of course. The best time to start is right now. But to your point, Sean, Q4 is where just exponentially you have people that are buying things online, but especially on Amazon, right? We have the holidays, holiday shopping, we have Black Friday, Cyber Monday. And so that's kind of, how I discovered this was the opportunity in the program was, so I did a lot of services for sellers for about a decade, really, before I started with the Amazon Influencer Program, really getting into it. And so how I discovered this on-site commission opportunity even existed was it was November of 2021, and I was, working on a client's account, and I was looking at their product listing page, and I'm clicking around, and I see these videos on the page where I'm like, we didn't create these videos. Who are these people, and why are they promoting, my client's products? And more importantly, why is their video on Amazon? So, after a little more digging, I learned it was part of the Amazon Influencer Program. And it's very clear, right? It says earns commission. So I knew there was some sort of opportunity there. So once I learned a little bit more about it and what kind of it entailed, I just dove in, with my Amazon background. It was a really great resource for me to be able to, I quickly uploaded my first 3 videos. I'll be transparent, I was not a video person before I started with this. I've learned a lot along the way. I still have a lot to learn as far as video creation goes. but I am an Amazon person. So I was able to go and look at those product listings and consult my order history and find the best opportunities to really, how can I create the best videos for the best opportunity products as quickly as possible. And that's how I was able to scale to $4,700 in my first real full month in Amazon, which yes, was a December. But I think at that point, I mean, I had less than 50 videos that first month. And so it was really the kind of Amazon expertise and just finding the opportunity and being in the right place at the right time. Q4, December, lots of opportunity there.
Well, after step 5, I want to ask you a couple other kind of deeper dive tips on this. But as we're going through your 5-step system, step 5 is scale your earnings. And so what are some tips under this one?
Yeah, so I think one big thing, and I get this asked so many, like all the time, is like, so do I have to just spend thousands of dollars on Amazon every month in order to make any money? And the answer is no. You know, first off, I would say, if you buy things on Amazon, just go consult your order history, right? And a little pro tip, right? If you're like, well, you know, I've already recorded and I've run out of things, right? I get this all the time. I've run out of things to create for. And I'm like, I challenge you, go in your order history and search for rooms in your house. Search for kitchen, search for living room, and things are going to pop up in your order history that you bought 5 years ago, 7 years ago, that you're like, oh yeah, I did buy that and I use it and love it. I forgot that was from Amazon. So you can consult your order history to find things. There's so much opportunity with friends and family. You know, there's opportunities to get free stuff, right?
Friends and family's products.
Yes.
The things that are at your parents' house, the stuff that so friends and like the people in your world have got stuff from Amazon as well.
Oh, yes, yes. One of my favorite stories that I like to tell about this is one of my best girlfriends was having a baby, and so she actually had an Amazon baby registry. And so what I did was I went to her baby registry, I vetted the top like 20 to 25 products that I saw opportunities for, and I approached her and I'm like, hey, can I come over for one day? I'll throw you some money, I'll help you set up all the baby stuff. And like the good thing for me was that I had already used most of that stuff for my babies. I had just gotten rid of it because my kids are a little bit older now, but I was able to go there, help her put together her stuff. I paid her a couple $100. I mean, I very quickly 10x'd my money from that day just by recording things that were in her house, which again, I had experience with, but she was also able to tell me, you know, here's this thing and here's why I love it. And I recorded it. I did a voiceover, you know, later when I got home, and those videos still earn for me. And that was probably 2.5 years ago now. So when you think you've run out of opportunities, you don't have to spend money, right? You can scan things around your house, ask friends and family. There's a lot of opportunity to find products to help you scale.
Man, so many genius tips. Now, before I ask a couple final tactical questions, there might be some listeners that want to go deep with this and they want to take bold action and also just kind of get the shortcut to like learn everything you know after being an Amazon seller since 15 years ago. And then as soon as this program launched, you've really mastered it. You've helped now so many different creators get into this program. You run a whole group. You've got a course called Amazon Creator Success System. What is that all about, and what do people learn inside of that?
Yes, yes. So the course is Influence and Earn. I have to be very careful with the Amazon reference. So it's for Amazon creators, right? So it's called Influence and Earn. And what it is it's basically taking you through kind of these 5 steps that we're talking about, but in a much more detail. So, you know, you actually get to see me recording videos, and I show you a couple different ways that I use editing tools to edit and upload those videos on top of, you know, not only best practices like the do's and don'ts of this program, because we're in this for the long haul, right? This is not get rich quick. This is, I'm creating this. I have this income stream, and this is going to be an income stream for me for as long as this program exists. And so we always make sure that we are very white hat. We're complying with all Amazon's terms and conditions, but then really also deep diving into like how to look at an Amazon product listing and find the opportunity. What kind of tools out there will help you with this, but also, you know, what can you just see as far as, you know, analyzing your reporting is a huge one, doing some upkeep and maintenance on existing videos, and really deciding like how to look at your analytics and find what's working so that you can replicate that for your future content. We also talk about repurposing, right? There's so many different, basically, if I'm doing something, it gets added to Influence and Earn. So it started as a, kind of do-it-yourself course, and it still is, but now there's, monthly office hours, and we have a great community, and I'm just constantly adding more trainings because it's like if I'm making money this way with my Amazon content, I put it in the course. And so I want to be able to share that with everyone in the program. And Amazon's always changing, right? So constantly updating, and when I learn something, I put it in the course. And so that's really, if you want to scale and you're like, I am into this, I want to do this the right way and kind of bypass that learning curve, that's a good option for you.
Well, that's amazing. So we'll make sure to link to your course, Influence and Earn. That'll be in the show notes and the description down below. And that is invaluable just to get the do's and the don'ts and the terms of service. Over the past really month plus, I've gone so deep into all of this Amazon influencer review video space, but I've also seen that there's some sketchy people out there and some people doing, you mentioned white hat. If someone's new to that term, white hat means above board, means the proper ways of doing things. It goes all the way back to SEO conversations, search engine optimization, where there's like the ethical way of ranking websites. And then black hat was people in forums being like, hey, we can game the system, we can trick the system. And unfortunately, there's bad actors and bad characters that even teach or promote that stuff. So I want to encourage listeners, be careful with who you're following on YouTube, be careful with who you're learning from, because it's one thing to do maybe a black hat tactic, but then your store can get shut down, you could get banned from Amazon, and you ultimately could miss out on the long tail opportunity here. And so if you want to get just all of the best information and really maximize this opportunity as quickly as possible, you can check out a link to Kathleen's course in the description, Influence and Earn, and read about everything that's included in that as well. I want to just kind of ask about future opportunity and some of even the new programs that Amazon is doing. What's fascinating to me is being an Amazon affiliate for so long and a part of the Amazon influencer program. We got an email, I want to say maybe around, it was last December, because it's a very strategic time during the holidays where sometimes Amazon really wants to incentivize people. They might raise commissions. And I think that's what they said they were going to do. I think they said they were going to give us a bonus or something. And they said they were going to they did raise our percentages. We typically get 4% for cameras. They said, hey, electronics and cameras, I think it's going to 5 or 6. So I was like, that was just them initiating that, as well as sometimes different promotions they do around Amazon Prime Day and whatnot. And so certainly there are future things to come because Amazon's also doing this. They want to motivate you and me to create these videos. They want us to also be able to do this in a way that could support our families or earn us extra income, because it helps them win, obviously, as well, and expand the Amazon empire that is, so influential. So speak a little bit about those things that you've seen happen as this program continues to evolve. And you had mentioned when we were talking, I think last week, about even like some new ways that if you're posting videos, Amazon might pay you in other ways too if they distribute those videos on different surfaces.
Yes. So that's a really cool opportunity. And basically when you get accepted to the program, you kind of just check a box. They're called creator ads. So if Amazon really likes your content, they will take your video and they'll go put it on TikTok or Snapchat or wherever, right? And it's your content, right? So then they'll actually use your content as an ad, which people then can click and it'll go to your video, your storefront, and then you're able to earn commission from an ad that Amazon is paying to use your content. So that's a really cool opportunity. There's just so many. There's so many, and some we can talk about and some we cannot. But I think the two best ones that I know we can talk about. The first one is international marketplaces. So Amazon's kind of been stopping and going, but Amazon US is just one marketplace, right? There's Amazon Canada, there's Amazon UK, Australia, India, Japan, Singapore, Germany, all of these different locations. Many of these have the Amazon influencer program as an option, right? And so Amazon is, like I said, they're kind of, the influencer program exists for all these different marketplaces, but they're kind of putting shoppable videos on and then taking them off, and then they put them on and then they take them off. But the good news is that, you know, they're probably going to be on at some point forever. Amazon is just testing, and the US is obviously the biggest market for Amazon, so they've never taken off shoppable videos really. But I see that as another opportunity, especially when people are like, well, it's getting a little saturated, and, you know, how do we really make sure that this is a good opportunity for us if there's thousands of other influencers, you know, creating content? And it's like, well, first off, there's new sellers and new products being added to Amazon every single day. The other thing is the international opportunity. It's a whole like kind of untapped opportunity if you're only in the US. And, you know, speaking of the US, I think another really cool opportunity that Amazon has, and they're just adding more opportunity to this program, is called Creator Connections. And that basically pairs sellers with influencers. Sellers can go create campaigns. They can say, hey, we have these products and we're willing to pay an extra 10%, 15%, 20% for this amount of time if you decide that you want to promote these products. You can earn from on-site, you know, so you don't necessarily have to be posting on your social media. You can earn extra from on-site. You just have to opt into the campaign and create some content for it. And so I see this as another really cool opportunity to not only earn more than that 4%, right? So it'd be 4 plus whatever the additional percentage is. But this is also a great way to partner with brands, because you can actually message brands and sellers through Amazon using this platform. And so just more opportunity to earn, more opportunity to partner with brands, and I don't see that going away anytime soon.
Well, Kathleen, you've added so much value here. I do want people to be able to maximize everything they've learned in that. So a couple resources. If you missed part 1, Kathleen dropped even more tactics and tips for learning about this. So check out the show notes for part 1 of our conversation on the Think Media podcast. Also, if you do want to go deeper and explore how you can just tap into everything Kathleen knows in her Influence and Earn online course all about this, we'll link to that in the show notes as well. And we've learned as well that the monthly office hours you're doing, the community, that's the kind of stuff we do in our programs, because these types of things are changing all the time. So what you want to be connected with a group so you can always stay up to date and just get the best and most accurate information, really being updated consistently. And so check out Kathleen's course. And I do want to encourage you, whether you jump in her course, whether you just step out right